is Article 7. Would someone like to move Article 7?
Article 7, Sarah Sugar.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
I'm sorry, who's second?
Jeremy Shrout, Wardsboro.
Thank you.
All right, so shall the voters of the River Valley's Unified School District authorize the school directors to withdraw money from the reserve fund to offset the homestead tax rate, but not more than $200,000? Any discussion? Yes, ma'am. Or sir. Sorry.
How much money is in the reserve fund as of now?
We believe around $800,000 to $900,000. We have, when we move forward to Article 10, we'll have a discussion about the reserve funds.
Okay, because that shows a regular number. In Article 10, which I guess we'll discuss when we get there.
Any other questions? Are you ready for the question? All right. Shall the voters pass on Article 7, which is the offsetting of the homestead tax rate, but not more than $200,000 is to be taken out of the reserve fund? Are you clear on what this is? Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, seeing none, the article passes. Article 8. Shall the voters of River Valley's Unified School District approve the school board to expend $5,680,223, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year? It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $18,668 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 4.9% higher than spending for the current year. Are you clear on what this article is all about? Would you like me to ask these folks to comment on it before we bring it forward? Please do.
So, if you look at page 7 of your books, that's the budget that we're proposing. And again, if I think a really good question came up, and it was a really good exercise. So we've always, both boards, before we were one board, and last year, pretty much just took the Wardsboro and Dover budget, put them together, and we are trying to look at places where we could save money by having the two boards, by combining the two districts. So we look for, and we ask for our administration, both at the superintendent level and at the building levels, to look into an educationally sound, taxpayer-friendly budget. And this is the budget they came up with. So the comment was, what are students going to see that is different with this budget that they didn't have last year? So the two main things that were reduced a little bit was there's a little less media at the Dover building, and there's some less art at the Wardsboro building. But we also increased some other areas, and one of them is we spent some time, and last year at the meeting we talked about a focus for the Wardsboro building, and at that time there hadn't been one chosen. But after town meeting, or after our school district meeting last year, we looked into STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And Tammy was really, and her staff were really able to push that. So we've actually started that program this year in the building. There's been some articles in the Bucketville News and in the papers about the STEAM program. A lot of the other stuff is, again, would be pretty much stay the same. There was somebody asked about field trips, and we had let that off the budget last year, so we added that in. And a couple other changes are, we utilize central office as supervisory unit to do some staffing for us. So we don't have a need for a full-time instrumental music teacher. So instead of us trying to hire somebody for 1 day a week in the Wardsboro building, trying to hire somebody for 1 day a week or half a day, The central office hires somebody full-time, and what they do is they take that position and divide out the benefits and all the costs for that employee, and then they split it by so much per day, or half a day, an FTE equivalency. So if we use them for 1.5 days a week, we get billed for approximately, or for 30% of their time. So it's a way to have good employees and not lose people, because, you know, they maybe are okay this year with 1.5 days a week, but next year they may need a full week. So it's really worked out well. So we shifted some costs that way. And we've also, in the preschool, in the Wardsboro building, preschool and the kindergarten teacher are the same person. But what we did was we split them in half, and we split them long ways so we could have half and half on each side. So we could account for one in the preschool, because that's part of the job, and one in the elementary budget. So there's some, if you look like on page 7, you see the teachers. It looks like, you know, we went down a lot, but that was really moving the preschool teacher. Because if you look up at the preschool, the first line, 5111 teachers, you know, that went up. So it really isn't, we didn't add a teacher, it's just the funding for it was moved so we can account for it better. And that's basically the differences in the budget.
Yes, Andy?
Dr. B told me to keep an eye on you.
Yeah.
So I don't believe we had a second, motion and a second on
We haven't yet. I just asked
Okay.
the board if they would.
All right.
Any further questions for the board?
Oh, for the board?
Yeah, for the board, and then we'll move the article.
Don't you have to move the article first?
You can, but I find that I've been told over many of these town meetings that people prefer to hear from the people who crafted the motion before we even get going, because sometimes, you know, they'll give you a lot of things to think about, and then when you have your chance to speak, you're better informed. But I'll do it whichever way you folks want. I am at your disposal. Tell me how you want to do it. Your hand was up first.
I have questions.
State your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark Formal-Dover. I have certain questions because I don't understand every single line. And I was going to meet with Matt, but we had a snow day. He said I had my son. He was going to better help me understand lines like SU assessments, $173,000, $120,000 from last year. The principal's office is receiving upgrades in their budgets. But other areas in our children's educations are lacking, especially classroom resources, things of that nature.
Okay, can you hold what you're saying for just a second? There's another hand up. Yes.
Can you tell us when you start working on the budget in your calendar year?
Yeah, we usually start working on it in October.
October. So if people wanted to participate in the budget process, they should start coming to meetings in October. Thank
Some
you.
of the things we start with in October is the gentleman in the back was just asking. Some of it is the superintendent's budget, and the special ed budget, because that has to be passed at the supervisory level first, so that can be moved to the individual districts so they know how much to put in.
And then when does the board approve the budget?
Usually, well, we're going to discuss that later, but usually, if we're meeting in February, we have to have 30 days warning, so we need to do it like 5 or 6 weeks before the meeting.
Thank you.
Now, would someone like to move this motion? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Any second? Thank you. Who has names? Oh, names, please.
Susan Rand. Sarah Shibby.
Thank you. Thank you both. Now, sir, you may continue.
I was curious.
Discussion.
For physical education, we used to teach mostly outside. I know we have some trails up there over and stuff, and we try to integrate the kids outside. In the winter time, it seems like physical education in most new schools are now taking place in the cafeteria. So when I look at SU assessments, I'm wondering what these assessments are and why they're twice as much as the total education budget combined.
Which budget?
Right here, total of 1113 physical education, $63,000, $53,000 last year, went up to $60,000 this year. The next line underneath it is SU assessments, which more than doubles. So what are these assessments and why are they So cost,
You're gonna have to give me the page.
Yeah,
page eight.
It's page 8.
Page 8, under physical education.
That's, that line, the 5593 is for special education. The dark line below it indicates everything above it. Those are your totals. So that SU assessment is for special education.
So is that what is? So the SU assessments,
Well, there's several.
now I'm confused, I see special education underneath physical education. There's a
Right,
line
because
in between.
that's a subtotal of that group of line items. In this one, it just happens to be one line item. As you see, they're all the same numbers.
But it's the same number as special ed.
Right, that's what I'm saying, is that, so that 5593, so you have total 1113 physical education. That's a total of all the numbers above it. And then you have 5593 SU assessments, and those numbers there are your special education. So that's why under it, it says total special education. Those are the same numbers as the SU assessment. So that's the supervisory union assessment for special education. And costs went up this year, and there's a new way that this SU is charging the districts for special education. So the costs are being spread out a little bit more in an insurance type model. If you do what they ask you to do, then we're going to share those new costs, and these are the new costs that we're sharing.
Further questions?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So I do see throughout the budget, something called 5591. I'm just interpreting the letters purchase services from Public Vermont LEA.
So that's those are the,
supervisory.
that's what we call an agency fund item. So in music education, we hire a band person to teach musical instruments. And that's where I was talking about where the supervisory union person is hired, and then each administrator says, this is how much time we want, or we feel we need for that person in each building, and then we get billed. So right now,
Are we paying 18,000 of
Yes.
31,000? The line for teachers, 5111.
No, so a 5111 is an actual employee of the school district. That's our employee.
And so we have a music teacher.
We have a person that teaches, that does vocal music,
Right.
that we hire ourselves. And then we have a person that does band with the students, instrumental music, that we purchase that through the agency fund, through the SU
Okay.
assessment.
Okay. Plus, yeah. And, okay.
Are there
And then
further
pre-
questions? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't
Yeah,
mean to cut you
yeah,
off.
it's the same thing, there's just various issues.
Oh, sure.
Not issues, but things I don't know what they are. So back on page 7, right at the top, under pre-K, there's a 5562 tuition to private LEAs.
So under state law, even if you offer a preschool program, there's universal preschool.
Yeah.
So even though we offer one, if families want to have their child go to a different preschool, we have to pay that. We don't have to do that for elementary school, for kindergarten through 6th grade, because we have a K through 6, but the law was a little different with preschool, so.
So is there's a preschool in Dover, is there a preschool in
Yes, there
Wardsboro
is.
School, but a parent can send a child to a different pre-K?
Yes,
And is there like a state rate like
Yes.
there is for?
$3,445.
Okay, so, and that's what we pay, 3,000?
Yes. So we're projecting 10 students that will be out in placement.
Are there further questions? Yes, state your name, please.
Ray DeVault, Dover. I don't see on here, because I don't also have my glasses, what the cost of the STEM program is. I don't see it, is it broken out in there?
No, there's some professional development, so the STEM program doesn't really have a cost. other than there's some professional development and there's some additional equipment. So if you go to page,
Steam.
STEM. The stem cells for STEAM. Somebody help me.
Are you, under the instructional staffing?
Yes.
So that's on page 8 compared to the way that.
Yeah. So we have,
Teacher training.
yeah, give me 1 second, folks, I'm sorry, this is a new budget for me too. Okay, so, 5111, under the instructional staff training. So, school focus, professional development, those items between there are the STEAM and the IB costs.
Yes, go ahead.
So you can't
State your
tell-
name, please.
Oni Smith, Dover. You can't tell which is STEAM and which is IB in that conglomeration there, those lines.
Yes, give me 1 second. So the 5111 teachers,
In which section? I'm sorry. In the school focus or in,
yeah, in the school focus section,
okay.
shows $3,000.
No.
Oh, 10,000.
That's above that. That's
No,
10,000.
under, oh, I'm sorry, you're right, it's 10,000, that's for STEAM. And we put in $30,000 originally, and then we changed it because we put in $30,000 for the whole program. So the 10,000 is teachers, the second line item of 12,000 is IB coordinator stipends, the 14,960 is STEAM integrationist, I'm sorry. Very small, whoever had the glasses issue, I had it up here also. And then the FICAs is on the salaries. The next one, EMP training development for 10,000, that's IB professional development. The 4,000 below that, other professional services is STEAM training. The 1,500 is general supplies for STEAM. The 4,500 is the 3D printer for STEAM. And the dues and fees is for the ID license.
Other questions? Yes, sir.
Hi, Randy Capitani, Dover. Could you guys go through a little bit on the secondary school costs? You got some lump numbers in here on page 10. And I think, in past years, at least in Dover, we've had tuition rates, number of students going to secondary schools, public and private. Can you give us a little, and transportation costs, can you give us some numbers, some breakouts on those? If you have them available?
Don't.
No, we don't.
Purchase services under 5591 for transportation resident students is some of that secondary transportation.
That would buses to
Living
Gray,
Gray
Brattleboro?
from Wardsboro, and the bus to the career center. And some of it's for the mover. We pay a stipend to the mover. We have them from the Dover side, they go down through from Wilmington. And then we don't have it broken down. I don't have the secondary broken down into how many to each school.
Rich,
Yeah,
I have those numbers. If you want them.
shoot.
So BVA is a total of 23 students. Brattleboro is a total of 48 students. Twin Valley is a total of 12 students. Leland and Gray is 31.2 students.
How do you get that point two in now?
I didn't do the math.
Very small student.
Compass is one, FL Walker's one, Green Valley is one, Hilltop is one, Maple Street's one, Middlesex is one, Oak Meadow is one, Vermont Academy is one, Sweden has 2 students, Kindle Farm is one, SMS is one, Mountain School is 3.
What was the Bratt number again?
Bratt is 48. And obviously those are for the current year.
Yeah, that's great, that's helpful.
Other questions? Yes, ma'am.
What's the tuition rate that we're paying for a non-public high school?
Well, you're going to vote on that.
Oh, we are. We're
Yes.
That's the 2 articles away.
Oh,
Next article.
Next one, Article 9.
Any further discussion on Article 8? Hearing no desire to have that, would you like me to call the question? Any objections to calling the question? All right, I'm going to do it. Article 8. Shall the voters of the River Valley's Unified School District approve the school board to expend $5,680,223, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year? It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $18,668 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 4.9% higher than spending for the current year. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of Article 8 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Would you like a hand vote?
Yes.
All right. You can do it by paper ballot or hand vote. So hand votes are easy for you. You know what you're voting on. All in favor, raise your hand, please. Jackie, would you and Andy please count?
When I point to you, put your hand out, okay?
He's hiding from you.
Yeah. Talked about how to do it better now in the school. This is, she was sent to PM.
You guys gonna vote?
No.
Okay.
If we're gonna vote, we'll vote.
Oh, you voting?
Yeah, I'll vote, sure. Happy to vote.
34. 34 in favor.
Opposed? Please raise your hand. And keep them up so that you can get
Same
them.
deal. Anybody I didn't point to? 14 opposed.
The ayes seem to have it. And Article 8 is carried. Thank you for asking your questions and for being civil in your discourse. You're great. Keep it up. Article 9. Shall the voters of the River Valley's Unified School District set the annual tuition rate to approved independent schools at $17,900 for the 2020-21 school year? Would you folks let them know what an approved independent school would be?
So this is commonly called the burn rate, and the state statute says that we have to pay, since we don't have a secondary school, we will pay whatever public high school's tuition rate is. So if you have, your child wants to go to the Essex High School and the tuition rate's $25,000 a year, we pay it, and that's required by state law. The state law also says that if you don't have your own high school, like we're not part of a high school town like the Twin Valley or the West River District, then you can send your child to any approved private or independent school. And it's very simple. The approval is the AOE has a list of approved schools. If a school you want to send your child to isn't on that list, you can call them and they will look into the school and tell you whether they'll put it on the list. Agency of Education, it used to be a department, now it's an agency. So the law says every year you have to vote on the rate you want to pay for that. If not, if there is no vote to pay another rate, you pay the statewide average tuition for high school, for public high schools. So if we didn't vote on anything in the statewide average, I think was 14.
I think it was just at 15.
15,000 approximately. That's what we would pay no matter where you want your child to go if it was an approved independent or private school. Burton, a lot of parents want to go to Burton. They have a rate of $17,990, which is a little bit less than, about $1,000 less than if you were from, say, Massachusetts and you want to send your child to that school. The tuition rate's usually higher, but they say if a town becomes a sending town and votes to pay their rate, then they will give a discount. So that's how we get the $17,990. It is something that has to be voted on every year. In Dover, we asked the first year that there was a petition that was submitted, and the petitioners asked for it at town meeting. It was approved, so we said we would put it on the ballot every year. Wardsboro was doing the same rate their last year's before we combined, so we felt that we would just keep, and last year we put this rate in, so we felt that we would put that rate in and leave that rate until the voters tell us differently.
All right, so this is Article 9. Shall the voters of the River Valley's Unified School District set the annual tuition rate to approved independent schools at $17,990 for the 2020-21 school year? Would someone like to move this article?
Dave Sklar, Wardsboro, so moved.
Second?
Jeremy Strauss.
Jeremy Strauss, second. This is open for discussion. Questions? Yes, ma'am.
Susan Moran. So I'm trying to make sure I understand this because I've always been a little unclear on it. The state average for secondary education is $15,000 approximately, you said. To send a child in this area to a high school varies between Burton at almost $18,000. Leyland and Gray is around 18,000 too.
17.9.
Okay. And Wilmington and Brattleboro. So we would pay, or rather in this budget, taxpayers pay for any of the students to go to those schools at the rate they charge. Is that correct?
The public high schools, whatever rate they charge, be it more or less than this number, we have to pay that. That's the law.
Okay. And Burton is a private school.
Correct. So we set a rate, so the voters
Okay.
set a rate for what you want to pay.
Right. And if a parent wants to send a child to a private school that's not one of these schools, then they would have $17,990.
Correct.
Okay. Because I did have a child years ago that went to a private ski academy, and I was very happy for the amount that the town contributed, which was far less than what it cost to go to that school. But I was just happy for that. And I would suggest, since our taxes do keep going up related to school expenses, that we go with the state average. We consider going with the state average rate of $15,000. If a parent wants to send their child to a ski academy or some other school that is outside the area, like Northfield, Mount Hermon, or whatever the school might be. And that would be one way for us to control our tax rate a little bit. And I know you're trying very hard to stay within the, whatever it is, not get into overspending. And this would provide some leeway for the children who are actually still here in elementary school and secondary school in this surrounding area.
Thank you for your thoughtful remark. I'm going to hold you right there on that one and take the next question.
Could I ask what the tuition at BUHS is?
It's 14 and change.
We didn't hear the question, can you speak up?
The tuition rate at Brattleboro Union High School.
It's a little bit less than the statewide average of around 15. I don't remember the exact number.
And then the tuition rate at Twin Valley.
I think it's 17 something.
Are there other questions? Yes, ma'am, state your name.
Tennille Cutler, Wardsboro. So we know that those are like the four most common high schools: Brattleboro, BVA, Leland and Gray, Twin Valley. So just to make sure that myself and everybody is hearing, so even if it went to the state average, but even if it went to the state average, then it would just mean that that we would still pay the full public school tuition, even if it was a public school that was 18 or 19,000, and so all the Leland and Gray, like Leland and Gray's tuition, I think currently is almost the same as BBA, so we're still going to pay that. It would only maybe save on the schools that have a lower tuition, but if it's a lower tuition, we're not giving them 17.9, right? We're just giving them the 15.
We don't actually give the parents money.
No, the schools. I'm just saying, like, that's actually what it would cost.
So just to make it really clear, folks, public high schools, Leland and Gray is a public high school, Twin Valley is a public high school, Brattleboro is a public high school.
Right.
There's a public high school in Essex, I don't know what it's called. Those are all public high schools. You send your child there, we're gonna pay whatever the tuition rate is. The school tells us we pay it. That's the law. We can't, you cannot change that as voters, okay? We have to approve a rate for independent and private schools. Whatever you want to approve that rate at, you can, but if you don't approve any rate, or if you vote this article down, then we go to the statewide average tuition. So the statewide average tuition is around 15 and change. So if you want to send your child to a school that's 13, we're only going to send the school 13 on behalf of your child. If they go to a school like Northfield Mount Herman, which is 60,000 a year, we're not going to send you everybody else's part that wasn't used. You only are going to get whatever that statewide average tuition rate is, or another number that is voted annually by the electorate. So every year you have to decide what rate you want to have that be. And we always have recommended the Burton rate because both towns were at that rate, and in Dover it had been petitioned by a bunch of parents, a lot of parents, or enough parents to get it on the ballot, and there was a lot of discussion about it the first year. The voters overwhelmingly approved it, so we have always used that rate.
Yes, sir. Randy Capitani again. So I have a son who's in one of these independent schools right now. Honestly, he's a senior, he's going to graduate this year, so whatever you do isn't really going to affect me anymore down the road. But I think you have to be really careful with this question. Just, thank you, Mark, for the numbers. Doing a rough count on the numbers, you're looking at 30 or more families in this district that would be affected if you change that number from the 17,790 or whatever it is. Just for example, 23 students at Burton. Well, if you change that number and reduce it, that means somebody's going to have to make up the difference. And Burton will raise their rate because Dover won't be a sending town anymore. So instead of making a $2,000 difference, if I did my math correctly earlier, it would be a $4,000 difference. And now, you might be denying the family and the student a choice for the school they want to send their son or daughter to.
River Valleys, there's no one.
Excuse me for just one moment. Laura, would you introduce yourself, please?
Laura Sibilia, Dover. Sorry.
And tell them what you do for a living right now.
Yeah, I'm your state representative as well. That's finally.
Did I let you go?
Thank you. Are there further questions? Yes, way in the back there.
One more comment is that I think
Your name,
that
please?
Lisa Mandino Dover.
Thank you.
Is that Burton, since we're a sending town, they accept your student automatically, but they do have an admission process. So if we are no longer a sending town and are no longer paying the $17,990, our students may also have to qualify in order to be able to go to Burton. We may have to go through their full admissions process. I don't know what that is, but it's something else to think about if we're not approving the full rate.
Thank you. Further questions? Did I see a
I
hand?
believe as a
Your
parent,
name,
my child,
please?
oh, sorry, Dawn
Thanks, Dawn.
Morigioni. My child does go to Barton, and it's just an application, just like you would apply your child to a public. It is currently, yeah. So it's really,
She's saying that
there's no, yeah.
they would be different.
then
So
you have to-
Burton, this came up.
Excuse me, we have a question over here. Hold on.
You want to answer her
I
question?
just want to confirm, if we approve some rate less than 17,990, do we stop being a sending town? Okay, so by doing that, we automatically become a non-sending town. And then their rate becomes something closer to 18,900 or
19.
19.
Right.
Now, ladies, between the two of you, have you worked it out down there? Or do you have another question? Feel free. Okay, thank you. Anyone else have questions? This has been a lively and a good discussion. Thank you. Yeah. So, Jeremy? Shall the voters of the River Valley Unified School District approve the school board to expend $5,680,000?
Next one. Keep it in toes.
I'm trying to get him all excited.
Just want me to say, remove the question.
Well, I just tried to get him to move. but he won't. All right, shall the voters of the River Valley Unified School District set the annual tuition rate to approved independent schools at $17,990 for the 2020-21 school year?
Jeremy Schroff, I move that.
Andrew Andino Dover in a second.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, are you ready for the question? The silence, I suppose you are. All in favor of Article 9 as written, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 9 passes. On to Article 10. We're still on page 5 of the manual. Shall the voters of the River Valley's Unified School District establish reserve funds as set forth by the school director and fund each account with the money in the current general reserve and special reserve funds from Wardsboro and Dover districts as follows. A, reserve fund $564,143. B, capital improvements. Number 1, buildings, $200,000. Number 2, transportation, $100,000. C, special revenue funds, $29,424,00. Would you like me to ask some of these folks to give you a little background on this before we move this question? Go ahead.
So currently, unaudited, we believe we have around $893,567 in reserves that came from both the Wardsboro district and the Dover district. Wardsboro had just a reserve fund, and Dover had actually had a transportation fund, a building equipment fund, and we had several funds that we had set up when we were at Dover. So by state law, with Act 46, all the money went into one big pot and was just put in a reserve. So what we're asking you folks to do is take that pot of money and to split it up into the reserve funds. And the reason we're asking that is just to have a lot of money in the account kind of draws the eyes of the state, because they kind of say, wow, they got a lot of money. Isn't that our money? Because we're the ones who give them their money to operate the school. So we feel that we're better protecting the money by having it set aside for specific projects. So we came up with the reserve fund of $564,143, and the reason that number's a little odd is we funded the other two first, the B capital improvements for the building at 200,000, and that's for major improvements to the building. That's not to put a coat of paint on the building or to fix a window. That's if a roof goes, a septic system goes, a water system goes. The roof's Dover, for some reason, built a flat roof in 1971 and enjoyed it so much, we built another one in 1990-something. So when those roofs go, they're like a mirror. We've been told that, they work until they don't work anymore, and they don't give you a lot of warning. And the roofs could be, to do both roofs, could be over $100,000. Dover's on a sewer system, but Wardsboro's on a septic, and we all know septic sometimes fail. There are heating issues in Wardsboro that we need to address. There'll be heating issues eventually in Dover. We have two 20-some-odd-year-old furnaces that will hopefully last for a few more years, but we don't know what. So that's why we asked for 200 in the building. The transportation fund is not to fund buses back and forth or operation. That's when we have to purchase a new bus. And we currently own 2 buses, and they cost about $100,000 each. We hope to get about 10 years out of them. So we figure we have at least enough money for one bus if we have to. But over the next year, there's a few parents in here and a few board members that are on the transportation committee. So we're going to look and see if there's a better way for us to combine transportation and utilize services from the West River Group. And then the 564-143 is what's left over that isn't already committed in the special revenue funds. But out of that 564-143, and this is why when Randy asked earlier, we said we'd tell you later, 200 of that was committed this year to offset homestead revenue the year we're currently in. We don't know if we'll have to use it all or some portion of it, and we won't know until the end of the school year. You just committed another 200,000 tonight to offset next year's taxes after July 1st. So there's really only 164,143 left in that fund. But again, we'll have a better feel for that after this year closes out and we have an audit. The 29,424 seems like an odd number, but those are actually 7 different funds that are dedicated funds. We receive the money for specific purposes and they have to be spent on those purposes. So if you want the breakdown of that, I have it. If you don't, I don't have to give it to you. It's up to you folks.
Someone like to move Article 10.
I move Article 10, Jeremy Stroud, Wardsboro.
Sarah Shippey, second.
Thank you. The article has been moved and is now open for discussion. Questions? Seeing none, hearing none, would you like me to call the question? All in favor of Article 10 signify by saying aye, please. Aye. All opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 10 is passed. Thank you again for your interest in the discussion. Article 11. Shall the voters of the River Valley Unified School District authorize moving the operational surplus, if any, from FY20 to the reserve fund? Would you guys like to have a little explanation of that? Kind of brief. Go ahead.
So that's the same thing as we don't know where we're going to end the year, and especially with the school with no secondary school. If 10 students move out of high school that are in the high school age, and talking about the $17,000 or so that we spend, that could be $170,000 that we don't expend. So instead of having that money be in limbo to the following year and giving you an exact number, we're just asking that any money that's left over at the end of the year after they do their audits just be moved into that reserve fund under the previous article we did under letter A. And we've been doing that in Dover for several years, and I think Wardsboro's done the same thing. So again, it's nothing new, and it just moves money in there, and then next year we'll decide how you want to deal with it. If you want to use it to offset taxes, if you want to leave it in there, if you want to move some of it to the other capital improvement funds.
Questions? No questions? Article 11. Shall the voters of the River Valley Unified School District authorize moving the operational surplus, if any, from FY20 to the reserve fund? Having seen and heard no questions, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. We will move on to 12. And I would ask either Andy or Jackie or both to give us a little talk about why 12 is on the warning.
Sure. So, shall we close? Okay. So, Richie, I think you put that one on there?
Yeah, that's
maybe
one
I'll
that
talk
came-
about 13.
That's one that came from the board. And why we did that was, when Anita asked a question earlier, why are we, when do we start doing budgets? Well, we start doing budgets October, November, and December. School starts in September, so we really don't know what's going on. The other thing that happens is, there's a thing that happens every January in Montpelier. A bunch of people up there gather under this golden dome, and they make a bunch of rules and laws, and they determine how much money we're gonna get to run our education system. So right now, we can give you a guess at what we think the tax rate's gonna be, but we have no clue because the yield hasn't been set, the equalized pupils can change. There's all sorts of different things that can change. And usually we don't get health insurance. We don't know that till sometime into the middle of January. Schools, we asked, Randy or somebody asked about how much tuition was at the high schools. When we put the budget together, we don't know that because they haven't set their rates yet, because they haven't built their budgets. And they set their rates by they take their budget and figure out how much it costs per pupil and give us a number. So what we're asking for is to move the meeting to April so that we would actually be preparing the budget sometime in March, beginning of March, end of February. Well, even though the legislature isn't out, there's usually a pretty good feel, or we got an idea where they're heading with it. And Laura's going to talk about some changes she hopes to have made in education funding that could have a huge impact on this year's tax rates. So that's why we're asking. There is some precedence to this. If those of you that are old from Dover, older, won't say old, remember that when Act 60 first came out, we would postpone voting on the education budget until we would present a budget, just kind of review it, tell everybody what we were thinking in structure, and then we would ask that we would postpone indefinitely a vote. We actually waited till the legislature got out before we would present the budget, and that way we could give you real numbers. And the other thing it did was it helped starve out Act 1668, because the state didn't know how much we were sending to the sharp pool at the time, or the sharing pool, if you were politically correct. So there is some precedence to this, and we think it would be a really good idea, and we would ask that you, the voters, allow us to do this. And we went to April because there were some concerns. If you vote by ballot, we don't know, if you vote yes or no, we don't know why you voted yes or no on the budget. And if a lot of people voted no, and the budget got turned down by a ballot vote, we would have to start all over again. We would have another 30-day warning period. If we have to submit a budget to the state by May 30th, if not, they use a percentage of our previous year's budget. But by voting it from the floor, we can have a discussion, and budgets can be amended, and usually more budgets pass when you have a floor vote or a voice discussion, because maybe people voted the budget down because there wasn't enough money in it. There was something special they wanted to see. So we weren't that concerned about about having the possibility of the budget being turned down, because we get to discuss it. So we would ask that you pass this article in the affirmative.
Yes, ma'am.
May I have permission to give the chair a note?
Sure. It's not a nasty note, really.
No.
Well, in 2021, Tuesday, April 13th is Ramadan. I don't know if that precludes you from voting on budgets or not. You know, we talked about different dates too, and you're never going to get a date that works for everybody. I mean, you remember last year in Wardsboro, those of you that fared driving all the way to Wardsboro from Dover, the the roads weren't that great. You know, we've got weather issues. In April 13th, we could have a tornado.
I'm going to read this one more time, then I'll ask somebody to move it. Shall the voters of the River Valley Unified School District move the district annual meeting to the second Tuesday in April? Would someone like to move this article? Yes, ma'am. And second was?
I'll second Marco Tini.
Thank you. Been moved and seconded. The motion is now open for discussion. Questions?
Have we taken a look to see, to make sure that's not April vacation? It looks like Easter's on the 4th, so it shouldn't be, but holding a meeting during vacation's a bad idea.
So, again, we're not gonna pick a date that works for everybody.
It's usually the third week in
Yeah, but
April.
vacation is a big,
It's normally the third week in April.
okay, that's all.
Yeah.
Go ahead and say that so they can
And
hear
for the
you.
next 8 years, it skips Passover also.
Could you say,
sorry
could you
about
tell
Sorry.
me what you just
Normally,
said?
the vacation week is the third week in April. We did discuss that at the meeting.
Okay, that's my only
Could
concern.
you say that loudly so they can hear it at the
Did
back?
anyone hear that? Normally, the break in April is the third week in April. We did discuss that at the meeting, so that was taken into consideration.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, your name,
Along
please?
those lines, it is April vacations for Burn Burton Academy, April Mountain School, Boone Hall, and possibly some of the private schools. They do the second week in April. Also, competitive athletes go out for nationals, the first and second week of April, so parents of competitive athletes that live in Dover also may find a challenge in that second week of Dover. So just informational.
Thank you.
Again, I agree, we're not gonna find the best date for everybody, but that's, as you said, about 26 families right there in 2 schools that would definitely not be able to make it.
Thank you. Other pieces of information or questions on this article? Yes, sir.
Would there be any issues with amending this to the first Tuesday in April?
It's, you know, I believe it's germane. I mean, I would think that's a question for the moderator.
Yeah, you can modify anything. You can do it directly if you'd like, just, you make a motion, we reread the question the way you want it phrased. Somebody, we move the question, we vote on it, and if it's held, the current,
No,
writing-
I'm asking the board, would they have an issue to amend it to the first Tuesday in April? That seems like it would work better.
No, you can move it to the 4th. I would prefer you move it further away than you move it closer, just because it gives us more
Yeah, I see what
time.
you're saying.
But that, again, it's up to you folks.
Any further questions? Yes, ma'am.
Well, does this have anything, thinking of teachers and contracts, that comes in like in May, right? Is this?
Well, April 15th, we have to offer contracts.
Right.
So that was another reason why we went earlier in April, to have to keep from ripping everybody. If we don't offer a contract by April 15th, we have to send a reduction in force notice, and then we would issue a contract after we approve the budget. So,
Are
no,
people
it wouldn't
familiar
be too
with
late.
this term of riffing, and, do you understand what Jeremy was saying? Say it again, Jeremy.
So
That's Richard.
That's Jeremy. Richard's the nice one.
So those of you that aren't familiar, when we're required to offer teacher contracts by April 15th. Again, it's a state law. They have to be returned by May 15th. If we don't have an approved budget, we can't offer a contract. Because if you folks decide that you want to reduce the budget in half and we wind up having to lay people off, it's taking that ability away from us. So we would have to send RIF notices because we aren't offering a contract because there is no budget that's been approved. So that would just create some angst amongst staff because they won't know that they have a job on April 15th. And maybe they could have looked for a job somewhere else. So that is one of the reasons why we picked April 2nd, or the second Tuesday in April.
Are there other questions? This is a good discussion. Yes?
This date is pretty much predicated by the information we get from Representative Sibilia, brought down from the State House, reflecting on if our budget is going to be, or taxes are going to go up or down. That's essentially why this date was chosen.
No, the date was chosen because it moves it a little further out. We're not going to have all the information from the legislature. Usually doesn't vote the budget and final numbers till sometime in May. But we have a better feel because a lot of the committees have met and they've got an idea where they're at. And it also gives us a little bit longer to put our information together, like to find out what the tuition rates are gonna be from the other schools and what health insurance is gonna increase. And it moves us away from the holidays. Sometimes it's very difficult, you know, somebody was talking about stuff that goes on. Well, you know, during this time, we're trying to put the budget together. We have 2 weeks of vacation time, you know, Christmas, New Year's break. There's holidays, there's a lot of stuff going on. So we were thinking this would just move it away and maybe not have as much stuff happen.
Yes, ma'am, state your name again.
Neil Cutler. So I was with you. I thought that if we were gonna have sort of more solid numbers, so if we're just bumping, is there a reason we couldn't bump it back to the last week of March? If we're just saying it's giving a little bit more time, it doesn't impact any of the April breaks and, you know, not the competitions or whatever, like if it's that last week of March, it's almost to the second week of April, but leaves April alone. And we are still sort of putting in what we have, but not everything.
Yeah, and again, it's up to you folks. It's moving it a little closer, but it's giving us more time, so it would be better than February, yes.
Sure.
Any further questions or discussion? Would you like to make a motion?
Mr. Matter?
Yes.
We actually had a pretty extensive discussion about this. One issue that will come up if we put it the last week of March or the first week of April is Passover. Now, it's not going to be every year because calendar doesn't work that way, but it will be an issue. So there are always going to be holidays and vacations and...
Yes, ma'am.
Susan Moran. So will the board, does it envision our meeting at night or during the day?
No, it would be nighttime.
It would be nighttime?
Right. It's just moving it from the second Tuesday in February. Again, we just went to the second Tuesday in April.
Further discussion? Did you want to make a motion to change this?
I just had maybe a silly question because, I mean, I don't have a church in South
Hey,
But-
there are no silly questions. Go ahead.
I guess I'm just, I don't mean to sound unkind to anybody who celebrates Passover, but is that a holiday that would potentially inhibit us coming together to have this vote?
Yes.
It would.
Go ahead, but you had your hand up, sir?
I was gonna say no, because my kids are in school, so I'm here. I don't, that's my opinion. It's not gonna stop me from voting.
Thank you.
That's a personal...
Other comments or
Yeah.
questions? Yes, sir. State your name, please.
Ian Shroff, Dover. Does this question now come up every year, or are we setting this for eternity?
Well, no, it would be set until it got brought up again and voted
Okay.
on again, but it's not something you would see again and again.
But if we ran into a situation where a holiday landed or something else landed, this could be brought up at that point.
It has to be warned. You can't bring it up under other business, so it would have to be a warned article. The board did envision redoing it again once we moved. We were required by the state to set the second Tuesday in February when, under Act 46, we were told we had to do it that day. And so that's why we originally did that day. We were also had to vote the first budget by ballot. That's why we did that, but we were able to change things, and that's why we're asking you to make the change.
Incidentally, just so you know, many other states in the United States have equal problems with this particular issue, with the state not being able to give the data to the various boards, no matter what it is, corrections, school, and then they try and craft a budget. The budget doesn't work. So that's kind of what they were struggling with. Any further comments? Yes, right here, Andy, and I'll do you next after Andy.
Thanks, Dr. Beck. So would it be possible, I'm not sure how Passover works, to say we'll do it the last Tuesday in March or the first Tuesday in April, depending upon when Passover happens?
You could. I mean, you know many years in advance what the schedule is. But what I can tell you is that through 2025, the second week of April is safe. 2021, I have to look at a calendar, but the last week of March is Passover. So that's a conflict for next year.
How about the first week of April?
first week of April would be okay in 2021, not in 2023.
So we could say maybe if somebody wanted to make an amendment, we could go with the first Tuesday in April and then bring it up next year or the year after to move it perhaps to the last Tuesday in March for Passover.
Absolutely.
That might work.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Mark Formel, Dover. I'm just curious if we can make an amendment so those who aren't able to be here, no matter what date we choose, are able to cast their ballot through the town clerk's office or through another office here ahead of time, so that their ballots, their votes can be counted as well.
We can't do that because it's a voice vote. It's voted from the floor, so you have to be here. There is not, that's why you can't do an early ballot, because there is no ballot. It's raising your hand. Or saying aye.
Okay.
So your moderator is going to ask you a question. How would you like me to handle this? Would you like me to get somebody to make a motion to change what we have here, or would you like to go with what you have here and bring your questions next year to the board before they write this document, which is the warning? That's another option. Yes, sir.
Can we change the voting system? So that it's not just the voice ballot? So
No, we did that last year. We went from ballot to voice.
No, I'm sorry, Laura, go ahead.
Begging the chair's pardon. You can change the voting system, but it would have to be on the warning, right? I think you would, and we did that last year. So yes, you can, but there's a process for it.
Remember that if you are interested, just a sideline for a second, if you'll allow me. If you have interest in working on this document, the warning for the school, if you go to your school board, months ahead of time and say, I'm really interested in seeing this change, they will work with you to put that into the warning. As a citizen, you can put anything in the warning. It has to be petitioned, but I mean, if you're interested enough to want to change, obviously you would go get the petition, get it signed, and then get it to them. So that is a mechanism. Yes, you, sir, in the back.
Can I make a motion?
You certainly may.
Can I make a motion to move the River Valleys Unified School District annual meeting to the last Tuesday in March?
All right.
Seconded, Don.
Yes? Done. Thank you.
Yeah, motion. Could I have the names again, please?
Could you tell your name?
Tom Oakley from Dover.
In the second.
Don Pelch from Wardsboro.
So this is an amendment to Article 12. All right? So we work it the same way as anything else. So it's been moved that we take a look at the last Tuesday in March to replace what we have here. All right? Everybody clear about that? All right. So it's been moved and seconded. So it's now open for discussion. Yes, ma'am.
So is that last Tuesday in March next year Passover?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So I would not be in favor of that. I think we should select a date that's not a religious holiday where people need to be at home having their meal with their family.
Thank you for your comment.
Celebrating.
Other comments? Yes?
Does it have to be a Tuesday?
State your name.
I'm sorry, Dave Sklar from Northborough. Does it have to be a Tuesday? Maybe a Wednesday or a Thursday?
I don't see why not.
Jeremy?
I can speak to that because in Wardsboro, we moved ours to a Monday, and we did it each year to see how it went. So you can do things like that, I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
2 acres, Passover one day?
No.
7, 8, sorry.
It's 8 days. It's 8 days. Well,
It's 8.
yeah.
The question was, how long is Passover? It's 8 days.
Like 2 days, no,
So just something else.
That's also 8.
Oh, I didn't know, I'm sorry.
All right, other questions here, please? Folks, other questions or comments?
So I guess my concern was, I thought Passover was the night of important to me.
Good.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
So the first 2 nights of Passover are staters, but the holiday itself is 8 days. Sure, it's 8, not 7.
Yes, sir.
Titlebaum, Woodsboro.
Yeah.
Should the floor have the opportunity to vote on the article as written before amending?
Generally, you try and amend it. If someone on the floor wants to amend the article, it is their right to have it amended. Now you can vote it up or you can vote it down. Yes, back in the, way in the back there.
Listen, I'm gonna make an amendment.
Yeah.
No.
No, we have an amendment already made. I'd like to deal with that. You can amend the amendment, but then you have to come back to this amendment and then get to the original.
No, we have to vote on that.
It's gonna say, shall the voters of the Valley of the District move the annual meeting to the first Tuesday in April for 2021, and then going forward to the last Tuesday of March.
All right, so we have an amendment
But
to
don't,
the amendment. Yeah.
sorry, Sarah should be, don't we have to vote on the original amendment up or down? And then once that's
No.
decided, then we go.
You go back to the, we've gone back 2 steps now.
You can't do more than.
No,
You can do 2.
You can do 2.
2.
No more than
No more than 2.
Right.
So we're on number 2 of the amendment.
But the minutes taker needs the name of the mover.
Lisa Mancini.
Lisa Mendez.
Okay.
He needs your name.
We got it. We got it.
Got it.
Lisa mentioned.
Move to amend the amendment to say what?
Lisa, could you read it out again real
Shall
loud?
the voters of the River Valley Unified School District move the district annual meeting for 2021 to the first Tuesday in April, and going forward to the last Tuesday of March? And then going forward.
Do you understand what she said?
I'm saying starting in 2022, which is the first Tuesday in April.
First Tuesday in April and thereafter to the last Tuesday in March.
Yeah.
All right, we need a second to that.
I'll second intermittent.
So it's been moved and seconded. All right? We're going to open it up for further discussion. Yes, ma'am.
I'm not amending anything.
You know, you can't. You're
I know, I'm
stuck.
not even gonna try. Sarah should be. Given that we're having this much of a struggle, is it reasonable to have this article on every year, saying next year we're gonna have a meeting on this day? So we just have this article as every year, we decide for the following year.
The reason is in the eye of the beholders and the movers. That's you folks. And, you know, I'm supposed to
Is
stay
there,
neutral.
a precedent, or is there a reason legally why we couldn't do it that way?
So there's no reason legally, but we don't live in a vacuum either. So part of our budget is designed by our administrators with help from the central office and the business manager. We're not the only budget that they create. They actually create quite a bit bigger budget for the West River District. They have the Stratton District, they have the Marlboro District, and they have the Wyndham District and the West River District. So there's 5 districts they create budgets for. Part of our choice moving this was so that what we wound up having is several times while we were discussing budgets, we didn't have central office people there who had worked on the budget because they were at other meetings, the West River meeting or a different meeting. So that was one of the other reasons why we picked the second Tuesday in April, because the West River District will meet earlier, so they can work on the West River District budget, be done with that, and then work with us on our budget. So, you know, and the other thing is, I think if you start bouncing meetings around, it's like town meeting. It's always the second Tuesday, first Tuesday in March. And we were looking just for a date that everybody knows, you know, from here on out, it's whatever that date is. But again, as Dr. Backes says, you folks should tell us what we, you know, what's right and where we're gonna go, and what we're gonna do.
Now, you're talking about Second Amendment to Article 12. Are you ready for the question on this?
Yeah.
All in favor? Oh, before we do that, I'll ask our faithful scribe, could you read that second amendment?
Second Amendment, Ms. Oakley moved that Article 12 be amended No, it was Mandino moved to amend the amendment to say, move the meeting to the first Tuesday in April and thereafter to the last Tuesday in March.
All right, all in favor of the second amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. So, if you're asking what happens with the other two, since you approved this one, sign it aye, it's done.
No, that becomes me.
Yeah, because what I'm saying is, it's done, that part's done. Now you gotta move on to the next article closest to the amendment. I mean, to the article. Would you mind reading out that one, sir?
Now, this would be the
First
original motion,
No, First Amendment.
the original amendment. Mr. Oakley moved that Article 12 be amended to move the meeting to the last Tuesday in March.
Is that clear?
But that's been amended.
But
That's been amended.
so that's not a motion.
You have to clear these off and get back to the original motion.
But doesn't this become the original motion?
It will become, but you also need to do something with that hanging chat thing.
So we need to vote no, basically, in order to get the very last amendment.
Yes.
Andy's got a.
So, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the amendment to the amendment passed.
Yes.
And so now we need to vote on the First Amendment as amended.
Correct.
Okay, and so the First Amendment as amended would read that our annual meeting next year will be on the first Tuesday in April and thereafter the last Tuesday in March. So this vote gives us an opportunity to discuss that again. It feels like the same motion, the same question. Thanks.
Are you guys clear? Yes. Since it's already been seconded, how about a vote on the First Amendment to the article?
As amended.
As amended, yes, as Andy just said. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
All right, equal numbers pretty much, Andy.
Okay.
All right, raise your hand if you're for the First Amendment. As amended.
As amended.
As amended.
First one.
So the question before you, okay, is if you are going to amend Article 12 to read as follows, that the annual meeting will be the first Tuesday in April next year, and thereafter, the last Tuesday in March. Okay? Okay. So all in favor, I want you to raise your hands and put them down when I point to you. All in favor?
That was the second amendment.
Yeah, but it's good change in first. Yeah, exactly. And then the version 10 changes the original. Yes, we So,
To your left. To your left.
Andy, you're going to your right.
I'll take one, sure.
37 in favor.
All
Now,
opposed?
all opposed, raise your hands and put it down when I point at you. Three opposed.
Ayes appear to have it. Now we move on to the actual article again. which is Article 12,
Now they're saying vote.
shall the voters of the River Valley's Unified School District move the annual meeting to, Andy?
The first Tuesday in April, and thereafter, the last Tuesday in March.
Are you clear? Are you ready for the vote? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes appear to have it. It passes. Very nicely amended, Madam. You should be proud of yourself. Well done. You guys are wonderful. Thanks, Andy. All right, and moving on to Article 13, which says any other business that may legally be addressed. Open discussion, it's only for informational purposes. You do not make amendments or change anything with this. It's just things you want to ask or know about from the board, from your fellow colleagues out there, from Laura, whoever. All right? So would somebody move that?
So moved, Jeremy.
So moved, Jeremy Schropp. Second. Thanks, sir. All right, it's been moved and seconded. That any other business that may legally be addressed in open discussion or for informational purposes. Yes, ma'am.
Is it, so this is a question for opening and when we present the budget, is it possible to get the budget so that the lines aren't at the bottom so it's a little easier to read?
Yeah.
As well, it'd be nice to have the STEAM and IB broken out so that we can really understand within each line where that money's going.
And we noticed that this year, and it was a real problem because of the way that the budget came over. So we had that discussion several times, and I think at the first meeting Dover and in Wardsboro it was even worse. So we really are gonna try to do that better with the printer and with the way we present that. So thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I know it's getting late, so, yes.
Two comments. To echo that, maybe you could include in the budget the revenue side, so we can see where the.
It is.
The top line, yes. but
Yeah, it's
broken
a top
out.
section.
Not broken out.
Broken
Right.
out?
No. Oh,
Can you break that out, you know, what do we get from the state, what's local contribution, what are block grants, et cetera, et cetera? And I just want to compliment you guys. I read a lot of newspapers, surprisingly. And, you guys, from what I've seen and heard, have really done a great job in the last year of working together for the betterment of the district as a whole. And I think there's a lot of districts around the state, locally and other parts of the state that aren't doing that. So I'll just give you guys a big round.
Before you all leave, Laura, would you mind, do you have anything you'd like to address to the board? It doesn't have to do with New Hampshire?
So, I don't know how much time people want to hear from me. I mean, we have a pretty big issue right now with the waiting study. I'm assuming a lot of folks have read that. I will give you the shortcut version, and if folks want to ask any questions, I'm happy to go into it. We've been saying here since Act 60 that we don't think that this system has actually gone all the way in terms of being fair, that it doesn't treat small and rural districts fairly, evenly, that it's hurting our small and rural districts. For those of you that live in Wardsboro, Dover has invested money over the years in trying to prove this. They've invested funds in bringing in consultants to have them kind of walk through statewide data. They've invested money to hire lobbyists to go and try and preserve the small schools grants because they were so critical. And so we've been pushing for this weighting study. Weights are really how, it's important in terms of how many students you have in your school. And why you would want to weight a student differently is if you have a sense that any student is going to cost more than any other student for their education. So for instance, it does not cost the same to educate a pre-K student as it does a special needs high school student. It costs more to educate a special needs high school student. It doesn't cost the same to educate, if you have if you have 10 kids in this school, I know that says 5, 10 kids over here, 20 kids over here, all things being equal, it should cost more to provide per pupil to provide an education for these kids. And that's not how our laws currently are. It says it should cost the same per pupil to educate these kids, which means rural kids, poor kids, English language learner kids, there have not been enough resources. And all of our taxpayers have been paying for over here, where we're accessing more dollars than these kids. All of our taxpayers have been paying for this. So we've been pushing and pushing. There was a weighting study that was done that has really laid this out. It was well done, looked at the entire country and data on what all of, really many different states, how many different states treat different types of students and funding for different types of students, and it made some recommendations. And the recommendations were to look at adding more weight for students in rural districts, look at adding more weight for poor students and English language learners. And what that means is access to more resources for rural students, poor students, English language learners. And what it should mean, the projections that were done for all of the districts in the state, it should mean that some districts will have access to more resources and some will feel some pressure to reduce their resources. And by and large, those are large, wealthy districts that would feel pressure to kind of push down. So we're hoping this year to get some movement on this. When you have any kind of proposal that comes forward that anybody's taxes are going to be increased, there's a lot of resistance. I certainly would be resistant, if we were looking at 40-cent increases here, which some large wealthy districts in the state of Vermont are looking at that. But there's a justice issue as well. And I think there's also a constitutional issue. Act 60 required us to provide substantially equal education. And this study has basically said we're not doing that. We haven't been doing it for 20 years. Richard, is there anything else that's really important that I should say?
Writing to our senator.
So we've been, right now, we're trying to get motion in the Senate on this. We've been told by House committees that if this is to move, it will move out of the Senate first. Just very quickly, bills have to go, they have to pass the House and the Senate, and the governor has to agree to them in order for them to move forward. So right now, the Senate Education, they are looking at this and whether or not they're willing to move something forward. Then it would come to the House. The House is a little more hesitant, and we're not sure where the governor is. But the Secretary of Education has said, it's clear that there's an inequity and there's no justification for waiving. So if folks want to be helpful, I would encourage you to read the study and reach out to our senators. So in Dover and Wardsboro, that's Senator Ballot and Senator White. The Windham County delegation is well briefed on the whole issue. Most of Windham County has been penalized under the system, including Brattleboro. But there are only 2 senators. So it's really helpful for your senators and your representatives to hear from you personal stories about how you've been impacted by this, or how your district, or how they could be helpful.
Thank you very much.
Good.
Yeah, and just real quick, Wyndham Central, the supervisory union, met last night. We had the same discussion, and we're sending a letter to the state, to all the senators that did House Ed, Senate Ed, and the Finance Committee, asking for us to be able to go up and testify. And if any of you would go up and testify, it would be really huge, or write letters. It's very interesting if you've never testified up there. But if you have points you'd like to make, it'd be really good, because the more letters really do make a difference up in Montpelier, because they don't think we're watching what they're doing, and sometimes they like to see that. So we're doing it as both the school board and as a supervisory union, and ask that you all do it also. It really helps.
Yes, ma'am.
Will those letters be posted anywhere for us to read?
Yeah, the supervisory union letter is gonna be on the website, and we're gonna release it to the press also when we get done with it.
Thank you.
All right, I'm just going to tell you about Article 14. As you notice, will be voted by Australian ballot at the town meeting in Dover and from the floor at town meeting in Wardsboro. All right? It is not going to happen here tonight. That Article 14 is there to remind you that you will be selecting your school directors for Dover and Wardsboro at that time. Which takes us to Article 15. But before we finish with Article 15, I've spent a fair portion of my life living in countries less advantaged than our own, and I've seen some horrible things. And it's mostly due to people not having the liberty, the freedom, and the opportunity to do what you did tonight. You are in a democratic republic that is actually functioning as it should. And I am tremendously proud of every single person here for their questions, for their answers, and for their patience to sit here until 20 minutes of 9. Article 15, would somebody please move this? It is, shall the voters adjourn and reconvene at Dover and Wardsboro for election of officers on town meeting day? So moved, second. Do we need any discussion? We do not. All in favor signify by saying aye, and yay for you. Aye. There for you.
Thank you. So committee, we are going to look at H207, the Montpelier charter change. And for some odd reason, I seem to have lost my folder. But I can mainly remember what we talked about. So where are we here in terms of what we're thinking right now? And maybe, Tucker, would you join us for a moment here? And, sure. And this might also want to involve Chris, Will, possibly this question. So we, one of the questions that came up by some of our colleagues was, well, two questions. One was, whenever a local vote is made, it impacts the rest of the state because of budgetary. For example, if you're creating a TIF, it's going to affect the rest of the state. So some response to that, and primarily for you, I guess, is the issue of if we let non-citizens vote, why would we also not let non-residents vote? And in our area, we have a couple towns who have like 60% of the population is non-resident. They're second homeowners who spend a lot of time in Vermont and are affected by the tax rate and by the decisions of the voters of the town, but they're not allowed to vote. So would you like to, what would be the issues around non-resident voting? And then we'll ask Will also that. Are there, from your perspective?
Sure. Good afternoon, Tucker Anderson, Office of Legislative Counsel. Both of those sound like policy issues that would need to be debated and considered by you as legislators. I don't necessarily see any legal advice being particularly helpful for that discussion.
Okay.
The last time we were here, I helped frame the first issue that you brought up about local elections impacting the finances and duties of the state potentially with respect to TIF districts.
That's right, yeah.
So to briefly outline that again, that is going to be the case for every municipality, whether or not that municipality allows non-citizens to vote. Local elections at some point may have an impact on statewide policies and issues. That's just a matter of fact. It is a policy consideration for all of you as to whether you want to allow this particular municipality to have non-citizens voting in some of those local ballot issues that have echoing ramifications that are greater than the municipality. There's no particular legal constitutional issue there for me to discuss.
I'm not as concerned about the non-residents because they're not residents. This is trying to focus on residents who live here full-time who would like to have a voice in the community they live in. So I'm not as concerned about the non-residents. But and Tacoma Park, which is our one municipality we can look at with experience.
Actually, I want to interrupt just for a second because I was reading this testimony from Roberta Garland, a local citizen, who says that, you mentioned Tacoma Park, she said that San Francisco and Chicago allow non-citizens to vote in school council elections. 11 municipalities in Maryland allow non-citizens voting in local affairs. Tacoma Park has allowed this since 1992.
Right.
And Chevy Chase started allowing this in 2018. I'm just saying, I didn't realize that 11 towns in Maryland are doing it.
Oh, it's not just
Tacoma. But I thought,
No, that's good. So then, because my question is, how have they dealt with any local issue that might have state finance impact? To me, that's a red herring. I sort of view it as a red herring, but I'm just curious, have there been any issues that have arisen in those 11 towns in Maryland that have adopted this in terms of placing undue burden on the state finances?
I have not researched that issue. I didn't hear any testimony about that particular issue when Tacoma Park testified. That is a question that's best answered by them.
Okay.
So if you remember last time we talked about this, I said that Montpelier had a population of 16,700 and there were so many registered voters and stuff. And on the top of my notes for that, it said Taco, and I couldn't figure, it was Tacoma Park. I finally figured out those numbers related to Tacoma Park, even
Right.
though I only had written down Taco.
Right. And I thought you were thinking about Paco, who had been involved with that district.
Okay.
So we now have, it looks like 13 municipalities, if you include Chicago and San Francisco. And Chevy Chase also.
That was the only question I had.
So
about
14 as far as we can identify, and Roberta is right here, so we can ask her when she testifies.
Any other questions?
Well, yeah, Tucker, I mean, we've gone over this before, but I just would like you to do it again if you can. Going back to the constitutional history that maybe it was Betsy who shared it with us about how towns are creatures of the state and they have the ability to do certain things. You don't know if I'm getting at. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Sure, and yes, that was Betsy Ann Rask who made the very thorough and articulate presentation.
Yeah, it's asked for you to do a little summary.
Sure. The briefest possible summary is that unless the Constitution prohibits you, the legislature, from granting this power to the municipalities, then you may give it to them. And there is no particular restriction on qualifications for local elections. Therefore, you have the ability to delegate this to the city of Montpelier through this special law. That is the briefest, squarest summary that I can give you without going through the 18-page document.
No, that was good. I just needed to be reminded.
Any more questions for Tucker? Okay. Thank you. Will, would you like to just join us and talk a little bit about the issue of non-citizen versus non-resident? And I know it, like Tucker said, it's a policy decision, but it is a question that we have been asked.
Sure. Will Senning, Director of Elections, for the record. And Madam Chair, I wasn't prepared for any direct testimony.
You know, this is a pretty informal discussion, so.
Do you have a specific question in that regard?
Well, just when you establish residency, how do you establish residency as opposed to not being a resident?
In Vermont?
Yeah.
For purposes of the election law.
Yeah.
Both those things are important because there's multiple residency definitions,
Right.
as you know.
But this is for elections.
Yeah. For voter registration purposes, I often say it's a fairly subjective analysis, and which hinges primarily on whether you consider the place to be your principal dwelling place. And you have an intent to return there if temporarily absent, coupled with an act or acts consistent with that intent. That's basically the definition. It starts with the basic premise that you consider it your principal dwelling place.
But that's not the tax definition.
No, it's not. Nor the school tuition assessment.
So that's the principle that for you, consider it your dwelling place.
Primary dwelling place.
And how do you define primary dwelling place?
Good question. Honestly. The place you spend the primary amount of your time, most significant amount of your time.
Is that 51%?
No, not necessarily.
So if you said, this is my primary dwelling, this was a huge issue in Grafton and Wyndham, as you remember. Over wind.
Yeah.
And people who wanted to vote but had their primary residence in someplace else, how would they have established their primary residence so that they would have been allowed to vote? Would they have to change where they paid their income tax? I mean, how do you, if it's different for tax purposes and different for Medicaid or whatever, how do you establish that and how do you enforce that?
In the courts, there's not a whole lot of case law on it. I've looked into it. Some kind of act, as I was saying, the statute ends with an act or acts consistent with that intent. The kind of stuff courts would look for, maintenance of a bank account, PO box, some set of indicia that show you still have some connection to the community. However, I would say that's usually looked at in the context of somebody who has left and maintains that they're coming back. So was there as their principal dwelling place, then left for some unanticipated reason. Mom is sick and you need to go stay with her for 6 months. You get challenged by the Board of Civil Authority in your town. You say, nope, I intend to return there as soon as my mom passes away, which might be an indefinite period of time. Then the court would say, well, what can you show me that tells me your plans to come back? You still have the house, you haven't sold it. You know, if you've sold a house that you once had before, that shows pretty well that you don't intend to come back. But the second home ownership is a difficult one. Although in most cases, I think it's pretty clear whether or not it's the person's primary dwelling place. And then sort of the baseline that everyone operates from also is the one thing you don't want to do is be registered in 2 places. So at least if you're going to be claiming Vermont's your principal dwelling place, you're not also registered in Connecticut or Florida.
So,
it's highly subjective is where I start.
but it is illegal to be registered in 2 places to vote, correct?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
I was just discussing that with my election director colleagues across the country yesterday morning.
But you're not able, or you're not supposed to vote in 2 places.
2 different things is what you just said. So clearly you're not supposed to vote in 2 places.
Right, so it's illegal to vote in 2 places.
To be registered.
And you are encouraged to be registered in only 1.
Yeah, there's sort of tangential statutes that get to it. For instance, where statutes that'll say if you move and register somewhere else, either that clerk or you are meant to call and remove yourself from the rolls, but there's typically, there are not definitive statements that say it's against the law to be registered in 2 places. And I think that's probably historically over time because it's so easy to make that error unknowingly.
Well,
end up registered in 2 places.
It takes a while, yeah.
So if somebody, oh, go ahead.
The last point I would make in reference to this bill is that I don't necessarily see the relationship of this discussion with the bill before you.
Right.
Which is to say that citizenship, unlike residency, is not subjective at all and is very easy to prove or disprove. And so I don't think that this bill raises the same kind of questions that one would raise if it proposed to have non-residents.
It does, it raises the question with our colleagues. That's where the question comes from. So if you were, since you're not supposed to vote in 2 places, if you had dual citizenship, no, you can't have dual citizenship in the United States, can you? Yes.
Oh, sure you
With
can.
someplace else. So could you vote in that someplace else and vote in Montpelier?
The other country, I suppose you could.
Depends on their laws.
Depends on their laws.
Yeah, you can't vote in England if you vote here.
Okay.
I have enough to know our laws.
Is that the last
You
time
don't
I
know
voted?
the election laws of the world?
I'm working on it.
But you can
You'll be
vote.
a test next week.
Okay.
But as we heard from Roberta, when she lived in Norway, she could vote in those local elections, not in the federal elections, but she could vote in the local elections, and she could vote here.
And send a presidential ballot back here.
Okay. Any ballot. And can't you vote, I mean, when we had a child at school abroad, they voted in every election. Absentee ballots are good for every election.
From our perspective, I don't know about Norway.
Yeah.
But yes.
No, but from our,
Yeah.
Okay. I did have one more question, but my senior moment just,
it'll pop.
it will pop up at some point.
Can I ask you, not exactly on the point, but my impression is that amongst people who direct elections in the United States, there's sort of a mutual aid attitude, like you work with your colleagues around the country to sort things out.
Yes.
Are you working in any way to sort out what's going on in
Iowa.
He's just grateful he's not the head of elections in Iowa right now.
No, and yet that, you guys give me the opportunity, just since there's an audience here, to make the important distinction.
Paper ballots.
Well, that, but more importantly, to your question, is that election primary caucus last night was not administered by the state.
Right.
In
Oh,
any
yeah,
way, shape,
administered
or
by the
form.
caucus, right.
By the
Democratic
parties.
Party function. And so my election director colleague in Iowa had nothing to do with that process last night.
There have been suggestions that we should do away with the state-run primary in Vermont and have it administered by the parties, and we could save a bundle.
Yeah, and look at, I guess we
It's
aren't,
going to lead to a lot of discussion about it.
we're not going down that road
I don't think
anytime soon.
we necessarily, but there have been discussions, as you well know.
But it's interesting, well, I think some of the reason that some of these states like Iowa still have their caucuses is because the legislature won't fund a primary. The fact that you guys pay $400,000 to
Yeah.
pay for all our primary ballots is a big investment.
But this is like our public records discussion. What is the business? These are core functions of a democracy.
No, but
Determining a party's candidate.
party's candidate?
In determining candidates, period. We happen to have a party system.
I don't want to get into this, but the primaries aren't to determine the party's candidate.
They are to determine who our candidates are.
Our party candidates are.
I think it's a function of state government, and I'm glad we fund it.
It hasn't been for very long.
Benefits of funding it and having it done professionally by people who know how to do it.
And it hasn't been the state party, it hasn't been a state function for very long in Vermont.
I'm thrilled it's currently a state function. And we're more thrilled after last night's mess in Iowa.
When did it start to be a state function?
I think in
didn't realize it was-
73.
76.
76, because the 72 election, we still did caucuses.
Amazing, I thought it always was.
No.
April McCollum for the Free Press is working on a story about the history of it.
I remember going to the caucuses in 72, for the 72 election, because we had just moved here.
And I heard today that in 76, the first time they had the primary, the caucuses also were going on.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Yep, all right.
So you
Thank you.
caucused for Nixon? Is that what
I did.
72?
I did, I caucus, thank you.
Since 1976?
Wow. So does anybody else have anything they'd like to weigh in on here with some new material or some new thoughts, or hasn't had a chance so far?
Thank you, Roberta, for your sending your testimony.
Let's see first if there's anybody else who hasn't weighed in so far that, no? Okay.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. So my wife, Micah Garland, would have liked to have been here, but she's in Norway with her 90-year-old mother at this point. So she has been living in Montpelier for 26 and a half years, and we bought a house here, we raised a child, we were really kind of involved in the community. So what I did was I came up with some questions that I thought might be questions that get addressed, and questions that I and others who circulated petitions in Montpelier faced. Would it make sense for me to read through these or not? What does everybody think?
If you can just summarize, I mean, we kind of already read number 7 about the.
Well, maybe I can read, well, the first one, this is a question that we got a lot. Voting is a privilege that should be reserved for citizens. You know, people felt there were quite a few people in the street who felt strongly about that, and we had discussions with these folks. And
Did they all vote?
Did they all vote in the?
I mean, they talk about it as a privilege, but our numbers of people actually voting are so low.
No, I didn't ask them that.
Yeah.
Voting?
Yeah, it's a privilege.
Good point.
Exercise.
So I will say that in about 5 minutes, we're gonna do something else. So.
Okay. Sorry. All right. So I'll just read that. Some people believe that citizenship and voting are tied together, and for federal elections they are. However, federal law does not prohibit non-citizens from voting in state or local elections if states and or municipalities allow voting. Also, the Vermont Constitution and Vermont case law does not prohibit non-citizens from voting in local elections. This bill solely addresses voting in Montpelier affairs. The right to vote in federal and state elections will still be limited to U.S. citizens.
So just to point out here that in Burlington, they just withdrew theirs.
Yes.
And the two people that voted against it, one of them was a new American citizen.
Right. And some new Americans felt like, well, we worked very hard, and this is the right that we gained. The majority of people who I spoke to in Montpelier who are from other countries, citizens of other countries, they were really for this bill. They didn't say that.
I just found that interesting.
Yeah. So another question is, let me say, would this put non-citizens at risk of committing a crime? Number 9. And there's nothing in federal law which prohibits non-citizens from voting in local elections. As part of the naturalization process, applicants are asked if they have voted in federal, state, or local elections, and are asked to provide supplementary materials if they have done so. In this case, the supplementary material would be information from the city of Montpelier. And the city clerk of Tacoma Park, she addressed this too. She said she gives them information that they can attach to their application. Another question that we came up with, why can't people wait until they become citizens? That's number 2.
Yes.
The answer to this is as complicated as the number of people who would be impacted by the passing of this bill. And I gave some examples. Some people come from countries where dual citizenship is not allowed. They might have family and or a strong connection to their original country of citizenship and do not want to give up their original citizenship. Some people would like to become a U.S. citizen, are in the lengthy process of establishing enough time to do so. One has to be a permanent resident for 5 years, or if married to a U.S. citizen, 3 years. I don't know if you have the newest version. I wrote that it can take up to 10 years or more to even become a permanent resident. So it can take a really long time to even get to that step where you can consider citizenship. And it costs $725, and the Trump administration has proposed an increase to $1,170, and this does not include any potential lawyer's fees. So those can definitely be
Which are serious.
I think everybody got the statement from Gilberto Diaz.
Yes, thank you for this.
Okay.
That was good.
Okay. He was not able to be here because he's working.
You know, one of the most powerful things about this conversation for me is the fact that it passed in Montpelier by 3,300 votes, 900 against. It's like 4 to 1. And that's a pretty strong vote.
Yeah, it was a strong vote. Yeah, it was very interesting to go around and talk to people about it in the petition process and get so much support.
Because I think one of the things that, in terms of the time I've spent on this committee, you know, we do a lot of charter changes, as you know, as you can imagine, and I always feel like whether I totally agree with what local folks are trying to do or not, if local citizens pass a charter change, I start from this premise of who am I to tell them they can't do something that they democratically elected to do.
Right.
I found it very interesting that the only time in the governor's budget address there was a standing ovation was when he talked about welcoming more immigrants into the state of Vermont. And so if we're going to welcome more immigrants into the state of Vermont, this might be a good way of showing a welcome instead of just saying welcome. And also we're dealing in the OPR bill, we're dealing with credentialing and license transfers and things like that for people who are coming. So if we're going to welcome more immigrants, we need to actually put our money where our mouth is, or sort of whatever that means. But anyway.
Right, to show value of welcoming and inclusivity.
Right. Instead of just having a welcome banner. Well, I think that, I've talked to a number of people. I don't think we're ready to vote on this today. I was hoping we were, but I think they're, so I'm going to try and put it on possibly for, and I do apologize to the people of Montpelier because I know you wanted this to go through so that you could set it up for town meeting this year. I just don't see that that's gonna happen because it has to get through here and then the governor has to sign it, and he has, so if we voted on it there's a possibility that we could vote on it on Thursday, because it seems we have some local government. No, that's not this Thursday, that's the 13th. But we do have, Wednesday, that's tomorrow, We were supposed to hear the Vermont National Guard sexual assault report with the House members. It turns out that the House members are going to have a really, really long session because they have a lot of contentious things to vote on tomorrow, plus a governor's override. So we have some time before 2:30, so I suggest that maybe we be prepared to vote on it then. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Oh, no, not tomorrow. I thank you. Okay. Thursday, we'll see if we can move something and vote it on Thursday. Thank you, Anthony.
My pleasure.
Keeping us on track.
It's always,
Thank you, Roberta.
thank you. It's always a good thing in this committee to have good vice chairs. Both Anthony and Brian have acted as great vice chairs, keeping me on track. Okay, thank you.
Goodbye.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, I want to just do this right at the top of the show today and get it out of the way. I don't want it to turn into a big controversy, and I just want to be ideologically and morally consistent here. Bernie Sanders previously said he would release all of his medical records, his full medical records, and now he's saying that he's not going to, and I believe that he should do it. I believe it shouldn't be any huge thing that divides the left or is a reason not to vote for Bernie or anything like that. At this point, this is a Biden-Buttigieg Bernie race, I believe. There is one progressive there. It's Bernie. That's who I'm voting for in the primary, and that's it. But Bernie Sanders has criticized Donald Trump for saying he'd release his taxes and never doing it. Bernie promised to release his full medical records before the first votes were cast. The first votes were cast last Monday in Iowa. More votes are coming tonight in New Hampshire. There are a ton of people making this about things that it's not, a way to attack Bernie or about double standards or whatever. I don't care about any of that stuff. I'm voting for Bernie in the primary, but he promised he would release his full medical records. No one made him promise that. He chose to do that, to make that promise. He said in November that releasing his health records, quote, it's the right thing to do. The American people have a right to know whether the person they're going to be voting for president is healthy. He said it a number of times during interviews. Here is one.
Of course, the people do have a right to know about the health of a senator and somebody's running for president of the United States. Full disclosure. And we will make, at the appropriate time, all of our medical records public for you or for anybody else who wants to see them. Yeah.
He was asked on Meet the Press this weekend if he would do it, and now he says he would not, that he's released enough and that he's healthy.
The first votes have already been cast. You did not release your medical records. You released a few letters. Nobody interviewed your doctors. You did have a heart attack, apparently. Shouldn't voters see your medical records before Super Tuesday?
We have released as much documentation, I think, as any other candidate.
But no other candidates had a heart attack.
Well, look, no other candidate is doing 4 or 5 events a day running all over this country.
No, you've proven, I mean, there's no doubt, you've proven your mettle here, but voters, you heard voters have been concerned about your age.
You can start releasing medical records and never ends. We have released a substantive part of all of our medical records. We have doctors who have, cardiologists who are confirming that I am in good health. I am in good health.
What changes did the doctors ask you to make that you've made?
I'm trying to walk a little bit more, but the schedule doesn't allow me. They didn't say they did.
So I'm not making this anything more than what it is. When I tweeted I tweeted yesterday asking, since Bernie promised it, do you think he should do it? And I got some messages from people saying this is a really cheap way of smearing Bernie because you don't like him or whatever. I'm voting for him in the primary, okay? I see people saying on Twitter to me, Trump never released his taxes, so why does Bernie have to release his medical records? Well, he doesn't have to. But saying that the standard is now what Donald Trump does is silly when we're arguing that we're better than Donald Trump. Bernie said he would do it, and he should, plain and simple. Now, there's another angle. The other angle is, well, other candidates released letters from their doctors, and Bernie released letters from his doctors, and that's it. Again, Bernie said he'd release his full medical records, and he hasn't done it. Do we care? Do you care? Are we going to be consistent? That's really what the issue is here. Elizabeth Warren released a number of different things. She released documents that included a doctor's note, but it included hematology reports, chemistry reports, a whole bunch of stuff. Vice President released a doctor's report in December, and it is less than what Elizabeth Warren released. Bernie said he'd release everything, and he's now saying he's not going to do it. Now, I don't want to be morbid. I don't want to do anything other than what seems logical here. But it's widely known that when white men in their 70s, I mean, it applies to all races, but not, I'm just mentioning because we're talking about Bernie. When white men in their 70s have a heart attack, that has an effect on life expectancy. There are a lot of studies about life expectancy after heart attacks. And I hope that people are realizing this isn't Hillary Parkinson stuff. There are just real medical facts that I wish weren't true. But when I believe then 77-year-old has a heart attack, the academic research points to it's important that full medical records be made available, period. So let's not excuse this because it's Bernie and it's not Trump's taxes or Trump's bogus medical letter. Trump should release his taxes. Trump should actually subject himself to real rigorous medical examination that he clearly needs. And Bernie should release what he said he would release, period. If you disagree with me, let me know. For me, this is very cut and dry, and it doesn't really require any more conversation than the 4 minutes I've devoted to it today. On the eve of the New Hampshire primary, which is tonight, Donald Trump did a rally in New Hampshire, and it was really something to behold. Now, we're going to go through some of the key moments. And for me at this point, the wacky part is less about what Trump says, although obviously Trump is wacky and saying absolutely ridiculous things. It's more about the supporters at this point who just nod and clap along with whatever Donald Trump says. This rally was the epitome of what I would call Trump culture, where facts don't matter, riling up a crowd with red meat that is completely dishonest, if not factually false, is all that matters. Now, to start with, as many of you know, Donald Trump has a very weird history about talking about how he finds his daughter Ivanka very attractive. He's even said things before like, you know, if she weren't my daughter type of stuff. And we've covered that widely before. And once again, Donald Trump talking about the beauty of his daughter. And he seems to recognize here, because he says, I'm not supposed to say that. He seems to recognize that this is something that is a little weird to be saying. Again, yesterday talking about Ivanka, and now clearly referencing the fact that he said weird things about her in the past. Take a look.
Also a woman that not too many people know. Very powerful, very smart, very beautiful, even though I'm not allowed to say that because she's my daughter, Ivanka.
Trump then went, as weird as that was, into his normal attacks on the media, claiming that they never show the crowd at his rallies, they only show his face. What's hilarious is, as he started to say that, they were showing the crowd, and they continued to show the crowd during this portion of the speech.
News, these guys will never report that. They'll never report it. They don't even like showing the crowd. They always show my face. They never show the crowd. But you know what? The people can hear the crowd. The people can hear the crowd. They know.
The crowd, of course, visible at the start and at the end of that 25-second clip during which Trump says, they never show the crowd at my rallies. And the crowd, of course, just loves it. And of course, that's more of the firing up of his base against the media, which unfortunately has led to so much hostility against the concept of a free press. More than any president in recent history, Donald Trump has really catalyzed and coalesced a hatred, if not disdain, for media in the United States under the guise often of fake news, and we know the memes that he's used. Trump then goes on to talk about how undocumented immigrants have no addresses, which is, of course, a strange thing to say, but more importantly, he seems confused between undocumented immigrants and homeless people. We have video, remember, of Donald Trump being confused between health insurance and life insurance. That's a funny and depressing one. We have videos of Trump being confused about many different things. In this video, Trump seems confused about the difference between an undocumented immigrant and a person who is homeless. And then, of course, he throws in the normal dehumanizing language that he uses about immigrants.
Record numbers, and we've ended catch and release. You know what catch and release is? You catch an illegal alien by law. You then take his name and address. They don't have addresses. What's your address? What? They don't have addresses. They come into the country. They don't have addresses. So you take his name.
Trump then raises the lie that he simply won't stop telling, which is that in 2016, buses full of Massachusetts voters were sent up to New Hampshire to vote illegally. And that's the only reason why Hillary Clinton ultimately defeated Trump by 0.3% there. It's not because she really won. It's because Massachusetts voters voted illegally in New Hampshire. Now, of course, there's no evidence whatsoever for that claim. But if you're watching, watch his audience start to nod with Donald Trump about the hundreds of buses of Massachusetts voters sent up to vote illegally. And if you're listening, you'll, of course, hear the booing and the audio of his supporters immediately just falling for this hook, line, and sinker.
Because, you know, you have some pretty strange election laws here, right? Remember last time we won the primary tremendously? We should have won the election, but they had buses being shipped up from Massachusetts, hundreds and hundreds of buses. And it was very, very close, even though they did. But this year, you know, we have a great governor.
Look at how little the truth is worth that Donald Trump casually lies about hundreds of buses. Understand what hundreds of buses, right? aside from there being no evidence of this, a lot of these polling places in New Hampshire are tiny. They would be completely overwhelmed and paralyzed by even 10 buses showing up. Never mind hundreds of buses being sent up to New Hampshire, but the crowd doesn't care. They clap and they boo and they nod along to the lies that Donald Trump tells. And then again, riling up the crowd towards possible violence, Donald Trump pulls this entire thing about we're going to protect your guns. They are going to take all of your guns and all of your money and all of your stuff. Take a look.
We're going to protect your Second Amendments. By the way, they're going to take away everything. They're going to take away your wealth. They're going to take away your guns. They're going to take away everything.
The cult of Trumpism, it's very dangerous. We wonder, how do people believe this stuff? A guy himself potentially not mentally well so easily is able to get a stadium full of people to believe what he says, or even if they doubt it, to rationalize him saying it. And this is how cults work, truly. I mean, more and more, when you look, there are more and more cult experts that are looking at the cult of Trumpism. And it is reminiscent in so many ways of the cult leader who says April 21st will be the rapture. We will either be struck down here on earth or ascend to a life in eternity in heaven or whatever. And then April 21st comes and goes. And they rationalize it away. With Trump, it's either, well, the Democrats ruined it, or the fake news media ruined it, or Trump was using it as a metaphor. He didn't literally mean, or whatever the case may be. It is scary stuff. And this is why I am afraid of violence. I'm sort of afraid of violence no matter what happens in November of 2020. But of course, if Donald Trump ultimately loses and claims that it was rigged, I am very worried about the real world violence that these folks are potentially going to do. Let me know your thought on that. I'm on Twitter @DPacman. We'll take a quick break and be back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Nancy Kolb and Lori Grentz. I appreciate you both so much, Nancy and Lori. I also want to say thanks to today's longtime sustaining member of the day. It's Scott Rizzo. Scott's been a member for almost 5 years. Thank you so much. Membership is the number one way to support this program. Membership is the most direct way to support this program. We keep all but a 2.9% payment processing fee. All of the other platforms that many of you are familiar with, through which you can donate to your favorite, or even not favorite, independent news shows, keep more than 2.9%. When you grab a membership at joinpakman.com, we keep all but that 2.9% payment processing fee. You can also get a 40% discount off of your membership with the coupon code THISIS2020. Someday, we will hopefully find out the truth about what afflicts Donald Trump and what is responsible for his increasingly erratic behavior and the speech trouble and the memory trouble. But for now, all we have are experts who are sounding the alarm based on his publicly available behavior. And we've been talking about this for years, And slowly but surely, the discussion is moving more and more to mainstream places. We now have a series of mental health professionals, starting with a psychologist from New York City, Ben Michaelis, who did an analysis of Donald Trump's vocabulary over time. And what he found is that Trump's vocabulary has become more and more simple over time, with deteriorating sentence structure. And numerous experts believe that this is indeed, surprise, a sign of cognitive decline by the president of the United States. Now, some are arguing, well, you know, he's getting to be in his mid-70s. There might be some speech decline that would be observable in anybody that age. And that sometimes does happen. But again, mental health professionals saying that what Trump is experiencing, what he is exhibiting, exceeds just age-related cognitive decline. When you look at 80-plus-year-old attorney Alan Dershowitz, I don't agree with a word the guy says lately, but you see a drastic difference in cognitive function when compared to Donald Trump relative to both of their baselines when you go and look at 5 and 10-year-old videos of them. A lot of people seem to forget that Donald Trump used to be very articulate. The psychologist Ben Michaelis says that some deterioration in a 73-year-old would not be hugely surprising, although not a requirement by any means, but that what we are seeing exceeds that. John Montgomery is also a psychologist and says that Trump must be tested so that we can know what's going on, and says, quote, I think it's pretty safe to say that Trump has had significant cognitive decline over the years. Neuropsychologist Sterling Johnson says it could be stress-related cognitive decline. It could be related to neurodegenerative, that's difficult to say, neurodegenerative disease, or now I'm thinking I have cognitive decline, or normal cognitive decline that comes with aging. We've talked about the slurring of words. We've talked about the dilated pupils, even in bright rooms with professional stage lighting. We've talked about all of these instances, and this could be anything from a dementia-type decline to drug use, to the side effects of pharmaceutical medications, to anything in between. There's also notably the difference between the two Trumps. We've talked before about upper Trump, the guy tweeting hundreds of times a day and retweeting, speaking quickly at events with the rapid sniffing. And then there's downer Trump, tired, slurring, low energy Trump, very slowly reading the teleprompter. There's the misstating people's names and words, everything from Tim Apple to Marilyn Lockheed to wanting the oranges of an investigation.
Sacrifice every day for the furniture and future of their children. I hope they now go and take a look at the oranges of the investigation. We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple. Marilyn Lockheed. Mike Bolton, as you know, is in Russia. Mike Pounds, Justice Anthony. You know who I'm talking about. In June of 1775, the Continental Congress created a unified army. Our army manned the airport. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports.
There's those shoulder spasms that coincide with the mixed up or mistaken words that we've observed.
And shelter, criminal. Look, wait. And let me begin by wishing you a beautiful, look, you remember this? Democrats decided to shield and shelter criminal. Look, wait. You have criminals.
All right, we're watching the president here in Wildwood, New Jersey. I just want to get a quick comment before we toss it over to Tucker and Molly Hemming.
There's the times that his tongue seems to sort of get in the way of his teeth, like in this example.
Your campaign of terror, murder, mayhem will not be tolerated any longer. It will.
One more example of that to show you.
Based on the core principles of fairness and reciprocity. What? No, it's okay. Oh. They can name it whatever they can name it, peaches. And God bless the United States.
These are episodes of some kind. We just don't know exactly what. And, you know, we need to be consistent. We said Bernie Sanders said he'd release his full medical records. I said earlier today he should do it because he promised to do it. And we should know. Donald Trump said he would release his taxes and he hasn't done it. He should do it because he said he would. And Donald Trump should actually be examined properly and fully for what's going on here. There's just too many experts here, everything from neurologists to mental health professionals and everything in between, saying something is going on. These are clear, consistent symptoms. The cause we don't know, and it needs to be investigated. Okay, let's talk now about the size of Donald Trump's much touted jobs numbers. They're actually not that good. So we're going to dig into the numbers today. Now, remember, we've been doing these economic analyses lately. Remember, Donald Trump claimed that his stock market numbers are the best. And last week we looked, and it turns out that over their first 3 years, Barack Obama's numbers for the stock market growth were significantly better than Donald Trump's stock market growth during his first 3 years. We looked at debt and deficit. Remember that Barack Obama saw slower deficit growth, and even in some years there was year over year deficit reduction straight up, while Donald Trump has overseen some of the biggest deficit increases in a long time. And then we get to Donald Trump's claims about jobs. It turns out that during Donald Trump's first 3 years, job growth slowed down to where Barack Obama left off at the end of his presidency. Now, all the normal caveats here, there is no one number that tells you everything you need to know about how the economy is doing. That applies to all of this stuff: stock market, unemployment rate, job creation, whatever. But when you compare the numbers, you see that Barack Obama, during his last 3 years in office, created 8.1 million jobs. And Donald Trump, during the 3 years that followed, created 6.6 million jobs. This is a greater than 18% reduction in job growth under Donald Trump, per the numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. To put it a different way, if we want to think about it monthly, under the Trump economy, we are gaining 182,000 jobs per month on average. And during Barack Obama's last 3 years, where he handed the economy over to Donald Trump, the economy gained 224,000, 224 under Obama, 182 under Trump. Now, there are two things to understand here. One of those is estimates versus revisions. The first Friday of each month, unless it's the first of the month, in which case it might be the second Friday, we get job creation estimates from the previous month, and those make headlines. But later, those numbers are fine-tuned or adjusted, and they are finalized. We get the final actual numbers. And under Donald Trump, often the estimates are higher than the actual numbers we eventually get. Now, if you present these numbers to Trump or to his acolytes, they'll say, well, Trump's creating higher quality jobs, or wages are higher or up under Donald Trump's job creation, or whatever. Those are different arguments, and we can research those numbers if those are the goalposts that they want to move to. But they have been talking about job creation, and the bottom line is that job creation slowed about 20% under Donald Trump. This is a sort of rinse, repeat, and go back to the beginning with the lies. They brag about stocks. We look at the numbers. Well, the first 3 years under Obama were stronger than the first 3 years under Trump. Oh, well, then they come up with some reason. Obama was in the middle of a recovery, and it's expected that you would have bigger stock market growth, whatever. But then later they say Obama's recovery was actually terrible. Well, I thought you cited it as the reason why the numbers were better than Trump's numbers. It's just it's a circle. It's a never-ending circle. So then they brag about jobs. But then we look and, well, actually, job growth slowed when Donald Trump took over. So then they switch and they'll brag about growth, as they recently have been, GDP growth. But remember that Donald Trump promised 4 to 6% GDP growth, and we actually got 2.9 in 2019. It's an endless cycle. It's not really about arguing with them about the numbers. And as we've been talking about, there's really no point in arguing with Trumpists about the numbers. It doesn't matter. They're going to rationalize whatever it is that they believe to be true, or what you can convince them is true. They're still going to rationalize it away. We're not going to win this 2020 election by convincing Trumpists that the economic numbers are different than the ones that they have been told or that they believe are true. But the point is to understand that because it's this endless loop, we just need to ignore the Trumpists. They're going to do their thing. Trump's going to do his rallies, and he's going to lie, and they're going to be fired up and cheer and believe everything he says. We need to activate the people that already know Trump's a disaster, but may not be planning to vote just 9 months from now. Let's take a quick break. Make sure you're following me on Instagram at david.pacman. And while you're there, follow the show on Instagram as well at David Pacman Show. We'll take a quick break. Radio host Tom Hartman joins me next to talk about his great new book.
The David Pacman Show at davidpacman.com.
The David Pacman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pacman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pacman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pacman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pacman Show.
It's great to welcome Tom Hartman back to the program today. Tom is, of course, host of the Tom Hartman Program and author of the new book, The Hidden History of the War on Voting: Who Stole Your Vote and How to Get It Back. Tom, always great to have you on.
Thank you, David. It's always great to be on your show.
So let's start with, there have been efforts to suppress the vote for politically motivated reasons, really going all the way back to the beginning when the Electoral College was established as the system that would determine who the president is. I think many in our audience know the last 10 or 15 years of voter suppression tactics, but what did it look like more towards the beginning of the United States electing presidents?
Well, it was pretty sweeping. I mean, women were not allowed to vote at all. Abigail Adams wrote a letter to John when he was at the Constitutional Convention saying, don't forget the ladies. And he sent back a letter saying, we will not surrender our male prerogatives. And she said, then we will foment a rebellion, which didn't go anywhere. And of course, people of color couldn't vote. And in several states, even white men who were not property owners couldn't vote. Most of those laws, those were all state laws. Most of those got blown up by the Andrew Jackson presidency. It's a fascinating story, but probably longer than you want to get into. But, in the beginning of the Republic, and you had conservatives like John Adams arguing that men who didn't own property should not be allowed to vote. He was outvoted in the Constitutional Convention, so there's not a property prohibition in the Constitution. But, voter suppression or rule by an elite white male majority has a long, long history in this country.
After the ratification of the 15th Amendment, there were still mechanisms to prevent Black Americans from voting, although they may be unfamiliar to some in the audience. Can you talk a little bit about how that worked?
Well, this is post-Civil War, post, the amendment that said that basically you may not prevent someone from voting based on their previous condition of servitude or their race. We went into what's referred to as the Jim Crow era, where Black people were forced to take literacy tests, recite the entire Constitution, or name all 26 members of the South Carolina House of Representatives or whatever. And there were poll taxes. I mean, there were all kinds of strategies that were used to disenfranchise the Black vote by and large. And some of those were also used to disenfranchise the poor white vote as well.
When we look today at the ways and strategies and tactics that are used to hold down turnout, there's this conventional wisdom that's often cited that may or may not actually be that wise about when turnout is lower, it tends to favor a more conservative candidate. If it's within a primary, it favors the more conservative candidate within the primary. If it's an election between a Democrat and a Republican, it tends to favor the Republican over the Democrat. Is this true? And historically, did suppressing the vote help the right more than the left, or was it an equal opportunity thing at different points in history?
Throughout history, suppressing the vote has helped the right more than the left, because the right represents the elite interests. And the simple fact of the matter is, if voting requires you to leave work for a half a day and go someplace and do something and jump through a bunch of hoops and particularly prove your identity and things like that, then people who are wealthier, who tend to have salaried jobs rather than hourly jobs, people who live in areas where there's an abundance of access to polling places, typically white suburbs, find it very easy to vote. It's not all that inconvenient. Whereas people who are hourly workers find it far more inconvenient, far more expensive to vote, and so they tend not to as much. Now, on the other hand, the easy solution to that is what we've done in Oregon and Washington State, which is mail-in voting, and we've seen a substantial increase in voter participation as a consequence of that.
Yeah, of the sort of status quo legacy elements of the voting system that exist today. So the Electoral College, of course, is one of them, but also voting hours, voting happening on a Tuesday, it not being a day that a lot of people have off, the limits on voting by mail and online voting, which some other countries have already put in place. Is there one factor whose change would most greatly enfranchise some significant number of people?
Yeah, voter suppression. I mean, the voter suppression has become the go-to strategy of the Republican Party, particularly since 2000. It's been completely reinvented from the old caging of the 60s or the intimidation in the 60s when William Rehnquist stood outside polling places in rural Arizona, Native American, Hispanic polling places, and challenged voters and snarled at people, which is how he worked his way up to being Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court so he could hand George Bush the election in 2000. It's gotten quite sophisticated. And there's this huge thing called redshift, where we see exit polls, which are the gold standard around the world. We overthrew a government in Ukraine because there was a discrepancy between the exit polls and the actual government produced election results. I lived in Germany for a year. People in Germany vote on paper, as they do in all the European countries. And it takes 2, 3, 4 days to count the vote. But they issue the results typically, unless the election's within a half point tight. They issue the results the evening of, right after the polls close, and they do it based on exit polls. The Carter Center uses exit polls. The UN uses exit polls to determine when elections are fair and honest and accurate. And in 2000, the exit polls showed that clearly that Al Gore won Florida, not just won Florida, but won Florida by tens of thousands of votes. But the actual vote count shifted toward the red, toward the Republican Party, and gave the election to George W. Bush. This, it turns out, was because Jeb Bush, George's brother, had acquired a felon list from the state where George was the governor, from George, basically, from Texas, and compared that felon list with the voter list in Florida. Now, the felon list in Texas was more than half African American and Hispanic, and African Americans and Hispanics largely representing a name pool that, in the case of African Americans, is Anglo names. They're the people who owned slaves in this country are principally Irish, English, and Scotch. And Hispanics, all of their names are derived from Spanish, or the vast majority of them. So when you compare whereas on the other hand, Caucasians have names that come from Scandinavian languages, Baltic languages, Russian, Czech, Slovenian. There's literally dozens and dozens and dozens. So there's huge diversity in names. So if you take a Texas felon list and compare it with a Florida voter list, what's going to happen is you're going to get a lot of overlap in names among African Americans and Hispanics. And Jeb Bush was successful in throwing anywhere from 30 to 90,000 African Americans and a lot of Hispanics off the voting rolls in Florida in that 2000 election. In 2002, with the help
of Tom, before we move on, just to be clear, so the audience understands, these are not people that were felons in Texas who went and voted in Florida. These were merely people sharing the name.
That's correct. Although the assertion that Catherine Harris made was that, they were felons from Texas who had moved to Florida in order to vote. So in 2002, with the Help America Vote Act, the Republicans wrote into that act this thing called the provisional ballot. And Greg Palast calls these placebo ballots, which I think is a great name for them. If you show up to vote and you've been purged from the list, like happened in Florida in 2000 with Jeb Bush, if you show up to vote now since 2002 and you're not on the voting rolls, they say, well, I don't see you on the voting rolls here, but here's a ballot anyway. It's a provisional ballot, but you can vote on this. And you vote and you think you voted. And so, well, you turn that in, not knowing that provisional ballots are only counted in the case of an election being contested in court. That's it. That's the only time. So your vote will not be counted. And even when it's contested in court, if in the 3 to 5 day window after the election, you didn't go to the Secretary of State's office and prove who you were and show your birth certificate and ID and proof of identity and residency and proof that you were registered to vote, if you don't do that, your vote still won't be counted. And most people have no idea that provisional ballots are never counted. So they walk out of the voting place and they say to the exit pollster, well, I voted for Hillary Clinton this time. And the pollster writes that down. And this is why by almost 5% margin, the exit polls in Florida, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and there was at least one other state, showed that Hillary Clinton beat Donald Trump, and yet the official tally showed that Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton. This red shift, which happened in about, as I recall, 15 or 16 states, but it was huge in those states. This red shift was purely, originally back in the early 2000s, you and I used to talk about this, that we all thought it was rigged voting machines. But it's not happening in blue states. It's only happening in states controlled by Republican secretaries of state. And it's becoming quite obvious now that what we're looking at is the result of these massive voter purges, where, again, the exit poll showed Stacey Abrams won Georgia substantially. And yet Brian Kemp is the governor. Why? Because he was also the Secretary of State. And he threw hundreds of thousands, over 1 million over the previous 4 or 5 years, voters in Georgia, mostly people of color, off the rolls. And now, just in the last week, Greg Palast just finished this lawsuit. Brian Kemp in Georgia provided his Georgia voter list to the governor of Michigan back in the day, when it was Rick Snyder. This is a couple of years ago. But the Michigan Secretary said Michigan is still aggressively purging these people from the voting rolls. I mean, it's insane. They're saying, oh, yeah, well, they live in Georgia, but they come up to Michigan to vote, and it's double voting. And so we've got to get them off the rolls. And we see this in red state after red state after red state. And it is the only reason, in my opinion, why Republicans control the Senate, why they control the White House, why they have controlled the White House since 2002 in every election. The exit polls showed that John Kerry in Ohio wiped out George W. Bush. Just like they showed that in 2000, Al Gore won Florida. The exit polls showed Hillary Clinton beat Donald Trump. And it's the only reason that they control the Senate. We see this in multiple states, the red states in particular. So this is the big, this is the elephant in the room. This is the thing that we need to deal with, and we need to be waking people up and educating them to this. And to the point where, probably 95% of Americans don't know what a provisional ballot means. To the point where if somebody hands you a provisional ballot, you freak out to the point that you grab a bullhorn and start yelling, that you call the newspapers. I mean, we need to start a counter-revolution to this very, very sneaky, slick thing that these Republicans have been doing since 2000.
So this is kind of a good entry point to the last thing I wanted to touch on in the limited time we have left, which is whether Wisconsin goes to Hillary or Trump becomes, at least under 2016's numbers, irrelevant if we have a national popular vote rather than the Electoral College. So my question is, how important do you see that activism about trying to get a national popular vote? Is it a futile effort? Because we know that outside of something like the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, that actually changing the way that elections work at the constitutional level would be very difficult, particularly when the Republican Party has won several presidential elections because we go by the Electoral College rather than the popular vote. Is that where our activism should be, or is it not a good use of activism capital, so to speak?
In addition to fighting provisional ballots or even eliminating the whole concept, which is simply at law, it's part of the Help America Vote Act of 2002. And this gets fixed, by the way, by H.R. 1 to a large extent. But outside of that, yes. And nationalpopularvote.com is where you can find all the information on this compact. And so far, you've got states representing 170 electoral votes who have signed on to this. It takes 280, 290? 270, thank you. 270 to win the presidency. And so when you get enough states to equal 270 electoral votes, then basically you've wiped out the Electoral College. And that's a whole lot easier than doing it through the process of constitutional amendment. There have been 29,000 attempts to amend the Constitution since the founding of our republic, and only 27 of them have succeeded. But Virginia now is back in Democratic hands, and it looks like they're going to join this thing. We still have 110 electoral votes to get, and we've already got the big states like California and New York. Republicans are fighting this like crazy. In fact, they're proposing legislation in the Senate right now to say that your electors have to vote. The whole idea of faithless electors gets blown out of the water. The electors have to vote, which is their way of legislatively eliminating the possibility of the National Interstate Compact to do this.
Yeah, so preemptively trying to kneecap the entire effort. The book is The Hidden History of the War on Voting, Who Stole Your Vote and How to Get It Back. We've been speaking with the book's author and also host of the Thom Hartmann program, Thom Hartmann. Thom, really appreciate your time today.
Thanks, David. It's great being with you.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex or French press, or a David Pakman Show t-shirt, it's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. Don't miss the bumper stickers too, davidpakman.com/gear. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show. And on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform at steemit.com/@DavidPakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@DavidPakman. You can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show and on Twitter at David Pakman Show. And if you want to reach me directly, no trolling allowed, follow me on Twitter at DPakman. Hope to hear from you soon.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
We now are aware of more than 100 U.S. service members who have been diagnosed with traumatic brain injuries. These are those same traumatic brain injuries that Donald Trump previously described as not serious headaches, all as a result of that January 8th Iranian missile attack on the military base in Iraq. The Pentagon said yesterday the exact number is 109 service members who have been diagnosed. The most recent number was 64, but remember that the number initially started far lower at 10, which was never really a believable number, and we'll get to that in a moment. Now, we're not saying these 109 brain injuries are the most serious brain injuries. Some are mild. About 70% of the service members are or are soon going to be back to work. But remember that Donald Trump wrote these off as headaches, cadet bone spurs deciding that these are mere headaches. Remember this?
I want to play, though. Here's how the president described it when he was asked about these injuries.
I heard that they had headaches and a couple of other things, but I would say, and I can report, it is not very serious.
And Republicans actually ran interference for Trump. Here is sick, vile Senator Tom Cotton, truly one of the worst, saying, well, Trump's not really dismissing them as headaches. He's describing them as headaches. And that, of course, is perfectly fine to do.
So I think veterans groups are calling for the president to apologize. Should he apologize for calling it not very serious?
He's not dismissing their injuries. He's describing.
He said they're headaches and not very serious.
I think he's describing their injuries. He's not dismissing their injuries. Head injuries can be on anywhere.
Headaches. I don't consider them very serious.
Well, that's like saying that having a flesh wound is not very serious.
Well, veterans groups, and I know you're a veteran, and I know you know people who suffered from TBI, as do I. Don't you think it's serious, and that the president may need to apologize?
No, I mean, if they are in fact, if all these injuries are not serious, if they're on the less serious side of the scale than the severe traumatic side of the scale, the president is just describing what happened to him. He's not dismissing them.
Nice people, right? So when we talk about a brain injury, TBI, traumatic brain injury, it can vary in severity. but it's not a headache. That we know for sure. Sometimes they happen in sports. We know football, this is a big issue. Hockey, it can be a big issue. There's even questions about younger kids using their head to hit a soccer ball, potentially causing a sort of a similar dynamic. It can happen in a car accident when a passenger's head hits the windshield of the vehicle, and they happen to people in the military. The most notable thing here is that from day one, we knew that they weren't giving us the real number. They said, well, it's 10 or 11. And that number was clearly BS. And the phrasing of how they gave us that first number suggested that it was not 10 or 11. We knew it couldn't be the right number. And then it became something like maybe 35. And then we had the number 64. And now the number is 109 because they are lying. They are lying all the time about everything, period. And by the way, we hear about service member injuries because we're hearing about it from the U.S. Pentagon, and the number is now 109. Obviously, there were also non-American, non-service members injured, and we simply haven't heard about that. Civilians and others concussed by the missiles that resulted from Donald Trump's assassination of Qasem Soleimani. There were known to be hundreds of people in the area, if not more. They weren't all service members, and we may never even know the full number as it applies here. My question to you is, do you think that the average Trumpist who believes the lies they are told by this administration ever gets like a shot of shame or a shot of humiliation or a tinge of embarrassment from realizing that they've been duped, that they've been had, that they've been bamboozled on everything, right? And now we're talking about brain injuries and Trump dismissing them as headaches, but it could be about the wall. It could be about taxes. It could be about trade. It could be about growth. It could be about whatever. Do they ever feel that tinge of something, or will they never get it? And there's something, I alluded to this earlier, and I think it bears repeating here. There's something in here that is similar between Trump's lies to the people who get tricked into following a cult leader who says, again, the world's ending on April 21st, or there will come a day where we all need to drink poisoned Kool-Aid, or whatever the case may be. And then the prophecy fails or the justification falls flat, but they still follow the dear leader because they either somehow rationalize it or they've put, for some people, it's that they've put so much of their own identity in with whatever ideology, and the term ideology in some cases is not the right one, with whatever talking points have been presented to them associated with this leader, and they can never back out. And behavioral psychology might call it a cognitive dissonance of sorts. In the cult world, they might call it brainwashing. There are different words that would apply depending on how you see this, but increasingly the cult analysis, including, we had a guest on, Stephen Hassan, who has been studying this quite a bit. Increasingly, the cult analysis is the most appropriate one for talking about what it is that is going on with the average Trumpist. Tell me what you think. Is it more cultish? Is it more cognitive dissonance? Is it out of ignorance? Is it something else altogether? I want to hear from you, maybe via Twitter @dpacman. Every once in a while, we do this where I tell you some of the strange things that happen behind the scenes here at the David Pakman Show. And one of the things that we sometimes do, it's half funny, but I hesitate to just call it funny because it's also kind of concerning and sad, is when people cancel subscriptions for what seem like odd reasons. And this is my opinion. Maybe these are not odd reasons to cancel a subscription. And sadly, as the show audience has grown dramatically over the last year, the sort of unusual reasons for canceling have also grown dramatically. And I want to give you a couple of examples today. Last week, as you might recall, I said Iowa can't keep going first in the Democratic primary. It just can't happen. And I laid out the first primary shouldn't be a caucus. The caucus system maybe should be abandoned altogether. Iowa demographically is not representative of the United States nor the Democratic Party. And yes, the fact that they so bungled things on last Monday night, also is more of a reason for Iowa not to go first. And I gave this disclaimer, which a lot of people said, David, that's a dumb disclaimer. You don't need to do that. Where I said, hey, guys, I just want to be clear. I'm not attacking Iowans here. This is not a personal attack on individuals who live in Iowa. Iowans are great people. As far as I've met, a few dozen of them in my life. This is not about people from Iowa. It's a political analysis. And someone canceled because they said I was insulting people from Iowa in that segment. I got an email that said, quote, David, I'll probably not listen to your show again. I was a paying subscriber. I'm from Iowa. I saw your video about how undeserving Iowa is of going first with the caucuses. Insulting Iowa Democrats is disappointing. I've long heard about rural America feeling insulted by the Democratic Party, and I've ignored it. But the Democratic Party in this state has had a clear openness to progressive candidates, more so than a majority of the states in the country, I believe they meant. And you and your audience's willingness to belittle the Democrats in this state, despite our voting for Bernie and Obama, is frustrating. I'll just tune into the Young Turks and Sam Cedar from now on. Their takes were more measured. This is trouble, guys, that someone would watch that segment and someone who is at least apparently on our side believe that it was about insulting Iowans as individuals, either didn't understand the segment or something else is going on. And it is very, very sad. Another recent one is someone who doesn't like that I don't think Ford vehicles are that great. Even though I don't even remember the last time that this came up, I recently got an email that said, David, stop bad-mouthing Ford vehicles. It happened twice when I was a member. On your bonus shows, I will never subscribe if you badmouth Ford. Again, I truly appreciate this viewer support while I had it. But if I don't even remember what I said, but if merely saying I don't think Ford makes the best cars, which I don't, I mean, I that's certainly my opinion, and I don't remember exactly what I said. If that warrants canceling a subscription to a political show that you otherwise are in line with, we're in trouble. That's the reality. I don't know how you can watch any show if something this minor is a catalyst for abandoning that program. Just one more here. David, as soon as you said that Tulsi Gabbard had no chance on the Iowa live stream, I had to cancel my membership. She is the only candidate who will end forever wars, and I can't believe you are attacking her in this way. Now, this email is problematic in general. Like in an election with 10 candidates, some have no chance, and canceling because I point that out is not ideal. But the person is saying they canceled because on February 3rd, I said Tulsi has no chance during the Iowa caucus result live stream. She obviously had no chance at that point. She got 0 in the Iowa caucus. So this is really disturbing stuff. We deal with it. You know, mathematically, this is a small portion of the audience, but it does concern me because of what it suggests about the fickle nature of the movement. And fortunately, it applies to a tiny, tiny sliver of the audience. But this is not concern trolling. This is nothing other than that really does concern me, because when we think about, we need everybody on board to defeat Donald Trump, everybody, right? Really, because we need to so overwhelm the meddling and the voter suppression and all of this stuff, that when someone says I'm abandoning a show that I guess I used to agree with because they said something about Ford, or I misunderstood a story about Iowa as attacking Iowans, or I stated correctly that Tulsi had no chance of winning in Iowa on the day that she got 0 votes. If these are reasons to abandon a show, I am very worried about what will happen in terms of abandoning a movement that wants to remove Donald Trump as the top priority. It's sad and it's scary to me, quite frankly. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. I don't know if this voicemail is for real or not, but let's take a listen to it. It's about Bernie's 3 houses.
Hi, David. It's Colin from, Washington State. I had a question about Bernie Sanders. My dad, who listens to conservative radio all the time, he claims that Bernie raised a lot of money outside of selling his book, and he's got like 3 houses or something. Could you possibly make a video on that and clear that up?
So I don't know that I believe, 3 houses or something. I don't know that I believe this is a sincere voicemail, but let's see if we can disaggregate this. Bernie did not raise money by selling a book. Bernie wrote a book, and that's a commercial endeavor, and he made money from selling it, many hundreds of thousands of dollars, as would be expected from a politician of his stature and notoriety in society. Bernie raised money for his campaign from individuals. And Bernie does have 3 houses. And what matters is that Bernie wants health care for everybody. Bernie wants higher taxes on the very rich to pay for things that would benefit all of society, so on and so forth. Bernie's net worth of, I believe it was $1.1 million, is not at all outrageous for a guy who's nearly 80 years old and has made 6 figures for quite some time now as an elected official at the top level in the United States. And my instinct is that this is fake concern trolling. But if it's a serious question, no, you don't have to be worried about that. Go by the policies, and then you will very quickly see when you compare Bernie Sanders to Donald Trump or to Joe Biden, whose policies would be best for the greatest number of people. We've got a great bonus show for you today. We will talk about Donald Trump ramping up outreach to black voters after the State of the Union push. We will talk about some interesting new studies about the interplay between an individual's brain chemistry and whether or not antidepressants will work. And then lastly, it turns out that millennials are better at saving money in the philosophical sense, but still have less money. We'll talk about why that is. All of those stories and more on today's bonus show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Glad that we got such a good turnout. We're going to start off tonight with some introductions. Then we're going to give a quick overview of the project in case there's anyone here who hasn't been to the previous meetings or is otherwise unfamiliar with the project. And then we're going to jump right into the survey. Alex has a presentation. We have the surveys themselves. We will review them, take any comments, and then we'll talk about some ideas for distributing the survey. I've already heard some really good ideas from lots of different people, so we hope that you'll all help and share the ideas that you're hoping to use in your towns. So to start with, my name is Susan West. I'm a senior planner with the Windham Regional Commission, and our colleagues, Carol Monroe from ValleyNet and Alex Kelly from Rural Innovation Strategies are here tonight as well. And we have Rob from the state of Vermont, our broadband expert, statewide. So we do have a sign-in sheet going around in a clipboard. If you could check your name off if you're here, if it's not checked or your name's not on the list, please feel free to add your information, add your email address. And with that, I'd like to quickly go around the room and see who we all have here tonight. Just say who you are and what town you're with. You want to start, Patrick?
Sure. I'm Patrick Moreland. I'm town rep.
I'm Gretchen Haverluck. I represent the town of Wilmington, but I live in Whitingham.
Jen Burnell, live in Whitingham.
Dave Jones, I live in Brookline.
Omar Smith, Reedsboro.
Gail Robertson, Newfane.
Rick Piccolo, Newfane.
Steve Naracco, Dover.
Will Bissonette, Townsend.
Greg Melmans, Jamaica.
Bob DeServo, Townsend.
Andy Snelling, Townsend. David Cherry, Wyndham.
Bill Estes, Marlboro.
Caroline Robbins, Jamaica.
Chris Robbins, Jamaica.
Ed Martin, Marlboro.
Joe Prignano, Marlboro. Stephen John, Marlboro.
Lynn Forrest, Newfane.
Joanne Leone, South Newfane.
David Jones, Halifax.
Toby Fitch, South London, Barrett.
Peter Sebastian, Wardsboro.
Donna Sebastian, Wardsboro. Liz Fortin, Wardsboro. Donna Fernandez, Wardsboro.
Camille Steve, Whitingham.
Wayne Forrest, Whitingham.
Ann Mangler in Wilmington.
Betsy Wadsworth, Stratton.
Candy Bernard, Stratton.
Karen Astley, Whitney. Bobby Kilburn in Westminster.
Pete Van Lower, Newfane.
Renata Cowling, Newfane.
Rusty Davis, Weston.
Emerald City, Vernon.
Charlie Goodwin, Weston.
Munson Hanks, Vernon.
Rose Lockelgrove, Vernon.
Great. Thank you. And one thing I want to mention before we move on, I do have resolutions of participation and official appointees from 19 of our 27 towns. So if you're a town that hasn't sent that information to me yet, please do as soon as possible. And with that, I'll turn it over to Carol.
Okay, so you know that we're working on this project is being funded by a broadband innovation grant. I like the fact that it's called a big grant. In many ways, I wish it were bigger, but it's a great grant from the Vermont Department of Public Service. The broadband innovation grant is going to provide participating Windham County towns with a strategy and a plan to deploy fiber broadband to the residents and businesses of this area. We're, of course, partnering, Windham Planning is partnering with Rural Innovation Strategies, I always think of it as RISI, from Heartland, and ValleyNet from Royalton. So RISI works with rural towns across the country to establish foundations for the digital economy. And ValleyNet provides design, engineering, operations for EC Fiber and Lime Fiber. Here, EC Fiber is a communication union district here in Vermont, and Lime Fiber is an organization right across the river in Lyme, New Hampshire. And so we'll be providing strategy, policy, market analysis for fiber deployment, and a feasibility and a business plan. The feasibility plan has to go to the state for approval. So here's the sort of project workflow here. You see the survey and some field work, are gathering all the data that we need and mapping into a feasibility study. That study has to be reviewed by a third party as well as the state before we can proceed. At the end of that, then we move on to a business plan for the second piece of the funding. It is our intention to look at communication union districts and try and decide what makes up critical mass. Are we talking about one in this area or two? I doubt that there would be three, but that's a possibility. But making sure there are enough towns involved so that there is critical mass to make up a district to make it feasible. And so we will be making a recommendation along those lines. Doesn't mean that the town has to agree to join. It's just the recommendation that will be that we think will work best for the region. As you know, in the Northeast Kingdom, they've decided on one district. It's quite a lot of towns, but because of the sparseness of the population, it made sense to have one district in that area. And so many of them are voting at town meetings for that. So we go on to the business plan. The idea behind the business plan is that you end up with a document and enough documentation to present to do an RFP with, but also that you could possibly get VETA funding. So, you know, Vermont Economic Development has has loans, grants, I wish there were good, low interest loans up to $4 million for communication union districts to get off the ground. And so that would be the next step down that line. Any questions for me? So tonight's really about this survey, which is an important tool.
Just repeat what VETA is.
Vermont Economic Development Authority, I think. Yes.
So, one question about how come in the discussions we've had so far, the rural utility service funding hasn't come up? You're familiar with that, I assume.
RUS funding.
Yeah.
So RUS funding is also part of the USDA funding, and it's a little bit problematic in the state of Vermont. Not impossible, but USDA funding was used to build the Vermont VTEL wireless overlay here in Vermont, and as a result, any areas that are touched by that are not eligible for future funding for the expansion of broadband at the moment. I know.
Is there a challenge happening to that?
Yes, there is. So I know the senators and the representative from this state are challenging that in Washington, trying to allow us to at least say it's supposed to be here, but it's not. You know, that my neighbor can have a wireless connection, but the person on the other side of the mountain cannot, and to be able to, you know, judge where it is and where it isn't.
Phil, I can send you some more information on the challenge process, and it leaves a lot to be desired, but I can share that with you.
Is VTEL being held responsible in any capacity? We're going to help us fund?
The challenge is with the original VTEL grant, they only had to provide service that was at 768, so really slow service. And you'd have to challenge that they're not providing that level of service. They have fulfilled their grant, is what's been decided by the powers that be. As a result, though, a large portion of the state does not have access to USDA funds at this time.
But the RUS grants are quite a challenge to even get.
Right.
You've got to spend a bundle of money before you can even apply. Is that correct?
Well, I think you have to submit a powerful grant, but it also requires some match funding, among other things. And so it's, you know, they're all a little bit different, the RUS grants versus the Reconnect grants and something else. However, we know that there are towns here in Vermont who have gotten some economic development grants for the purpose of things like broadband studies and that type of feasibility, not pre-feasibility kinds of work that's been done. Reedsboro, is that what was your grant from?
Yeah, it was from USDA.
Yeah.
From
So I know that's true in Newbury as well.
Yes.
Where do town votes fall into the mix?
Okay, so in this project, we're going to recommend what we think communication union districts look like, right? And that's where town votes would fall into the mix, to join a communication union district. Now, there are some that are going up before town meeting already in March, and so it's a question of how big those districts might be, and do you join those districts that already are going to exist, which only takes the vote of the select board, or do you are we trying to create another district that would have to go to a town meeting? So if we're joining a district that already exists, then that makes it much easier for all of those that aren't on the ballot this time around.
But there's nothing in the law that says one CUD and another CUD can't join together.
There is nothing in the law that says that can't happen.
And also, the towns do not need to be contiguous.
There is nothing in the law that says they have to be contiguous. Yeah, all set. So let's move on to the survey.
So I'm gonna try to get through all of this, and then let's try to do questions at the end, if that makes sense. Just get through the actual presentation part of it. So basically, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go through some background information, context about the survey, strategies for it. Then we'll do questions, and then we'll look at the survey itself and make sure all the questions on the actual survey make sense, if that works for you. Of course, if someone has a burning question, I might make allowances. Anyways, the survey is a typical first step in these kind of feasibility study processes. So we want to get it done right. It is foundational to everything else. And it's meant to provide a big picture view and add color to the other data that we are collecting. So the entire feasibility study won't be based just off this survey. It will be based off of many different types of data. It'll be based on Carol's experience with ValleyNet and what has worked in other places in Vermont. It'll be based on data we get from the state of Vermont. But the survey is an important component to that. This survey, it's required in the big grant proposal. And it's also, we've built it based on models that have been used in a lot of other broadband projects. So the questions we're asking, how we're asking them, why we're asking them is built on a foundation of research and testing that has happened in other similar projects. We want to do our best to eliminate confusion for everyone in this room, but also for everyone across the Wyndham region that's going to be taking the survey, right? We want to reduce the number of questions that we get. That being said, there may always be confusion, there may always be questions, so we also want to make sure that everyone in this room has as much context as possible so you can help when you're sharing the survey with people and they have questions, you can kind of be the first line of defense. We'd love to get a 20% response rate, right? If there are about 30,000 people in the Wyndham region, that means about 6,000 responses. That would be a great, that would be a success for us. So the goals for the survey, one of the most important things is to establish what areas are served and what areas are unserved. And we'll take a look at the questions that work to establish that. We want to get a clear picture of current and potential usage of the internet, of broadband. We want to be able to estimate the rate of adoption, which is important for when we're looking for ISPs that will ultimately want to come bid on running this network. So we want to be able to tell them, look, we're pretty sure that this amount of people will adopt this service. And again, that'll be based on the survey, but also historical data and knowledge from ValleyNet's experience. We want to help providers understand revenue opportunities, right? We don't want to shortchange what we say, is the potential revenue for operating this network. And we also want to use the survey as the first tool to build more public awareness, excitement, and momentum. Great article in the Brattleboro Reformer about it, and we want to build on that with the survey to make sure that we have as much buy-in from the community as possible. This caveat, I think I already covered. The survey is one source of data that will be used to address the above questions. We'll use it in conjunction with other data, which will create a very clear, rounded out picture. Okay, so we are going to, first I'm going to go over now how people can respond to the survey. So we're making an online version of the survey that is really nice, simple. It will be at wyndhamregional.org/broadband. A bunch of other resources will be housed there, but that is, the survey is not online now. Other resources are online now. So we will update everyone when that is online. But this survey can be taken at work. It can be taken at home on your DSL. That is the easiest place for us to process the data if people take it online, because then it automatically goes into a spreadsheet, which we can then analyze. So the more online submissions we get, the less data entry we have to do. To direct people to this survey, we'll go through a bunch of places we can disseminate this, but we're also going to hand out templates for kind of little business card size handouts with the URL. So for example, you can print off a sheet. A sheet has 8 of them. We've got a bunch here, and what this allows you to do is go to town meeting, pass a stack down the row where you're sitting, and it just has a little tiny bit of context and the URL, right? We want to save paper, and this is like something you can give to people to just let them know where the URL is and how they can get there. The survey can also be taken on smartphones. It is mobile compatible, and it can be taken multiple times from the same phone. So if you are talking with some friends at a cafe and one of you has a phone, you want to pass it around, somebody take it, the other person can take it. You can take it multiple times from the same phone. We will also provide paper copies. We'll provide a paper version that you can print. We may have some copies here to go over, but once we get your feedback on the survey, we will create a PDF of it, and you can use printed surveys if you want. The paper version will have instructions for sending it in by mail. Of course, you can also collect them and send them in a batch. We won't be able to go out and obviously collect them all ourselves, but if you could help facilitate the collection of those, that would be great. And I know there was a question about it at the previous discussion. We aren't going to be doing any mass mailings of the survey, so it all has to be kind of through this grassroots effort. So how are we going to work to get the survey out there? So digital distribution, there's a lot of things we can do. First of all, we'll use social media. And what I would say would be most effective is if you wait for the Wyndham Regional Commission to post it on their social media and then share that. Not only is it easy for you all to get the information right, and you don't have to type it in, you don't have to worry about it, but that's the best strategy for telling the social media algorithms that what we're sharing is important, and it will get more reach the more we work off of the same posts. So engaging with the first posts that the WRC creates will be great. And what we'll do is, we have all your email addresses. We will let you know when the posts are up, and then you can go there and share them. Listservs. Listservs are great. I love the Heartland listserv. I love seeing when people's horses are loose and all that. And the listservs are going to be great to share this as well. I would say it's even okay to send it out to the listserv multiple times. Obviously, you don't want to do it every day. But sending it to listservs is going to be really helpful. And again, we'll provide you with a little language you can use. There's language that'll be at the top of the survey for context. There's little language on the cards. So please feel free to use anything of the written content that we've created to just make it easy to send it out on listservs. Front Porch Forum, same thing, very similar to the listserv if you have accounts on Front Porch Forum, and they've been very generous in saying if we need any help disseminating it on Front Porch Forum, they would be more than happy to help us do that. If your town has a newsletter, getting it in the town newsletter is really great. If your town has a website, finding a way to get it on the website would be really great. That means talking to whoever administers that website. You can actually, they're annoying, but you can have those things happen where if you go to the website, a pop-up comes up and says, hey, have you heard about this survey? Just an idea if you want to be ambitious about that. Any other newsletters that you know of or you're a part of are great. The library might send out a newsletter, who knows? And then, of course, personal outreach to neighbors and friends is really helpful, and it can be really easy, simple. Hey, I'm a part of this broadband group that's working to bring better infrastructure to our community. We're trying to get a survey going about, what have you. Would you mind filling this out and sharing it with your friends? All of that is really great. Hard copy surveys, again, we prefer people to take it online because it's easier for us, but not everyone can do that, so it's certainly fine to work with hard copies. We have flyers, PDFs of flyers with both pull tabs and just flyers without the pull tabs that you can post at town buildings, bulletin boards, bus stops, wherever. Again, I mentioned the handouts. If you are going to the dump, bring some with you, right? If you are going to the library, bring some with you. Wherever you're going and you think you might run into some people, it's a great excuse to have a nice conversation with your neighbors and to give them a little bit of paper to help them know where to go to take the survey. Put it on the chalkboard next to the drink specials. We can get creative with this, with non-digital ways to disseminate the survey. If you walk your dog every day, might as well knock on your neighbor's door. Letters to the editor are great. And again, we're going to go over all the ideas you have for disseminating the survey after we get through this presentation. Just some things that you don't have to do that I would recommend avoiding. No need to, if you're worrying about response rates and feel like, oh, maybe you know what your neighbor gets for internet, so you might as well fill it out for them. I would say just hold off on that. Thanks, but no thanks. We want to make sure that everyone who's responding to the survey is responding for themselves or with the explicit consent of someone else. So if you have a neighbor who has maybe trouble using a phone and you want to fill it out for them, that's great, but no need to fake responses. And please don't, in fact. If you collect paper surveys and want to enter them, again, this is why we made it so you can enter the survey multiple times. If you are sitting around, watching a show, watching the, what did we say here, watching the sap boil, and wanted to enter some surveys, that would be fantastic. And that way you don't have to send them in or bring them in, the paper copies. You're not supposed to put them under the car windshield wipers. You're not supposed to leave them in mailboxes. And if you're going door to door on your dog walk or just visiting neighbors, no soliciting signs. You're not supposed to approach those houses, even though you're not selling something. And also just be careful. No need to get bit by a dog that seems aggressive to knock on the last house on your door, on your walk. So we are here to support you in any way we can. But we're really excited, and we're excited that there are so many people here because it means that there is an energy already behind this that's going to be really useful. So all of you should feel completely deputized to drive the engagement in your own towns, and let us know how we can help. So you all know your communities best. If you think of something in a week or two and want to just run it by me or any of us, or I guess direct it to me, that's fine. Happy to help. But feel free to do what you think is right for your own community. Again, if you can answer questions first, that would be great. We also have an FAQ that'll be on the same at the same URL as are on the cards. And then, of course, if there's a question that you don't know, do reach out to us, and we'll answer it and also add it to the FAQ so that other people can find the answer. We'd also love it if you could be kind of an ear to the ground about what's going on in your communities. If, for example, there is misinformation out there and you're worried that somebody responds to your post on the listserv and says something that really isn't true or is kind of could be hurtful or harmful, do let us know. We would love to know just that everything is going smoothly, and if there's anything kind of untoward happening, do let us know. If you want to schedule a check-in with me, you are welcome to. I think what I would love is to just get an email update from you, and I'll send out an email halfway through just saying, hey, how's it going, just to make sure things are going well. If you really want to call me, you're welcome to call me, but I'll be checking in maybe once or twice through the process. Just quick note via email to make sure things are going well. Okay, so we're going to review the survey questions. I guess let's take a vote. Do you want to talk about more distribution methods now, or do you want to talk about the survey questions?
I have a distribution question.
Great. Let's do it.
Have you folks had any conversations about the best way for those of us with large numbers of second homes in our community, how to handle that? And do you have any sense across the whole regional commission how many of the properties actually are second homes?
Great questions.
If you're trying to get to 20%, it's going to be hard to do that without that.
Yep. So, yes. So there's a few things. Good question. Since we're not doing mailings, we know that we're not going to reach the second homeowners who are not going to be in town for the winter. That's okay. What we'll use to supplement that is with knowledge of how often second homeowners buy fiber internet service based on what has happened in ValleyNet's catchment area and in other places. And yes, if you see some people who are there half the year around, great. If you know people that you're friends with and can include them in an email or something like that, great. But it's true, we won't be able to get everyone who's a second homeowner.
So follow up to that, will you have something on the survey, and we'll see it in a second, that says, are you a
Yes.
permanent or okay?
We will.
I was actually thinking of putting up a kiosk that I would man at Bromley. To catch.
On the local days.
on weekends, so that out of and holidays. Because I got some hookups there, also Magic Mountain. I got some old iMacs that I was thinking of, locking on one way.
Yeah, I would be curious to know how that goes. It could be really great.
Because Londonderry in particular has a huge number of, just as many out-of-state as in-state residents. So I was trying to figure out ways of making it happen with the non-locals, because other than at the supermarket on the weekend or at the one stop sign in town, you don't see anybody.
Yeah, so if you do that, let me know how it goes.
I will.
Please. Yeah.
Point of information and a question. Statewide, half of our properties are second homeowners.
Yep.
And those statistics are available online. You have access to them too.
Yep.
Question, what are the dates? That our timeline is exceedingly tight here. And we want to get in front of we have an informational meeting for our town meeting on February 24th.
Yep.
We want to have surveys in hand so we can hand them out and administer them there and at town meeting. When will we get them, and what is the due date?
So the due date is March 17th, I believe. Is that right? And depending on the feedback we get today about the survey, tomorrow I'm going to work on updating the survey if we have any feedback. And so early next week, at the latest, is when I would say it'll be posted online and ready to be disseminated, barring the catastrophe.
It'll be at that site, on the
Yeah,
broadband
we'll be right
site,
here.
And those flyers that went around today, they're all on that website. You can download them and print them out yourselves. There's also a project summary sheet that you could use for articles as well.
I'll go here and then keep working around. Yeah.
Lynn Forrest, new thing. About a year and a half, the planning commission did a survey. The way we let people, one of the ways we let people know is we spent $100 and we did every door direct mail. It wasn't a survey. it was, this is what's going on, it's one sheet of paper, that's all you're allowed to do, and it goes to everybody in that particular zip code. And so we covered Newfane, Williamsville, South Newfane, and Newfane, and then included for Brookline because they get it whenever we do that. So it's a really, if the select board doesn't mind spending a little bit of money, it's a real effective way to let people know. And then they also go to second homeowners if they come up for the snow, and it's right there in their mailbox.
Can I ask a question? How long did it take to get that together? Like, between when you decided to do it and when it landed on the doorsteps?
48 hours. Well,
Okay.
well, let me see, from the time I decided to do it, which meant I got an artist to do the layout and, but if I had the flyer and it was done already, you just take it, you grab online, you fill out what zip code it goes to, it tells you how much it costs, you put in your credit card, and then you take that form with flyers to the post office and batches of 100.
And this is all through USPS?
USPS, they did a great job.
Cool.
So I'd also like to add that if you wanted to do postcards, printing postcards, about 250 of them is about $55 at Staples. And mailing them is 35 cents each. So 250 postcards could go out for under $150. And so I wouldn't do that to the whole town though, but that is a good way to reach those second homeowners. And you all have those addresses because that's where their tax bill goes.
Do we have on the website or in any of the literature, is there any kind of like a scannable QR code that can take people to the website?
We decided to not do a QR code because, well, yeah, we just figured the URL would be good enough. But if you think otherwise, happy to talk about it. I mean, we could set it up. I figured. Yeah.
It might be helpful for people doing it on their mobile phones and do like a bit.ly, like a shortened link, so they don't have to type in as long of a address as that, as much as that's easy to remember.
Yeah, it was a trade-off between memory. Easy to remember.
QR code on the flyer, so as you're going into the grocery store, you're looking at the bulletin board, scan it.
Yeah, you can do it while you're waiting in line and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, here.
How are we going to, I mean, each town is, I assume, going to take some role in getting the surveys out in their town.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the return of it is going to be going directly to you guys, and some of it's going to come back to us. How are we, or are we not expected to coordinate what kind of response we're getting? Is that all going to rest with Wyndham Regional, or how does that work?
You mean coordinate the response in
Yeah, I mean, how
monitoring to make sure we're on track?
Yes.
So I'm hoping that we'll have a good understanding of how on track we are based on the online responses. That being said, Sue is going to be getting the ones that are coming in via mail. And we'll just, I would say, you could let us know how, so you can save, you don't have to send them one at a time when they come in, or you don't have to drive them in one at a time, but maybe let us know kind of via email how many you've got, if you've got a lot that you're kind of waiting to batch together to send them in.
Let me restate the question.
Yeah.
How can we get feedback from you? How many responses from our town you have, and even more detailed, how can we know which addresses you have the responses from so that we can follow up? Our goal is to achieve the response rate, and if we have that type of detailed information, we might be better able to follow up.
Yes, so that's a great question. So when I send a little brief email to check in with you, say in two or 3 weeks, right, maybe halfway through, I will include information about how many respondents there are per town. I'm not sure if I can give you all the addresses. Let me think about that. I don't know if there's anything about that would be an issue, but at the very least, we'll know kind of that we're on the right track. Yeah, unless anyone else has. We asked for the address. Yeah, yeah. It seems like, do you think there's an issue with giving out addresses and names?
Well, we just
It
said
would be-
we're not gonna use them for anything
It would
other
be a
than
lot
the
of,
survey.
it would certainly be more work to
You have a box.
provide documents
You
to,
have a box that somebody checks and says, please share my information with my town folks.
we have a box that, we have some,
All that stuff is already in the brand list, which is out on everybody's website, so it's a public document.
right,
To be successful, we need that data so we can follow up.
okay.
It is a public document, but it is a voluntary public document as opposed to.
Last time I heard my tax bill wasn't voluntary.
What I'm saying is this is, so it's an opt-in, so you can't necessarily share that.
Okay. So let's do this. I will say now that unless I come to a different understanding in the next few days thinking about it and thinking about if it would be an issue, I will take the online respondents, split them up by town, and then be able to share halfway through actual addresses in the spreadsheet form. Now, I can't promise that I'll have done data entry or will have done data entry for physical copies. And that, again, is something that if you get a physical copy back and you want to enter it in while you're watching TV so you don't have to send it in, that helps us immensely. And then that will then be included when I touch base halfway through.
We're running at 20%, you don't need to.
Right.
What do you spend in 20?
Sure.
We've already spoken to the school board, and they're on board. They're having a budget review meeting on the 24th, and we're going to be there, even making a presentation. We've talked to our state rep.
Great.
Who represents Guilford and Vernon, and she'll be speaking at town meeting the first night, and she'll mention this. We're going to have tables at town meeting. Vernon is unlike a lot of places. We have meeting twice, 2 nights. So we have permission to have tables at the back. And also election day is Tuesday. We're going to have a table there during that. One of the things that we have done before this is we got it in the town plan. And that means that the town is on board with it. When we went to the school board the other night, one of the members asked us, well, how do I know what my amount of service is? And it's on our bill. It's right there on my bill. So I think that's an important thing to tell people.
To reiterate, what we went to the school board for was to get them to get the kids to take the surveys home to their families, or maybe we'll just use every Friday they send out a packet to the home. The school board gives us permission to get the principal to put those in, so there's nothing better than having kids yelling at their parents.
Yeah, homework.
And the principal, if needed, she does this, and she volunteered, she does email blasts to the parents. So,
it's a good.
That's really great, and I assume most of your state reps also have email lists that they send out communication to. So not only could they talk about it at town meeting, they could put a note out to their constituents from their list.
oh, and one more thing, we're going to have a sign when we do the table on election day, and it's been recommended by 2 different people that we say something like, would you like to increase the resale value of your home by 6%? I don't know about you, but that gets people in our town.
6%, where did you get that number?
Yeah.
I've seen
Broadband communities, it depends, it's like 2 to 3% if it goes by your house, but it's 4 to 6 if you're actually connected. Broadband Communities magazine is an online magazine, terrific for just great information.
And it's free.
And it's
Okay, so let's go over the survey. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, one more.
That's like.
I'm curious how you plan to manage multiple conflicting responses coming from the same address.
Hopefully there won't be too many of those. Yeah, you know, I get better service in the bathroom than anywhere else, so maybe they took it in different rooms. No, I'm kidding. I don't, hadn't thought about it. I hope, and I'm pretty sure there won't be too many conflicting responses. We are only asking for one response per address. But there's a question about how many people in your home use the internet, just so that we can gauge, you know, bandwidth needs.
Yeah,
So
perhaps that's something we should emphasize when promoting the survey, is that we're looking for one response per household.
Yep.
What about apartment buildings?
Yeah, what about that?
Different addresses.
Yeah, different addresses. They may have different subscriptions. Yeah.
Are you gauging bandwidth needs just solely on number of persons?
No. Let's go. We'll go over the. You'll know when we go over the questions. Yeah. That's just one of the ways we get. Okay. Yeah. Let's.
Maybe we could talk a little bit more about distribution if folks want.
Okay. So I can pull it up on your computer too. Is that right here?
Yeah. I noticed a lot of people taking pictures of the presentation. Would you be able to send the presentation out?
It will be on our website.
There you
Tomorrow?
That's
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. You may need to share it, but I think oh. It'll be on the screen. It'll be on the screen too.
I've seen them.
The flyers are one page.
Was there any thought about putting this in a Survey Monkey form?
It is.
It is in a Survey Monkey.
It is in a SurveyMonkey form, and that will be on wyndhamregional.org/broadband. So, and that's where you can transfer the physical copies into the digital.
Do you want to start? Just jump to the questions.
So the survey is set up in sections. So the first section deals with some information to make sure we know who is answering the survey and where they are and what their address is. So we ask for their E911 street address, and again, we can compare that to data from the state. We ask for the town, and in case somebody picks it up who's not in the Wyndham region, we have the kind of other option. We want to know what their electric utility is.
Are there more surveys? We're out.
Okay, does everyone have surveys?
You might have to share if there are.
Here's one.
Yep.
Middle of that page, or the first page, it says we are collecting E911 addresses, street addresses for the purposes of better establishing areas, roads, and neighborhoods.
Yep.
But these addresses will not be used for any other purpose.
Gotcha. So I can remove that before we send it out.
You can adjust that.
Yeah.
Other than for.
How about no nefarious purposes?
There you go.
So we want to know who the utility is because we want more information about the utility poles in the neighborhood. We ask if they're a year-round resident, if they rent or own, and how many in the house, people in the house use the internet currently or would use the internet if they had better service. So do you have a question or?
Correction. Jacksonville Village Electric Company.
Great. Yeah, you want to scroll. Sue's doing triple duty here. So, do you currently have internet service? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you think it would be worthwhile on the E911 address to include a little line after that, like apartment number or unit number? Just to differentiate, 123 Main Street, apartment 4 from 123 Main Street, apartment 2?
Great idea. Yeah. Is that included in the E911? No, it's
I
not.
don't know, and I'm not sure if people responding to the surveys would.
Yeah.
It's not consistently included.
Okay.
Depends on how detailed towns have been about reporting that E911 data. So sometimes it's just one address, other times the units are in there too.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't hurt to.
Yeah, we'll put unit number if applicable. Good idea. Okay, do you have internet service currently? If no, skip to question 16. But if so, what type of service do you use? Check all that apply. So what we're doing with the next series of questions is trying to get at the quality of internet service in a few different ways, because not everyone will know the answer to all these questions. For example, someone might not know if they might know that they get service from VTEL, but they're not sure if it's VTEL fixed wireless or if they're in VTEL's fiber footprint or something like that. So this question and subsequent questions are all kind of touching on the same thing, which is what is the quality of your service, but they're asking it in different ways. So if they know what the actual infrastructure is, we'd love to know that right here. Do you want to scroll down?
For B, you should add Duncan.
Yes.
Yep.
Add Duncan.
Duncan. America runs on Duncan.
Very slowly.
And within some of those, there is fiber and there is also regular cable. Do you want to know that
Yeah, so that would be you mean within cable?
If they're getting fiber, like in Duncan has some fiber out there, not a lot.
So both, if they have cable or fiber, that counts as served. So essentially those get grouped in the same category because they can provide 25/3. So question 9, we want to know how people currently use the internet, right? Can they, do they run a company from their home? Do they have home security? Do they do email, social networking? Do they use the internet for government services? These are a range of things, and it helps us understand what the current capabilities of their internet is. You want to keep scrolling down? Then we ask, after preparing them with that question, can they do these things easily, right? Can they receive emails with attachments easily? Can they play video games? Can they do video conferencing? Can they stream on multiple videos at once with different devices? Can they use a smart speaker? And all of this is, again, to get at how robust is their service.
It's a little vague in terms of, actually gauging. Like, I can do all that, can I do it easily? Absolutely not, but I can do all that.
Right. I mean, and again, this is going to be something where people's conceptions of easily might be different. It's a little hard to control for.
Regularly between can and do.
Yeah.
Triple out if you
regularly and easily. I like that.
Or
I like
easily.
yeah. 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 Right. Right. And without a lag or without a delay, we can re-emphasize in addition to the without waiting for anything to load, we can emphasize without a lag or delay to really make it clear what we're asking.
Can I ask a question on the last section, because it just came up in our town about commercial use? I mean, there's no question commercially, is anyone using this and not working?
Yep, no, that's right. Residential provides the vast bulk of, what this network will cover. So that's really what entities look for in a feasibility study, in a business plan. If a business wanted to fill this out on behalf of their business and on behalf of their house, that's fine too, but it's not a critical component. Is that true, Carol? Would you agree with that?
I think the small businesses, we might want to add a small, something along those lines, government services, businesses, and let them decide.
Yeah.
Because we have companies that are trying to use credit card machines and they don't operate at the same time.
Right. Well, you have to wait because somebody else is on the phone.
Right. So I think it's important component of this survey that
Oh,
we
yeah.
have commercial demand in some of these small rural areas. Restaurants.
Great. Yeah.
And the other part of that same question is that one of the things we all want in our town is the second homeowner who's gonna increasingly commute from their second home.
Right.
And they need a good, robust connection to do that.
Yep, definitely.
Perhaps just in that, how do you use the internet instead of and other, could have e-commerce. And that would take care of a lot of those questions about credit cards and.
Yep, shopping.
Shopping.
Yeah.
I wouldn't actually call it e-commerce, because that suggests that you're selling online. I think what we're talking about is credit card processing. I might say, so like.
You could put credit card processing.
Yeah, small business.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, so that's a good flag. Thank you for that. We'll make sure that small business applications are included in the how do you use the internet.
Are you, when you have other, you're gonna have the box below that says, tell us what?
Yep, good flag. I'll make sure that the line shows up in the
Come into your house.
Okay, so we went over. Yep, we went over current service. Is your internet service bundled? Yes.
What's the threshold for easily? What's the answer to the question, how easy is easily?
I would say easy is without waiting for things to load.
So in other words, instant.
Within reason, yeah. Nothing's instant.
No,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah.
That's a serious question.
Yeah.
Compared to what we used to have, right? What we have now is really good.
Right.
But, so it's easier.
Right.
So the real answer is instantly, without any delay at all.
Without delay. Yep, that's.
Or would quickly be better than easily, because easily is
Instantly.
is subjective and doesn't.
Sure. Yeah, I like that too. All right. I will clarify quickly and easily without delay, without waiting for anything to load.
Without buffering.
What's that?
Without buffering.
Without buffering. Yes.
But nobody knows what buffering.
Well, that's why I didn't put that in there.
Nobody knows what buffering. You do, but nobody else. Ask somebody at Cronet's General Store in Jacksonville if they know what buffering is.
So we also want to know. If they have internet service that's bundled, we want to know that.
We talked about this at the last meeting.
Yes.
This isn't the right question. I want to know how many people have satellite TV. Because if they're spending $100 a month on satellite TV that can be avoided, that is really important to know. So this question needs to be changed. Because there is no cable TV where we live, so.
Yeah, but some towns there is.
Some towns there is.
Those towns have better internet already.
Well,
Right,
yes.
so the towns that, most of us in little towns do not have any cable TV, so we have no cable internet. So if you watch TV, unless you have an antenna on your roof, it's satellite, and that's an important financial consideration.
Because all of a sudden, that bill goes away, everybody's
Yeah,
screaming.
yeah, that's a big bill.
That's a whole.
What number are you on, Phil?
Yeah, we will ask about TV providers too. That's a good idea.
Well, and also, would you want to have internet without having to have the cable or without having to have the telephone service? I just want the internet. Can I just have the internet someplace? Because my cable bill is killing me.
Well, by definition, that's what fiber is.
Right.
Internet.
But how does it get into the house then?
So we want to.
Fiber optic cable.
After 11, you should throw security in.
Oh, the phone bundles are.
Is that something that?
I can't remember what the triple flight, I guess it's internet, TV, telephone. Comcast offers security some places, I don't know if they.
I think they do like digital, like cyber security.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay. I'll look into that. So let's move on a little bit.
Another question?
Yeah.
Bundled with, is that the same thing as you get it from the same supplier, or you have to get it from the store? In other words, I'm not even sure whether I could get my internet without getting my phone from CCI. But I do happen to get both. Are they bundled or not?
They are bundled.
They are bundled.
Yep.
And you can, but you should check your bill because it'll tell you whether you have a 2-year contract on one or the other.
No, I
about your phone.
pay separately for both. I mean, I pay separately for each.
You do.
So, but that would, if it's from the same supplier, by definition, it's bundled.
Well, I think you will find on your bill from CCI, if you've got phone service and internet, there's there's a discount. It's listed as a discount on your bill. And you can have, if you have DirecTV, with all of that, believe it or not, with CCI, that it was with Fairpoint, you would have a discount even though they don't have anything to do with the thing on your bill. So it's accounted for in something called a discount on your bill.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, I don't think you can get satellite TV, regardless of whether it's bundled with CCI or mine's bundled with my AT&T cell phone. But it's at least $60 to $70 a month to have satellite TV, and all you get is crappy channels. For $100, you get a few less crappy channels. That is a big factor in making this affordable.
I think we should put,
Yeah.
the TV provider question on here. I do. But bundled is,
Well, then maybe it should be a separate question. Do you have satellite TV and what are you paying for it?
Yeah, that's
a huge number.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So we want to know how much people are currently paying for their bundled services. Just a range, right? We're not. It's going to be different for every town, but we just kind of generally want to know average pricing thresholds for.
Those who are using their hotspots to provide themselves service, is that bundled in here? It says telephone. You asked the question TV, telephone, but not cell. I'm just, because see if.
So what we.
$500 a month on.
What we asked was whether you got your internet through mobile.
Right, that's.
Right.
That's question
Yes.
8.
And so are you saying we should have something more than that?
I'm just wondering in this question 11, self-service.
I see. Yeah, if that counts as bundled.
It's, yeah, some businesses,
Yeah, yeah. No, we could add that. I mean.
There's a lot of people using their
They're
hotspots.
using their data.
Their internet.
Yeah.
in our areas.
Okay, yeah.
Can I just go back to that bundling again? I mean, AT&T gives me $10 a month off on my DirecTV service because it's bundled with my cell phone. And DirecTV satellite and my cell phone have nothing to do with each other.
Yep.
So if I drive around our town, Whitington, there's satellite TV dishes all over the place.
Yep.
And those people probably don't realize, and we want to teach them how they can stream the same thing for less money. So if people get rid of $60, $70, $80, $100 a month in satellite TV costs, bundled or unbundled, that will encourage them to do broadband. And I think it's a huge number.
But that's not a great survey. But we'll get that answer, right? Because they're going to answer this question and say, my CCI bill is $75 to $99 or whatever it happens to be. And we're going to add that question about TV.
Yeah,
to the survey.
the TV should have its own question.
Wouldn't there be a better way to phrase that question right there and just say, how much do you pay for these services, your telephone, your television, your internet, bundled or not? You know, because that's really the most important thing, is how much are people paying for all those
What are you
services?
spending a month on internet and telephone and TV?
Sure. I'm
I really
happy.
appreciate the satellite TV thing to be its own question, because in the towns with no cable and
Yeah.
no cell service, people have satellite TV.
It will be. And I like that phrasing of how much do you spend for all of these services. I mean, this is what.
Each. That was the suggestion. How much do you pay for each of these services? How much do you pay for internet? How much do you pay for phone? How much do you pay for TV? Separate
That
numbers.
varies. No, that's hard to break out.
I think that's
It
very
doesn't
useful.
matter, as long as the cycle really good. People can come off the top of their head, one number, it
Yeah.
makes it simple for, there's no need for this program, really, because
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a. Yeah. The other thing.
I got 2 CCI bills here for Marlboro, different service, and, no TV, and so you can
Yeah,
see
no,
out the building if you want.
Well,
It's got all this fine print too. You can read it.
yeah, it's. Yeah. So really what all this is working up towards is putting in the business plan and then in the feasibility study kind of general benchmarks for things like how much are people paying generally for their telecommunications bills. So with this 1 to 5 scale, this is a highly subjective, obviously, question where we just want to gauge the mood of people in the community. We also want to know what quality is most important from their internet provider, whether that be speed, reliability, consistency, which we try to differentiate clearly from reliability, whether or not you have unlimited data, and then the price. And then we'd also like to see.
Can we go back to 14 for a second?
Yep.
You're saying there from your internet provider.
Yes.
So
if they have dial-up.
What?
I guess the question is whether it's their current provider or what they would value most from a future provider.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think either.
Right.
If you're choosing an internet provider, what's the important thing, right?
So switch the word
Yes.
your to an.
From an internet provider.
Well,
Yes.
it also gets construed as what's the most vulnerable aspect of your current service. Because even if you're looking for, say, reliability, that's because you don't have an app.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's what question 15 is supposed to get at.
Right.
So we want to know both, which of these are people going to think about when they think about whether to switch to fiber, and what things here are they currently most concerned about with their current service. There's a slight distinction between those two, and that's why there's two different questions. Yeah.
You might switch 14 and 15 because readability, I'm thinking about current and I'm thinking future.
Mm-hmm.
So if 14 is future, then you really got to switch.
Okay, good idea. Yep, I like it.
I wanted to just comment about the next question, landline service.
Yeah?
Basically, the big crucial factor there is if you have backup power. That's why we all want a landline, an analog landline. But if you have backup power, it's not really an issue. And that's why a lot of the fiber providers will provide backup power if they're giving you voice over internet protocol.
They're required to do so.
Right.
Right.
So I think it's important to make this clearer. So if you have analog phone service, you have backup power in the event of a power outage.
How long
Well,
will that-
again, that question is absolutely important for when people think about whether they're going to switch to fiber or switch to voice over IP. What this is for is slightly different in that it informs the feasibility study because we want to know how many people are currently able to use their cell phone at their house, how many people use voice over IP already. So that is absolutely important when it comes to when people make decisions about whether they are going to switch their current phone service or adopt fiber. But I'm worried about, it's already pretty long, I worry about adding too many more questions. I mean, we certainly are going to add some.
That's more for us to be able to answer people's questions if that comes up.
Right. They are required to provide, I think, 12 hours of backup.
They're required to provide 8 at this time.
8 hours.
And the FCC is trying to move that up to 24.
And that's a battery that's at the house.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be 24 soon.
Well, the FCC is pushing for 24.
You know, this may not be possible to put in the survey, but I can't tell you how many times I've gone to somebody with a fairly new cell phone and I said, oh, you don't have Wi-Fi calling turned on. People are not realizing that they may not have cell service at their home, but they really do. If they turn on Wi-Fi calling, even their crappy consolidated internet connection will allow their cell phone to work.
But that's an educational thing, not a survey.
Yeah, but it's a good, I mean, certainly part of it. All right, let's do a few, you've had your hand up for a while.
We're asking about what's important to people in their selection, but nowhere in the survey have you asked what speed they currently have. So maybe not in some of the areas, but in other areas, you have many options for different speeds, but you have to pay for them. So you're asking how to compare speed with price, but you've never asked.
That's because what we care about is what is served and what is underserved or unserved. and which gets to the kind of infrastructure you have. I mean, we can ask explicitly what speeds people are ordering, I suppose, although often what's advertised has no correlation with what you're actually getting at your house. Yeah.
We had a previous survey in Lawrenceburg, and only 1 out of 5 people filled that, gave us the answer to that question. And we even gave them an URL for a speed check. So
Yeah.
For some reason, they just don't seem to fill it out.
It's a tricky, I mean, a lot of these are tricky questions, but that's a tricky one.
Well, a lot of that's weeded out with what can you do at what that question with, you know, how many things can you do at once, or what, however that works. I mean, you already know if they got a good connection with that.
Yeah.
Going back to question 14, you're asking for them to select one of those 5.
Yep.
But I could expect that the questions we're going to be getting would be along the lines of, does that mean that you're going to provide just one of these, or are you going to emphasize one? Isn't it true that all of those are desired? And how would a person express that on their survey?
So
can you do a rank ordering, for example, instead of selecting one?
we talked about that. We also talked about other options for phrasing it. And what's important is really we wanted to make sure people didn't. We wanted to make sure we didn't lose the opportunity to get people's number one concern. And that was why we phrased it the way it was. And I assume people care about all of these. I would care about all of these. But honestly, if someone cares first about speed and then about price, or first about price and then about speed, that's a big difference. And we want to know, rather than giving people the option to say, I care about all of these, or I care about 3 out of the 5 of these, we wanted to really make sure people thought carefully about what they most wanted.
So when we explain it, we should say what's the worst problem you're experiencing, which of these 5, and that's the answer to the question. What thing are you having the most trouble with, and that you want to fix the best? That's the answer to the question.
I think it's more about what you value most.
It was intended to be what do you value the most, and this was intended to be what do you want to see fixed with your.
There's no way that you would not want to get all of the first 4 for some price.
I agree, but we are forcing people to pick one, and that's part of it, right? There's only one.
I will take reliability and pay more money.
Yeah, that's not going to be meaningful, but go ahead.
Yeah.
3 days ago during an ice storm, where I didn't have any satellite cell service, it would have been consistency. At the beginning of the month, speed is no issue. At the end of the month, speed is an issue. So I'm going to leave that one blank.
Great. We are forcing people to pick, and we're going to get a range of answers. And what we really want to know is what we'll be able to rank. You know, most people care about this. This is the second most cared about. This is the third most prioritized or cared about. And that's, you know, it's okay if you answer it as you will, and some of you may not like the question, but we really want to drill down to what is the ranking of priorities in the community in terms of what do people care about most, what do the second most people care about, and what do third most people care about. So,
you know what I think might be important? We're all on broadband committees in our community. We actually have 9 in our lighting committee. And I think that we need to if we tell people to fill out the survey, we should tell them, if you don't understand the question, call me, so that we get the right answers, so we can help people. We're all studying this to try to figure it out, but our neighbors aren't. And I think if we help them answer the survey, we'll get better data.
okay, so we have a section about phone service, who your provider is, whether you have a cell phone or not, who your cell phone provider is, and what the cell strength is at your house. Yeah?
Why? Thank you.
Why about the cell phone?
Why about cell phones? Why about phones in general? We're not, I find whenever I talk to people the difference between internet and cell phone service, they don't know the difference. And I think you're just.
So let me tell you the reason, and then you can respond. When the CUD puts out an RFP to say, do you want to be the internet provider for this network, companies will want to know whether or not it would make sense for them to bundle services with it, whether they should offer a special voice over IP service, whether they should offer something else. They are expecting some form of indication that will help them know whether they should offer that or not. And yes, some people do confuse the two. That's going to happen. We have to live with it. That it's not going to be perfect. We aren't going to be able to eliminate confusion for everyone.
My question really is, isn't that section 2 years down the line? In other words, if we're trying to get answers for an ISP person, as opposed to getting answers for us to create a CUD, what do we care about? Right now, what do we care about?
Well, we care about what the average revenue per customer is going to be. And it's going to be different if you think that customers are going to want internet service and a voice line as a bundle, or whether they're just going to want internet service because they're going to use their cell phone instead. And so I think some of these questions can lead us into determining what that average revenue is going to be, and that goes into the feasibility study.
Alice, can I just
Yes.
ask a clarifying question? So is it fair to say that the data you're collecting here is less important for will you be a CUD or not, as it is to inform the business plan and the RFP process, so we do this feasibility study once? And is it also fair to say that if you guys have determined that we need 20% response, that that's statistically valid, so that even if we got 50, the responses, when they're in aggregate, should change very little between 20 and 50? Are those two fair things? Because I think that's...
Yes, that's a great clarification. Those are both fair things. I would say not only does this does inform around the edges some things about formation of the CUD, because it's establishing what areas are served and what are unserved, and when we look at those on the map, we can see, okay, if we're going to bring fiber from here to here to here to here, we can knock out this unserved area, and then it makes sense to have this be one CUD, and then the fiber, looking at where served and unserved with the geography and existing fiber assets, then we start to figure out where the optimal CUDs are. So it does do both, but you're absolutely right in saying that this informs the feasibility study in ways that are beyond the CUD just alone.
Can a town that is well served or served be a part of the CUD?
Absolutely.
Inevitably, even a town like Brattleboro, particularly around its edges, have unserved areas.
No, we have in Vernon a few.
And so you can
But we're next to Guilford and close to
Halifax.
Halifax, who have real problems.
Yeah.
So
We want-
if we aggregate that, do we end up being part of the unserved
Yeah.
greater community?
Right.
And
so-
Marlboro
and that
too,
would be
by the
the
way.
reason to join a communication union district, so that you can find a solution for those unserved areas.
And for those who want to be served by fiber.
And yes, as well.
Yeah, and in ValleyNet's region, there are places that have cable that will get built as well, just maybe with a different plan.
Or Woodstock. Or-
Yeah.
Based upon the questions, I see that there's no way that you can really determine whether people receive LTE or not. I mean, you ask whether they use it for internet as a primary internet source, which is fine, by definition you would, but there's no way you ask it what cell phone strength in your home, that would be call strength with bars, which is a totally different thing than LTE or 3G reception. So there's no way in this to determine whether people receive LTE if they're residents or not, or 3G as their residents, separate from whether they're using it as an internet source or not. Is that important for you?
I'm trying to think if that's actually important.
Because a lot of people who have LTE don't even know they have it. So it gets confusing.
Yeah.
But I think that's an important thing to know, whether a geographic space is covered by
The
cell service or not.
That's also going to be a highly confusing question if we're already trying to make the distinction between internet is different than cell service, but LTE is also different than whether you can call people. I mean, I barely understand that.
But
So
that data exists. Somebody did a study of that.
Oh, they
We had a
did?
chart
Okay,
at
okay.
one of our meetings. Remember that meeting we had in Dover? And so I was in that red zone where we don't have cell service, we don't have internet, we don't have anything.
yeah.
So, but can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
So we have a town, Stratton, the map itself, 1,500 taxpayers. 90% of them are serviced by Comcast, 200 of us are not.
Yep.
So if we survey those 1,500 people, they're gonna come back with this survey completely different. They're gonna talk about reliability, because Comcast sucks for them, I know that.
Yeah.
For example. Are we gonna sorry. Are we gonna separate that out? I know I have no filter in.
This is a safe space. You can say whatever you
Well,
want.
no, it's the same issue
Right.
in Dover.
So yes,
And
that's why-
some people are serviced. So is that gonna be separated out when on the first page, when they write Comcast, you're gonna throw it in another pile? Because their answers are completely different.
So a few things. Their answers will be different, and that's exactly what we want to know. We will actually be able to put on a map dots for every address that responds and say these people have service and these people don't. So that's one way that we're going to pull them all together. Also knowing, I mean, it's important to know that consistency and or reliability is an issue for people with Comcast. Or that's what's top of mind, or that's what they care about. And it would be great to know what people who have Dunkin' care about. You know, that all helps a future provider think about how they're going to prioritize, you know, running a business if they end up being the person to win the RFP.
Question 17, are there any towns in the Windsor region or this group that have landline service for retail? I thought retail was up in your area.
No, there are some at the very top of Wyndham
Oh, there are?
County,
Better.
where retail comes down into some of those towns.
So those people already have fiber?
Yes.
Yep. So, again, you know, we're getting into some direct questions about potential future service, right? Definitely would to unsure. Would you subscribe to competitively priced fiber internet? And I know that competitively priced is subjective, but we can't tell anyone really any even ranges at this point because we don't know what the business cases are. But I think it's more about gauging people's general interest and mood and approachability with fiber, knowing that we're trying to make it as competitive as possible. Yes?
I think it's a little confusing, just in terms of pronouns, that's a question. If fiber internet,
I think it's missing a Y in
to your current service came to our community, I don't know what that means.
Okay, you're right. It should probably be your community, and competitively priced does not have to be with regard to your current service, because if you're paying $100...
It's the euro and the hour.
Okay.
Does it make no sense?
Yep, I will change the hour to your. That's a good call. Okay, so, and for those people who want to switch, what is the primary reason you would switch? And again, this is information that goes into the feasibility study and that the people responding to the RFP will want to know, right? Do they, if D ends up being something that most people respond, that may change the idea of who should be the provider, right? So we want to know kind of why people would want to switch. What are the primary motivations? What they think is a fair price. That would be great to know. And then,
Why did you put in the 100 megabit synchronous? I mean,
It's a benchmark.
well, I know, but people don't know what you know. If you're like me and you got 17 down and you have 1.2 up, yeah, what does 100 mean to me? Even if I could compare it. Stuff's working fine. You know. I mean, you could put a 50 in there, it wouldn't make any difference.
so the reason why we picked 100 is because that's definitely better than DSL, definitely better than satellite, obviously, but it's also better than cable.
Yes, I understand.
And that's the threshold that we wanted to ask about. You know, it may not, people may not understand. If people have lived with DSL their whole life, they may not. And
You could put in parentheses faster than cable.
You could put that in, so you can explain that, that's something people can relate to.
okay, yeah, I like that. Good clarification. Yeah.
The other thing that might be important here, and we talked about it a couple of times, and this may be the place to catch it, where people said, you know, you might have to pay for your landline, you might not have to pay for, because if in your head you're saying all of the places is DSL for $100 a month, the answer would be no. But if I would not have to pay my landline, I would have to pay
Yeah,
something else, because it's you know, it's not DSL for fiber, it's fiber and all that things for DSL. So I don't know how you get that into the survey without muddying the data.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, and you know, that's where data that we have from other fiber installations comes in, because if you give people all those, you know, people are resistant to change. They don't want to commit to that while they're taking out a survey. It takes a little while. You know, they need to have someone in their community do it first to see that, oh, it works like totally easily and fine. And so like those responses might not really be valuable until, you know, again, as the gentleman over there said, that when you're doing consumer education about that, that's in a year from now or in 2 years from now. That's where that becomes most important.
Yeah, so you said data from other surveys that you
Exactly.
hold up against this and
Exactly.
be able to extract. Okay, got
Yep.
it, perfect.
Yeah, question 23 is laid out in a sort of interesting way.
Yeah.
That might lead people to believe that they can influence what the price is going to be. Why not give them a couple of different likely scenarios, like you're going to get 100 up and down for $90 a month, 200 bucks up and down for 150. You know, based on what typical prices are now, and say which would you choose? Because this is typically what it costs.
Well, that seems like it would make them think that they were influencing it as well in a different way.
I think the second way, what I'm proposing, just gives us an idea of how much money they want to throw at it, assuming they understand that it might replace other things, like their landline and television service.
And is there even realistically anybody who would provide 100 for $40 a month?
Yeah, no, right, but people might say, well, yeah.
People are buying it.
Right.
You're gonna get a lot of $40 to $50 a month back.
Well, that may be the case. That being said, the way that it's phrased, what do you think would be fair, is not saying what do you want to pay. It's what do you think would be fair. We want to know, right? We're not asking people to say this is what I would pay. We want to know generally how people are conceiving of the value of fiber internet, and it may be the case that that you can make it work at $40 to $50 a month, but it likely won't be able to. But that being said, it'll give us a benchmark for how people are conceiving of the value of it, and what additional consumer education needs to happen around.
I think you're giving them false hope.
Well, also, I don't think you're going to get much data as far as how much money you can bring in. What subscriber revenues are. I mean, the people who want to pay 40 or 50 bucks a month would probably be very happy with 25 megabits.
Yeah, that they probably would, and that's why this is not. Again, this is not to act. Nobody is going to even come close to setting actual price thresholds using this data and these responses. Because we don't know how much it's going to cost yet to deploy the network. We don't know how much it's going to cost. Is the company that's providing the internet, do they already own bucket trucks, or are they going to have to spend $100,000 a truck?
This makes sense, not when you're signing people up. This makes sense when you're trying to figure out what the feasibility study is, I guess, or the business model.
That is what we're trying to do. Yeah.
Let's not, don't confuse that with what the next step may be, which is trying to get.
You're gauging a mood, not asking for a commitment.
Right.
You're also figuring out, as a business, you're going, well, here are the different things I can offer, here are the speeds I can offer. I've got an awful lot of people at the bottom between 40 and 60. Well, that's going to be something that I need to focus on. Yeah, there's going to be people up here going 90 and 100, So that's a business model that they can look at. Here's your customer base.
Carol, what's the breakdown in your
Isn't fair kind of a value judgment? I don't understand why you're asking what would be fair. That's kind of like, what do you think of, what would I like a business to charge? Why wouldn't it be, what is the maximum amount we're willing to pay? It's different than a value judgment.
That sounds scary. And I think asking about fairness is different than also asking about what would you like. I think fairness, we all have our own conceptions of fairness. We're going to get a range of answers. That's why we want 6,000 respondents, give or take, so we can look at the averages and see what generally what the mood is and what the kind of interest is.
If you take your CCI bill and it says you're paying $35 for 10 meg, and we're asking you, what do you think is a fair price for 100? So it requires somebody to think through, well, if I'm paying $35 for 10, a fair price for 100.
It's not necessarily relevant that you're paying $35 for 10.
That's the, but that's what it's the, how do you as an individual determine what is a fair price for something that you don't have today? And so that's really, that's partly how some people deal with it, is that they're looking at, what do I pay today, and for how much?
Or what can I afford?
Well, that's not what this question is about, though, because that's a whole different question. What can I afford is a different question.
Well, your EC Fiber's lowest cost is $64 a month plus the.
$72 with the equipment, yep.
Yeah, so people are getting the consolidated 3 megabyte price, for $35 or $40. I mean, this is a huge hurdle.
And not everyone is going to subscribe to this. Some people are going to keep their consolidated. Some people are going to keep their satellite. That is okay. This is for the people, for the people that are interested in fiber, right? We're looking at the people who are interested. How much do they think it's worth? How much generally are they expecting? How much, that's good data to have. So then at the very end here, we want to know, if people want to get more involved, right? We can use all hands on deck, for this part of the process. Could be with data entry. It could be with, we may actually have to send people out at a certain point to verify that poles are in the right locations, or you never know what we're going to need people to do. So the last questions are, if people are excited about this, if they want to volunteer some of their time, we would love to know that, and therefore know if we can contact them. But again, totally optional for them to attach their name to the survey or attach their email address. Yeah.
Sorry, I have one more
No,
question.
it's okay.
Okay, question 22, what's the primary reason we would switch? It was going back to 14, there was a list of qualities that would be most important. Among them is unlimited data. And that is a big factor, especially if you're on a service like retail. And also consistency is listed on 14.
Yep.
Why are these reasons on 22 different? And should there be some parallel structure between those two questions?
Yeah, that's a good point. There should be probably all the responses on 14 should be on 22. And I guess if people hold in their head the difference between consistency and reliability of the first question, we should have those both here as well. So I think you're right. Everything that should be that is in that question should be here in 22 as well. Yeah.
And were you going to change 14 to an internet provider or keep it your internet provider?
If 14 is the one about the ideal internet provider, we'll change it to an. And then 15 is the one about your internet provider. Yeah.
In questions of brevity, why not eliminate one of those two and just combine them?
Well, they're getting at slightly different things. They're getting at slightly different things in terms of. What's that?
I don't see how they are.
Well, one is getting at people thinking aspirationally about, in a perfect world, what do they prioritize, and one is thinking about, in their current world, what does their service struggle with. And maybe it turns out that those are going to be the same for everyone, but I guess we don't quite know until we.
Alex, you use these questions elsewhere, right? We're not the first people to see these.
No, but that being said, a lot of your feedback and all of your feedback has been really helpful, especially with wording choices and other things like that.
But these questions basically give you guys what you need.
Yeah.
You guys is us guys, that's why we're asking.
That's true. That's yeah. No, you're right. You're right. No, but all of, these changes are really good and helpful, and again, we want to make sure that you all are comfortable with the way it's set up, so that you feel good about answering questions, you feel good about being a part of the process.
So we're going to incorporate as many of those comments as we can. Alex will do that, and then we'll post it on our website. And before we leave, maybe we can just take a few more minutes. If any communities want to share some of the ideas that they have about distribution, if there are things like, how to get the paper survey out, it would be good, I assume, if you can have that at your local library, town hall, other gathering places, but maybe your town hall's not open every day. And so then you might want to think about putting a box of the paper surveys outside the front door if you have a porch or something. But if any of you have creative or just really logical ideas for spreading the word, please share. Jennifer.
It's winter time and it's probably hard, but lawn signs?
Lawn signs, yeah.
Would that make sense?
You could, or the sandwich boards in certain places in town, in your town centers. Yes?
Another possible suggestion is the community service organizations. I've been thinking about this. I'm a member of the Lions Club. We have 57 members in our area. A lot of
That's
people
great.
they come up with.
Yeah.
Rotary, all the service organizations. It's a volunteer thing. They like to do this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone drives for Meals on Wheels, that's that's a nice way. You talk to a lot of people that way. So.
Sure. Yes.
This is not my idea, it says, bring in bingo.
Oh yeah, there we go. Bingo. Exactly.
Oh, there you go. I saw, Patrick, you showed a nice postcard you were making, right?
Yeah, we've got nearly 6,000 households we need to reach, and so our intention is to do a every door mailing, much the likes of which was described earlier. But while I have the floor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Given the relatively short period of time in which we're able to collect surveys, can we expect an email or a phone call from the Wyndham Regional Commission letting us know that the survey's gone live?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yes, we'll definitely send a note out to all those who are on our list, which is quite expensive right now.
What's your target date for that to happen?
To get the survey online as soon as possible, if not tomorrow, at the very, early part of next week.
The reason I ask is as soon as it goes live, we can put it on our website.
Yep,
As soon as it
that would
goes
be great.
live and we know that you guys are pushing out social media, we can begin
Yep.
the process of sharing and liking and all the other things you can do.
Yep.
So knowing when it goes live, I think it's gonna be useful.
Yes, yes,
This
we'll make sure we
weekend's
get
a
that.
holiday weekend, so many of our second homeowners are actually here.
Ah,
It would behoove us to get it out by Saturday.
it'd be great if we could.
So are you making an electronic file available to us of the survey?
Yep.
Yes,
It's actually really, really easy. We should maybe pull it up and show. It's here. I know what I do. I can pull it up on my computer and we can just plug in the
So
Yeah.
we click on Wyndhamward/broadband.
Yep.
And you said there's a lot of other stuff loaded out there.
Yes.
So there's gotta be some big graphic thing that says, click here for the
Yes,
survey.
there
so that
is.
people-
It's
okay.
all ready to
Okay.
go.
That's what I'm getting at is, you said it's on SurveyMonkey, but is it gonna be clear?
It's not
that
an
there's a-
actual survey monkey, but it's a similar.
I'll show you right now. This will be
I'm just
a
wondering
good
if
thing
we
to
can
do.
take an e-file of it and put that on our website as well as a link to
they won't have the data.
So just have a link to our page.
So this is basically what it looks like embedded in a website. So we have the same context as in the first one. You kind of, first you enter your address, then you hit your town, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna change this and add the electric utility that was mentioned earlier, right? All this, and then you just
That's a
hit.
Google.
Yep, it's a.
That's great.
So
And
that-
so it has to go through wyndhamregional.org/broadband so that you guys can collect all of the data.
Yes.
If we posted it separately without the link, you couldn't get the data, and that's the important part, is for you guys to be able to get the data, right?
Well, if you post the wyndhamregional.org/broadband.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
posted the
exactly.
URL, but we're not gonna get an e-file of our survey to put.
Correct.
Right, yeah, everyone should be kind of funneled to this.
Yep,
Yeah.
okay, got it.
Any other ideas, suggestions?
Just
Yeah.
a question about access to the data, which was mentioned before.
Yeah.
So is there any possibility that we would have access to the actual spreadsheets, sorted by town or something as the data's coming in? So we have more real-time access to that information?
I don't know how that would work, do you?
I think I'll monitor it if we need to, pull the fire alarm and, or, light a fire under everyone's butts or whatever, we'll do that. I'm not too worried about needing to monitor it in real time, and I'll send an email out again in a couple weeks just to give everyone an update about
So what
the
about-
responses are coming in, the systems are working, that kind
So
of.
what
Call
about-
Alex 3
what about
times a
after
day.
March 17th, after your deadline?
Yep.
Could we at least get the data at that point? Because maybe us as a town, maybe we want to pursue it further and get more data.
I don't see any reason why not, yeah, no, certainly not, yeah, yeah.
In the previous meeting, the response rate target was 30%, now it's 20%. Was the judgment that 30% was a bridge too far, or what was the reason for that?
Alec, the Rural Innovation Strategies does quite a lot of surveys. And they are very comfortable with the 20% take rate on the
Yeah.
survey, being valid, statistically valid.
Yeah, because we are actually.
Mine was a little higher, but we all know we can get to 30 anyway, so I.
30 would be great, but 6,000 people is a highly statistically significant number. What we want to make sure is that when we're figuring out what areas are served and unserved, we have the spread, right? The spread across the region. That's the most important thing.
This is a question for,
Susan.
Susan. One of the cheapest forms of advertising are the $35 boxes on the bottom of the page in the Reformer and the Commons. Is that something that would be in the regional's budget?
We haven't really talked about that. The Reformer did just have a front page article last weekend about it, and I'm sure that, we're gonna get more information out in all those publications as well.
I'm just thinking, it's a really inexpensive way.
Yeah, if we have trouble getting that information out otherwise, we may consider that.
And VPR.
Yeah, yes.
For the hard copy, is it going to be the online version printed out?
It'll look like the one you have today.
Yeah, it'll look.
It will look like this,
Yes.
not
Right.
look like that. Okay, just knowing that we're gonna have people in our town that are going to do the hard copy way. Need to know. So in regards to my question about the link, how are we accessing that copy to get the hard copy to our people who need that? rather than an
The
online
Word
version?
document version.
Yes, so that will all be posted on.
We post it on our website, on the
Yeah,
same page.
It's all at the same.
Download it and share it however you want.
It's all at the same link. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So you mentioned that you're trying to determine served versus unserved. What are you using for the threshold for that?
So basically, what type of provider you have, what the infrastructure is what determines it, right? So if you've got cable in your neighborhood, then you count as served. If you
So
don't,
anything less than cable is unserved?
essentially, yeah.
Okay.
There's also state data that'll be merged into this too.
Yeah, and
right.
Yeah,
Thanks.
there's, yeah.
What about if there are different households in the same 911 address?
So we're gonna add the apartment or unit number question to the E911 address. And we'll phrase it as unit number maybe, and that'll catch both apartments and, you know, clusters of houses. Yeah. Good question.
All right, well, thank you all for coming, and thank you for all your help getting the survey out.
Thank you.
Hi, Rob.
We don't have to go. Nice
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Guilford Select Board meeting of February 10th. Welcome. I'd like to recognize the public, and I see in our public our distinguished former chair. Welcome, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Richard.
The rules of procedure you will find on the desk in front of you, and those rules govern how the public and the select board interact in conversation. Are there any additions to the agenda? I have one, at least, which is to re-review the proposed fiscal year budget. And I think Peter and I discussed this earlier, and I understand that that's a legal motion.
No, you do not need a motion for it. As chair,
Okay, so,
as long as it occurs before any other action on the agenda, you can add anything you want.
okay, so we're going to add that if the select board is in agreement with that.
Yes.
Okay. Another item that's come up, and I don't know whether this is for the select board as a whole to discuss, but it is our Guilford's participation in the broadband meeting that is in conflict with the big town meeting that's coming out.
Thursday?
And
Do you
we
want
need
to put
decide
that on
whether
the
we're going to-
agenda?
Pardon me?
Do you want to put that on the agenda?
I think so, if the select board agrees that that should be on the agenda.
Sure.
Do we, select board?
Sure.
And anyone else want to put their oar in?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Gordon, you too?
I'm okay with it, absolutely.
Yeah, we're all okay with it, I'm sorry.
Okay. And there was another item that seems to be outstanding to me, which is the talking points for the select board in regard to the town meeting, which we haven't been brought together, or we haven't come together to discuss. And I don't know whether this is the time to do it or not. But we really need to go over those,
Discuss what?
and we need to assign.
Who's gonna do what for the town meeting
Oh.
in
Are
terms
you
of the
talking
articles?
about town meeting or pre-town meeting?
Technically both.
Both.
No, I'm
Okay.
talking about both, actually, the talking points for both occasions.
Should we do that in a meeting? Yeah, so why don't we do that too, Richard? Good idea.
Okay.
I mean,
So,
as long as-
Richard, so I don't have those printed out for folks because I was waiting your feedback on those items. And I hadn't received it, and so no one else was prepared to give their 2 cents worth on those topics.
Well, I saw him in the,
Everybody received them, huh?
yes, I saw him in the folder.
That impression.
You guys,
Did you all get them?
I'm trying to find it.
did he share the talking points with you?
I haven't seen them.
No, I saw them.
Yeah,
Okay, so then we're gonna have to,
well, the talking points, maybe I'm not being clear. I saw the articles.
Yeah, there's the articles, and so what I
Yeah,
did
but
is,
that's not what we're talking about.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
then I have not seen
so
whatever you're talking about.
every year what I do is I put together just a few brief talking points about each article.
I saw
And,
those.
and then, because Richard had asked me to share them with him so he could review them prior to sharing them with the rest of the select board.
Yeah, I didn't see those.
right, I did, and I was under the impression that you had put them up in the folder.
They're in
Not,
it's an email, let's see.
not until you said you wanted to review them before I shared them with them, and so anyhow.
So are they in our
Okay, so
folder?
is there gonna be an occasion that we can find to discuss those talking points? And certainly I will look at them this evening and send them out to you.
Well, I mean, considering that Sheila has her hand up, by the way, would like to make a
Hi
comment.
Sheila, yes, I'm recognizing you.
I think in the past,
it used to be that Peter would prepare them, we would read them, and there wasn't much discussion about the talking points. And I think particularly this year, unless you make some decisions tonight, there's not going to be much that you need to hash out about the different talking points. It's just who's going to present which article, and a little bit to say about each article. So it's not like rocket science about.
We could do that via email.
I will send out an email to the select board and with some instructions and basically seeking your comments, and also seeking which one of you would like to talk about that particular article at the town meeting.
Yeah, so they are shared with all of you. They're actually in a separate folder. They're not in a select board meeting folder, but they're in the 2020 town meeting folder.
Oh, and how do we access that?
That would be in the shared with me via Google Drive.
Okay.
But basically, just like Sheila and I did in the past, is there's a couple of brief notes for each article, talking about, just a little information for it, and then one select board member would take one article and just read out the article and then talk about those few points, and then the next article, and then, if any residents had any questions at pre-town meeting, we'd answer those questions and then move on to the next article.
Right.
So it's just, I think what Richard's getting at is which select board member is going to take which article.
Right, so I'll send out an email concerning this and ask for your input, and we'll get it settled, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so in regard to these additions, why don't we begin with the agenda as it was written, and then add these to it?
Sounds good.
So okay.
So I'll move that we accept the minutes.
Do I have a second?
I will.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much. Is there a report from the highway department?
I spoke to Danny very briefly this morning. He stopped in for about 2 minutes to drop off the timesheets, and they have been plowing and sanding and salting and fixing equipment.
And that's it?
It is it. That's all he said.
There's been a lot of weather.
Thank you very much. Now on to old business, the town administrator's job description. Everybody's had a chance to read that?
Yes.
And what are your responses?
Well, I was wondering how much time the revisions to your job description would free up. The tasks that you peeled off for the administrative assistant, how much of your time would that free up?
We were looking at it in the time frame of 5 to 10 hours a week. Obviously, it would vary. Some weeks would maybe have 1 hour, and other weeks would have 10 or 9 or 11, or depending on what the tasks were in the time of year. So, I think it will be difficult to specify really clearly, but same thing with the work that I do. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But you're comfortable with this document, one, in relationship to your role and responsibilities and that of the administrative assistant?
I do, and I think that it reflects some things that Sheila and I talked about for quite a while that would have been good to shift off to someone else. And so I think that it does, enable me to be able to have time to do these other things that I've been given responsibility for. I feel comfortable with it. I think that it looks good.
Other than a few clerical changes, I didn't see much content change. Is that accurate?
That is accurate,
Okay.
yes. There were a few grammatical things, there were a couple of minor things that Veranda had suggested be clarified slightly and added to the admin assistant description.
Okay.
But
And
they were,
and they fell into sort of preparation for Peter's oversight.
Well, there is the addition of the emergency management duties, and I mean, that's the large change in this position description.
Yeah, and I just wanted
Sheila,
to
do
be.
you want to say something?
Maybe after Gordon?
I just wanted to be clear on, okay, I see the list. You're thinking it's gonna take between 5 and 8 hours a month, is that on average?
for the
For the
Emergency-
yeah, the
yes,
EOC.
yes. You know, there might be something where it, you know, takes a couple more hours than that. There might be another week that takes
Less.
you know, another month that takes 1 hour. You know, it really depends. Although I think in the next 3 to 5 months, there'll be a few more hours than usual just because of the hazard mitigation plan being rewritten and all the work that has to go in with that.
Okay.
But
Sheila?
Yeah. Maybe for this I
Could
can
you, yeah, why don't you?
bring my chair up.
Come up to the table.
So, I'm sorry, I just got these two documents a little while ago. And I understand that it was said that I approved the former iteration of Peter's job description. But I think what I said was, I've made my input. So I didn't know if that was what was said actually, because I looked online and I didn't see the BCTV video of last meeting.
no, we didn't.
Well, we had a conversation, Sheila and I had a conversation post that. What I basically said was, I asked the question after this had been laid out, as far as the EOC, and in general, was Sheila comfortable with this role and responsibility? Because I hadn't seen it. At least that's what my recollection is, that I asked.
So I wasn't able to track that conversation because
that's what
there's
you're
no
referring
video
to, I
of the
think.
last meeting. But, and this is the first time I've seen the administrative assistant job description.
Which I shared.
But to follow up on what you just said, this administrative assistant will take 5 to 8 hours per week away from Peter's responsibility. And in the town administrator position, you're talking about 8 to 10 hours a month of EOC time. So
But there's also other responsibilities that have been added to my job description over time.
I think codified is, as opposed to being added, I think you've done a lot of the things that are now, that your job description is more up to date than it has been. And so you sort of codified the additions that you've been actually taking care of
Okay, sure.
incredibly well
Sure.
over the last couple of years. So there's one question that I don't know if this is something that the select board has discussed or not, and I don't presume to have an opinion on it. I just note that there is that change. In the administrative assistant position, it doesn't say to whom this person reports at all. It does say that something directed by the select board, but it's hard to tell.
So I can clarify, it does not currently state that, nope, that is true. That is something that the select board has to decide upon. And part of the reason being is because my role within Guilford is as town administrator, by state statute, I cannot legally supervise employees. The only way that would happen is if my position were changed to town manager.
Mm-hmm.
And that would then have to go before the whole town and the whole process of that.
Yeah,
I think we just need to.
We had that discussion.
We did.
Yeah.
And so we just have to
Last
add
meeting,
that.
we discussed
Well, it does say right here.
that the administrative
To be
assistant
written
would
after
report to, and it was to the select board that decided.
At one point it says to the select board. I just wonder if Peter is supposed to do things as directed by the select board, and it could be that the select board would direct him to offload these specific tasks
Yes.
to somebody and supervise the results, as opposed to manage that person's
That's the way we
time.
discussed it.
So okay, so that's great.
So we need to put
Clarify that,
that
yeah.
specific language
I think that's,
in here,
Yes.
don't we agree?
yep, yeah, that's smart.
Yep.
Because there is a distinction to be made.
Definitely.
And you want it to be clear. No, that's a very good observation, Sheila.
And then, just having seen tonight for the first time the emergency management responsibilities,
I had shared those with you, I thought, in previous
I can't
iterations.
find my correspondence, Peter, it's kind of
Okay.
disappeared.
Okay, no problem.
So, I'm sorry, I think it's the first time. I think, so the local emergency management plan we do every year, that's an annual job. Sorry, local hazard mitigation plan. Are there, you have an LEOP, is the LEMP,
They're both here.
and then there's the LEH in the
Yes,
hazard
so there's all
mitigation-
three.
There's 3 plans,
There's 3
okay.
plans.
Um,
There's the local emergency operations plan, the
Local emergency management plan.
and then the local hazard
mitigation
mitigation plan. That's correct.
Which isn't reflected. Oh, I see.
No, it is.
It's down.
Okay, sorry. So I just thought it might be useful to say when these are required, like 1, 2 are annual and the
The other one
and
is going to be
every 5
now.
years.
No, it's going to be
8 years?
8 years now.
So that's good, because.
Which one's 8 years?
The hazard mitigation
Hazard
plan,
mitigation.
starting this year, it will now
You
be.
have to do it, and then it will be 8
Correct.
years.
It will be 8 years before happens again. So I can add that in.
The other two are annually?
That's correct. They're due by the end of May every year.
And so do you think it would be useful to just add the word annual before local emergency operation plan and local emergency management plan? I mean, that's just a question, for clarity.
No, I think it makes
Well, I
sense.
think
That's very
there's still
specific.
some editing things, let's see.
So
Also,
Peter's edit, as we're talking, and so if it's annual to maintain those plans, we should say annually.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Oh, okay, I have no problem with that.
So for C and D, I just added the word annually at the beginning of each
Yep.
bullet point.
Okay,
Perfect.
fine.
you might also correct and see, manage and maintain.
But Sheila, does that respond to your concerns about the time that we're
Yeah,
talking about?
The time is for you all to decide, and for Peter, I know the hazard mitigation plan is a lengthy process, but it's once every 8 years.
Right.
The rest of it is kind of boilerplate, or has been. I think we did the hard work last year, so I think it's supposed to be pretty boilerplate now. I would, the only other little thing is, I think you refer to the EOC until F, and then you say the Emergency Operations Center. And I would change that, and I would also sort of give an idea of what it means to coordinate the EOC. Because usually that's just in time of emergencies. You have to know where your equipment is, you have to know who your volunteers are, you have to be able to communicate with them, and you have to have a method of getting people here. And that's about it, so you might want to say something like that.
Okay, I'm putting a note in to clarify further.
But otherwise, it's, just as, literally as a quick review tonight without having gone through my other notes from when I was helping do this, I think it looks pretty good. There's a couple
Appreciate that
edits
input.
that I would make.
That's fine.
Okay, well, thank you for your input, Sheila, on that. And so what we'll do with this now is to, once again, send this to the select board, and we should all sign off on it. I don't believe that this needs a motion to approve, or does it?
In the previous iteration, there was a select board motion to approve the job description. And I know that because I looked back at the minutes after Katie gave her last resignation. I know that Sheila worked with her to redraft this prior to my hiring, and then the select board made a motion to approve it. You didn't sign it or anything
Okay,
like
so
that?
let's put an action step on for next meeting to bring this to a close by
Okay.
either approving or not approving it.
Okay.
How's that?
Richard, would you like me to share the final documents with Sheila as well?
Sure.
It's up to you.
Yep.
And the only other thing
Do you
I'll
want to
add,
see them, Sheila?
would you like to see the final version?
I think I've
You're-
done,
Okay.
I think I've
Then I'll just
done
share
what I
with-
said I would do. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
The only other thing I just wanted to say is, I think this document, both these documents need to be fluid, because I think as this starts to separate, I think this is a good start, but I think, you know, as you kind of walk through both of these, particularly with the administrative piece, you might find, you know, this might work there too, or this,
Yep.
you know, and other things, if you're getting, you know, buried.
Yep.
Or vice versa, you know, so just
Yeah.
something for the select board to keep in mind, because I won't be here to do
Right,
that.
it should remain fluid, and particularly in the first year
And-
that we're,
Exactly.
you know, practicing in this way.
So, would there be a point in saying, I don't have the wording right now, but about having a one-year review of these job
It
descriptions?
should be part of your performance review.
Oh,
Every year,
okay.
every single year, you should do the job review and the performance
Okay,
review.
we all set
You
on
should look
that?
at the job description.
Okay, good.
All right, now we're gonna move to discussion update of childcare and town meeting. I know that Peter has some information and Miranda has some information.
Yes, so one of the things that I was tasked with was to contact VLCT regarding select board liability for having childcare at town meeting day. Very briefly, my initial thought was that this would be a question for the VLCT attorneys, so I contacted them. And they said, nope, this isn't for us, this is for Passive, your insurance. So they transferred the call over to Passive. They couldn't immediately answer the question, and so they said they would email me with a response, and less than half an hour later, I got a very short and sweet response. And they strongly encourage the select board to not have any officially sponsored childcare, because the risk and liability for this is far too high. And this is advice they give to every town across the state. Whether the select board in that town or this town takes that advice is up to the select board. We can have community-sponsored childcare at the meeting. That's a totally different topic. But they feel that the risk is far too high for the town for something bad to happen. Because if it's officially sponsored by the town and something bad does happen, the first responsible party will be the town.
Yeah. So we had discussed that and thought about that at our last meeting. And that was our sort of beginning of thinking about a community committee that would take the responsibility of volunteers doing childcare at town meeting and other necessary chores and tasks at town meeting. And I know that Bratt has some information about that and the progress we're making on that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get online so I can access the information. Okay, so Laura Lawson Tucker and Tasha Tillman have been working on locating qualified people to do childcare. John Gagnon has enthusiastically endorsed the use of the school for that. What Tasha and Laura say is that they would like to allocate $100 to pay 2 childcare workers for, I believe, 3 hours plus 3 hours of contact with the children, plus, you know, helping to set up and clean up. And if the select board doesn't have a formal relationship with this project, I'm not exactly sure how we could allocate those funds, but I do believe that that it's the responsibility of our town to provide free childcare to people who come to town meeting, to send a message that reinforces the way that we feel about access to all residents. So there's more detail that they've brought to us about how they want to organize it, but really those are ringers and we don't need to interfere with what they're doing.
My question is, if the town provides a
funding,
a budget for this, is the town responsible for the child care and the liability of the town? I don't know the answer.
Well, I'd like to suggest that the town take the risk to do it. I mean, I just feel as if on one hand we have passive saying that this is a dangerous thing. On the other hand, we have our values, which to me require that we provide access to all of our residents to participate in public discourse. And I have more to say about it, but that summarizes my point of view.
Does it seem possible that, I mean, I don't know where the lines are drawn, but it seems possible to me that the town, the select board in the town could be engaged in subcontracting a group of people to take care of these responsibilities. It's not our job to decide exactly what these responsibilities are or to fund a specific portion of this, but to just say, here, we need these tasks taken care of. One of those happens to be childcare. Are we then saying it's town-supported childcare? I think we're not saying that.
I wondered whether there was money in the budget having to do with voting, whether there was some kind of budget for running elections. You know, certainly having people have childcare when the bulk of deliberation for town meeting was going on seemed to fall generally under an umbrella of voting. But I couldn't find whether there was a budget for running elections.
I think there is. There's a line item for that.
I know that.
To some degree, it's mostly for checks. It's
It
going to be in
covers
radio.
buying pizza for the people who count votes.
Right.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I mean, I would think that we'd be able to offer up $100 out of some fund to be used as however. I mean, that's not signing on to what's going on.
Do you want me to contact Passive again to ask for clarification?
I would be comfortable for you not to contact them.
I love the spirit of your conversation, Miranda, and I'm wholeheartedly in favor of it. My only issue is my job here is to support the town's interest overall as a select person, and I struggle with, you know, if we can't do it, then we can't do it from an insurance standpoint, but.
Well, I guess our alternative is that we could have a telethon, and the select board who wanted to could just start throwing money on the table for childcare.
I was just going to suggest that. I
wasn't being serious, Richard.
Oh, well, I am. I mean, I think that we could find folks in town to come up with $100.
I
I do
think that
too.
the select board needs to show its support.
Well, so I'll go back, and I think that if we can find other issues that are related to running the town meeting, that there's an array of things that are required. I think the further we can remove ourselves from actually managing and taking care of childcare, the less we are at risk and responsible in that way. So, and yet we can say this is an open meeting, and here are some of the things we provide. You know?
So,
isn't there also free lunch?
No.
No,
You have to pay for lunch.
Everybody does.
Okay.
Under the BCA, we have election support.
Oh, from the Board of Civil Authority?
Yeah, so perhaps the Board of Civil Authority could.
So you'll have to talk with Penny about that, because that technically falls under the town clerk, part of the town clerk responsibilities.
Well, that may be where the child care should be coming from.
How are we able to sponsor a lunch and
We
not, what's that? We don't?
We ask.
I mean,
Mark
Peter
to make
organizes it,
Yeah, but
right?
we don't.
But we don't, the town doesn't pay for it. Whoever goes to lunch pays
seems
for
like
it
a similar
yourself.
situation.
I just make sure that they show up and they have lunch for sale, but the town doesn't pay for lunch. I would just.
Sheila, did you have something to say?
Since I'm here, sorry. I think that what I'm hearing from Peter is passive says it could be a risk. You make up your mind whether or not it's a risk worth taking. What I hear Veranda saying is the benefits are far greater.
Then
The likelihood of there being a benefit to this is far greater than the potential for a risk. And I would say take $100 out of your BCA account and do it.
Well, I mean, John Gagnon, whose site, I mean, it's our school, but he is responsible for safety in that school, and he enthusiastically, 2 thumbs up,
think it's
endorsed
great.
the family members who
I'm
came
not-
to him and said, this is what we want to do.
There's no question, it seems to me.
I mean, it's the right thing to do, for sure, for all the right reasons.
Well, let's, why don't we take a vote? Does the...
Well, do we have to talk to Penny about it or not?
Well,
Does someone want to make a motion to take $100 from the civil board, the Board of Civil Authority?
Is that her
for
bucket or
elections,
ours?
When the buck stops, it stops with the
To
select
pay
board.
for childcare?
That's ours.
Okay, I move that we allocate $100 from the budget of the Board of Civil Authority to provide childcare for all of Guilford's residents.
I'll second that.
Do I have a second?
yes.
Michael, did you
Yes,
second that?
I second it.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now on to a re-review of the proposed budget. And Gordon, I believe you wanted to speak to this?
Well, the key point I really wanted to speak to, yes, was the fund, the capital fund. I missed, I believe, the budget meeting that was held on that, because I was in Kansas City. And
Kansas?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Just checking.
A note of
There's only
levity.
one
No,
Kansas
there are
City
two.
where I'm concerned, because
is it?
everyone I say I'm in Kansas City, everyone thinks I'm in Kansas,
Right,
when
well,
I'm really in Missouri, but Dorothy wasn't with me.
Yeah.
So, anyway, my question, it was brought to my attention through Sheila, that there was discussion at that meeting discussing whether or not we have to fully fund the capital fund as we have in years past, at the tune of, I want to say, $225,000, which we have, Guilford has done an outstanding job funding this fund and supporting it since its inception, which was in...
I can give a little history if you want.
Yeah, that would be helpful, Sheila, thank you.
So,
But you know better than I do.
I think we started it in 2014.
That sounds.
The idea was that rather than going into debt to maintain the town assets and improve them, we would set aside a certain amount of money every year. And we started from zero, and we are now at almost 500,000, or we were, we're at 500,000, 490,000. And the express purpose of that fund was to just maintain our capital assets and improve them. And then in 2017-18, Richard, you and Gabby worked on the capital needs assessment, and I went back to that document today and discovered that the entire budget for all of the proposed improvements that the select board approved in 2018 was about $402,000. And when you look at inflation, and it gets to $500,000. Now we have already, this town has already taken the major chunk of asset improvement and maintenance through this town office. Everything else is relatively minor compared to that. Yet this town has continued to fund this this capital program fund, I think, wisely, because now there is no debt. However, I think can I just put that aside?
Yes.
And say
what
we're in
you're
a good
saying.
shape?
Yeah.
I know there is an argument that once you put something into the budget, it's easier to let it stay than it is to take it out and put it back in. The argument that I was proposing at the budget workshop was that we don't need to fund this capital project fund to the amount of $225,000 annually, particularly when we have completed the major investment that we need to make. I know there's the town garage, which I think you were going to be working on. And I know that there's the other, the museum and some other things. The town garage is a major one, but with
And the possible library,
and with $490,000, you exceed what you thought you were going to need in 2036 already. We also have a healthy reserve fund in general, and it is 15% of this year's budget. Which is close, it's more than 5 and less than the 20% prescribed.
But it's healthy.
But it's healthy. Last year, we put $147,000 from our unspent budget in fiscal year 2020 into the reserve, 19, into the reserve fund. It is possible that we're going to have that same budget amount in the same overage, or a similar, or at least an overage for fiscal year 2020 to go into the reserve fund. So my proposal in the budget committee was that we would reduce the amount of transfer to the capital project fund at a time when we don't know what the schools need, and we do know that the town itself is in really good financial health. And that I think this town has come forward in the past with everything that is needed for the fire department, for the library, for the buildings, for funding the bridges. I think that we do a great job, but I proposed, I think at the time, a $50,000 reduction, and after looking at it really closely again, I think you could reduce it by $100,000. But that is.
What did you say? What was the last thing you said?
Originally I had suggested to the select board that you reduce the transfer to the capital budget by 50,000. But I looked at it today, and I think you could reduce it by 100,000 and still get to all of the goals that we have laid out in the rolling 10-year capital improvement plan.
May I make a couple of clarifications? first thing is the rolling capital plan is a 5-year capital plan.
But it rolls every 6 year. It's,
Sure. And then the other thing is the 5-year total, estimated total for that plan as of FY19 was $385 short of $4 million, which does include $1 million for a bridge, which we had assessed last summer, and we're told that it has a 15 to 20 year additional lifespan, so we can remove that $1 million out of there, but that's still a $3 million total for the 5-year rolling plan as it was written and has been updated since.
so that's not on the town website. I'm looking at the Town of Guilford spreadsheets that are in the capital plan
On the
section on the website. And that's,
Could we be missing in Sheila's numbers the town, the other funds that we put in for the highway department or bridge fund?
There's bridge fund, yeah, for 300,000.
Which document are you referring to?
The reason that Sheila's not tracking everything, could that be the disparity between?
all I'm tracking is the capital improvement plan.
Right. Okay.
And the capital improvement plan doesn't take into account, for example, the bridge fund. That is one thing it does not take into account.
But that's,
Capital projects list. Am I looking at the correct document?
What is the? I'm not sure what the capital.
Sheila, can I ask you, what, in regard to your premise, what benefit to the town of Guilford does not transferring $100,000 produce?
you reduce the taxes that you need to raise to 900 and something thousand, as opposed to 1,027,000, I think it is.
That's for the highway department.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
But it reduces our tax, call,
The tax-
basically, that what we're asking our taxpayers
We're
to pay.
raising taxes by $225,000 of the taxes that we raise annually goes into a reserve fund. I'm saying that reserve fund is generously funded. Peter mentioned the bridges. We have, every year we put $60,000 into the bridge fund. I am not suggesting that you reduce that. So you've got $600,000 more dollars over the next 10 years, and that gets you to $1 million. Or, assuming there's interest here someplace. So your bridge fund is taken care of, your capital needs are taken care of. We're putting aside money for 25 years for the Green River Covered Bridge. I think we don't need to raise taxes to save money at this time when we are in a really good financial position, having done so for 5 years.
Well, Sheila, can we just clarify, you don't mean raise taxes, you're saying to raise a certain amount of money in taxes to pay for the budget, not increasing the amount of taxes. Is that correct?
I'm saying we don't need to raise those funds. We don't need to tax the town by the total amount of the transfer amount. That, if you reduce that, you reduce the amount of taxes owed by the town residents.
Right.
So it's not increasing the taxes by 100,000, it's decreasing them
Well,
by
I just
100,000.
I wanted to clarify what you meant by raising the taxes. You didn't mean like a tax.
Well, annually, we tax residents $225,000 plus $60,000 plus $12,500 for the bridges, the Green River Covered Bridge, and the capital fund. That's taxes that we raise every single year, that the select board raises every single year. I'm suggesting that you don't need to include that amount in the budget for this fiscal year and perhaps for a couple of more fiscal years.
Because we're in such a healthy, positive position.
I'm also suggesting that the town will step up again if necessary, particularly if we don't ask when we don't need it.
Mhm. Well, that sounds like a very, that squares with what I understand about the way the town has stepped up. I guess one of the questions that I have is is about the town garage and how, maybe Michael knows a little bit more about this, about what is the prudent approach to having the town garage that the town needs now and will need. The current town garage, as I understand it, was built to be, to not impose too great a financial burden on the town. There was a lot of volunteer labor, is what I understand, and I support all of that. I think it's great that in Guilford we can do that. On the other hand, I think about, one, the kinds of weather we're having and whether that's going to be an increased burden on the town equipment as well as the town road crew. I just don't know what we're looking at in terms of the future town garage. And that's the only thing standing between me and saying, I really appreciate your idea and am ready to go with it.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that's the forefront of my mind as well. It seems like there's a sort of significant cost, not too far down the road.
But it's been projected.
$500,000.
Right.
I'm not sure that's necessarily.
I don't think that's going to cover the replacement of the garage.
Yeah, that
we have
sounds
to
like a
remember
fraction
too,
of-
that just to add
Is that
on
what
to
we're talking about, replacing the garage? Because is that what the capital, that's not what came back.
It's not in the
document.
capital,
It's not in
it's
the
not
capital.
currently in the capital program. I think it's something that needs to be discussed by the select board and needs to be considered, because the garage as it is doesn't meet the needs of the town road crew. Remember, to add to Veranda's point, when that garage was built, we had a third of the amount of equipment that we currently have. So that means we have equipment that sits out in weather year-round, which is not good for the equipment. They don't have space to work on all of the equipment.
How do we move that conversation forward?
That's up to the select board.
You mean to the idea of replacing the garage?
Or I mean, or an
Expanding it.
addition.
Expanding
I
addition.
I
There's a
suspect
whole bunch
I
there's
think you
an
start
option
with
like that.
Danny and get a good understanding of
Well,
what
let's
he wants.
put that on an agenda for another time.
How about the next meeting? Can I propose that now?
It's up to the chair. I mean, the chair sets the, so that's the last select board meeting prior to town meeting. At the moment, there's not a lot on the agenda, but it's up to Richard.
Were you asking if it could be on the next agenda?
That's
Yeah,
what
yes.
Michael was asking.
Yes, I don't see why not.
Okay. I will,
Go ahead.
I was just going to, all I was going to say is I'll put an action item that I'll speak with Danny about the topic and make sure that he's at the next meeting.
Right.
So,
and
to that point, I mean, I'm kind of
we
with,
really need a presentation from Dan about what the needs of a garage are.
so I'm feeling like maybe we should have that conversation before we proceed with your suggestion of removing or reducing the.
And just to note, regardless of what decision happens with Sheila's suggestion, because the select board has already approved the budget and it's already been put on the warning and the warning has been posted, this would have to, and Sheila knows this, but I'm just putting this out there for the general public, that it would have to be an amendment on the floor of town meeting day for this to change.
So you have a month to figure this out, and you can start with the original capital assessment that was done in 2018. There's a very detailed survey of what needs to be done to that garage. It wasn't a $1 million project by any means.
And maybe it's changed to that, but that's not what's reflected in that document.
And remember,
Let's put this on the agenda for the next meeting, and also, if Peter, if you could prepare the necessary documents for us to look at.
Sure.
That would be important to inform the discussion.
And I think having an updated, what we could support the high, if there was a highway garage discussion, what finances could touch that? because there's a highway reserve fund, and I don't know if that's all been accounted for.
You can take it out of the
We
reserve
can take it out of
fund,
our
you can
reserve
take it out of
fund,
capital
which
fund.
has to be brought down after that's been applied this next year. So, I
So
mean,
Peter,
there are.
can you do that, but?
And the general
that
fund.
And then,
budgeting,
yep. But I think Sheila's point, I mean, I support this idea. I certainly support a garage, you know, if we've got major garage issues, we've got to deal with that too. But looking at this budget this year with the line items that we're talking about, we don't need to, you know, overextend this capital fund, in my opinion.
Oh, I had just a quick comment about, I'm looking at the capital needs assessment, if that's what it's called, of the town garage. And, I mean, and this is responding to the town garage that we have there, the physical condition of the buildings, not necessarily the needs that the town has for the town garage that can, you know, go forward based on the equipment that we have and the needs that we have. And I would be happy if we could build the garage that we need by shifting funds without, you know, without the proposed increase in the capital needs fund. But I don't have that information.
Yeah, you're right. You know, and I know talking to Danny, I mean, the trucks, when was that garage built?
1991.
Yeah, but they've gotten bigger and taller, and
yes,
you
correct.
know, you can't fit wings, and I mean, it's an issue for
It
sure.
is.
But I think we've really got to
Okay,
come to a better
I
understanding.
think we
from
can
Danny.
wrap this up. We've got an action item on what?
Could I say one more thing, which is thank you all for listening to me tonight.
No, it's
No, we
really
appreciate you
important.
coming and having the
And I
dialogue.
personally really missed your detailed understanding. You know, you
Makes a
have a
difference.
lot of the history and also profound management experience that I certainly don't represent, and so I appreciate that.
Thank you, Miranda.
Sheila, what did you want to say?
I said thank you.
You say it already. Oh, let me, on behalf of the select board, let me say thank you for your perceptions, your observations, and your recommendation.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sheila,
Thank
for
you.
joining us, raising the question.
Okay, on to now, the subject is the broadband meeting and Guilford's representation of that meeting. It's in conflict with the pre-town meeting. And so we were going to have select board members attending as well as Peter, and now it's a question of can we not have select board meeting members at the pre-town meeting and not have Peter at the pre-town meeting. And so we need to decide, do we want to send a representative to that meeting? Or do we want all of the representatives of Guilford to go to the pre-town meeting? And if, Peter, you could help us by characterizing what the purpose of the broadband meeting is.
Yep, I was just going to ask, so this, I was not able to find an agenda for the meeting because one does not currently exist, but I just would like to read 3 sentences directly from Sue Westa, the senior planner at WRC, who is organizing this project. And she states, and I quote, "This meeting will focus on strategies and ideas to put the aforementioned survey in front of as many people in each town as possible using electronic and paper format. While it will be critical for each town's broadband appointee to participate in this meeting is open to anyone interested."
So she's saying that it's critical that a representative be there.
Yes, and in order for without reading all the other detail, she does state that this survey is critical for the feasibility study to realistically give them enough data to determine whether or not they should take the next step, which is to potentially create a business plan.
So whoever goes to this meeting is taking the survey?
No.
No.
They're designing a survey, correct?
Not even that.
Just talking about how to sort of get it out.
It's how to get it to as many people as possible, as well as they will have sample surveys there.
So let me understand this. So they're seeking input about how to have their survey be successful, or are they giving information about how each town can make the survey successful?
From speaking with Sue on the phone, my personal understanding is both of those things. It's not one or the other, it is both.
I'll just say that at the meeting that we attended, it was very clear that they were going to go, the WRC and this whole creation of the survey was going to go a certain distance, and whatever that means, and it wasn't entirely clear. And then from that point, there was going to need to be energy from each of the communities, each of the towns, in order to get the survey into people's hands. WRC might do some things, like maybe some digital electronic connections they might be able to make easily, but they're not going to be able to actually distribute the survey in a very thorough way. They're going to depend on each community to do that.
Well,
to
I
help
guess.
support them. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Is
no,
that
my
right?
only question is, well, I mean, I guess we're at our second issue where there's balancing benefits. You know, I feel as if I personally need Peter to be at pre-town meeting with his background information about how we got to each piece of the work that we're presenting to the town. And I don't think that his attendance at the broadband meeting as described here is as critical.
So I don't disagree with you at all. Richard, could I just say that, do we need all of the select board to be at the pre-town meeting?
I suggest that's on.
Huh?
Perhaps Peter should be at the pre-town meeting, and the select board members, was it Michael and Zahn?
I am unable to make it to the broadband meeting this time.
So, could you make it to, Zahn, could you make it to that meeting?
I can certainly make it for part of the meeting. I don't know exactly yet. I don't know, I mean, because of this musical I'm playing, I don't know when it's over, and then I would have to get up to Newfane. So I think
I would put forward that I think it's more critical for select board members who are either up for election or up for re-election to be at pre-town meeting, to be able to answer any potential questions from residents who show up that they will not be able to answer at town meeting day because of the ballot. That's my personal opinion. It's up to you folks to decide what's best, but
I don't have any idea. I would need advice.
So Michael stated that he can't make it. Can you make it to pre-town meeting?
I may be a little late, but I am planning to be there.
Well, great.
What time is pre-town meeting?
It's from 7 to 9 p.m. on this Thursday.
You know the place starts at 4.
You know, Veranda also raised a good point prior to our starting the meeting, and could we have a representative attend? I know it's short notice and we haven't even identified anyone, but would that even be an option?
Well, Sheila went to the last
Well,
one.
but I think I feel strongly that Guilford should have a representative at this broadband meeting. We've made a real kind of psychological investment in, Sarah Coffey has urged us to be very much a part of this, of being leaders in the development of the broadband initiative. And I think it's very important that someone be there.
Well, no, I don't disagree with that, but I just don't, with our pre-town meeting, the select board's primary responsibility is town meeting and, in my opinion, our pre-town meeting. So I just think that someone else could commit this for Guilford other than a select board member or a committee member or the town administrator. I share Veranda's point. I think Peter should be at the pre-town meeting.
I do too.
And we can, you know, maybe among ourselves, we could try to think of somebody from Guilford who has a strong interest in broadband and who's sort of broadly knowledgeable about the subject to attend the meeting on our behalf.
Could our assistant possibly?
Well, no one has been
fall under?
offered that position
Oh.
as of yet.
Okay.
There's been tentative discussions as to who might fill that role, but that role has not been.
They're not fast.
The select board has not offered that position to that individual.
So, well, then there was also, at the last meeting, Steve Lemke was there. I wondered if he might be going.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Because of his role on WRC, he might be going.
And Veranda wasn't sure he's back or.
Well-
Yeah, he's been, they were out of town, and I don't know if they're back in town.
But he's
I could email him right now.
Yeah, that's a good, because his name did come up as a possible
Yeah.
person who has a vested interest, is part of WRC, and is a very high proponent of the town of Guilford.
Well, Gordon, I like the way that you put it, that you're saying that it's the responsibility of the select board to be at the pre-town meeting and/or the town meeting. And so it seems to me that that Peter should be at the town meeting, and that what select board members can attend should be there as well. Does anybody agree with me?
Yes,
I
I
do.
certainly think, as I wrote to you earlier today, I think that it's really essential that we stand behind our process and present it to our neighbors.
Well, I say the case is closed then.
Okay, well, the action step I'm taking right now is to send an email to Steve Lemke and Peter, just asking if he could possibly attend this broadband meeting, and perhaps if anybody knows anybody else.
I was gonna say, what do we do if Steve's not available? We have 2 days to find someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so everybody should look and think about who might want to go.
It's just unfortunate the meeting, you know,
Right,
the meeting
that's
got
the
moved
problem,
because
yeah,
of the weather,
exactly.
so it's
Yeah.
like, it's almost like we can't be
not
responsible
our-
for it. Yeah, it's not our issue.
It's not that we don't want to support it, and it's not that we don't want to be there, it's just
And,
that.
and if it turns out that there's no representative that we can find, we ought to communicate that immediately.
Right.
Exactly.
The organizer.
Well, what about, I mean.
Because I need to notify Sue that I won't be there. And
Right.
to let her know who will be representing Guilford, if that's the choice the select board wants.
I think we should, if anyone has any other ideas as to a person that would be viable for this, if Steve Lemke says he's not in town, get you the information as to a possible
Okay.
person, and then.
I'll work on it with you,
Great,
Peter.
thank you, Brenda, that's very kind.
Okay, good. All right, moving right along, we have finance, the warrants.
Okay. I will move to pay the following warrants: payroll week ending 2/2/20 for $6,421.80. Payroll week ending 2/9/20 for $9,246.28. Expense warrant number 2015 for $23,192.63, and expense warrant number FW15 for $45.50, for a grand total of $38,906.21.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Yes, Zon seconded.
Thank you, Zon. Are there any discussion?
I would add the key fact, or the key items coming out of expense warrant 2015 were salt at $5,300. Our diesel came in at about $2,400, and our health insurance was a payment at $7,500. And if we take our Wyndham Solid Waste quarterly assessment of $3,600, we're almost at the grand total of $23,000. Not quite.
Good. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye, please. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Communications, Peter.
I have none.
Okay. Thank you. Can we summarize the actions?
Summary of actions from the previous meeting where the select board approved the town meeting warning. Peter to reach out to VLCT regarding select board liability for childcare, which we've discussed. Veranda to follow up with Tasha, Laura, Dawn, and John Gagnon, which we heard about. Explore the possibility of creating a town meeting day committee. That's very simple. If the select board feels it important for a committee to be created, you would say, make a motion to create a committee and then find people to fill in on that committee. But I think from the discussion, I don't think that's necessary at this point. And then last but not
Okay,
least.
so can we put that on the agenda for next meeting?
You mean creating a town meeting day committee?
Creating a town meeting committee.
Yeah. I mean, are you open to the idea of maybe putting it on 2 meetings from now so that we get done with the town meeting and then have it right after that?
Yes.
It cannot go on
that's good, Zon, yeah.
It can't go on the meeting immediately after town meeting day. We have a whole prescribed thing that we need to do that day.
Okay.
It would have to be the second meeting in March.
Okay.
But that still
Okay,
will be
well,
in
let's put
time
that
for
on the act.
Okay.
future meeting, good.
And then from this meeting, add the town administrator and administrative assistant job descriptions to the agenda for the next meeting. You took the action to allocate $100 from the BCA budget to fund childcare at town meeting day. Add the future needs of the town garage on the agenda for the next select board meeting. And that is it for the summary of action.
No, there's one, no, the talking points
okay.
for the select board. So does everybody have those talking points now?
I don't have them.
I have most of
Peter,
them.
can you send them to the select board?
They've already been shared with everyone under.
Okay, I'll find them.
I haven't looked at them.
Okay, and so I'll send out an email asking you some questions about those talking points and seeking your comments on them.
Richard, I'll just send out a quick email with a link to everyone so it'll be easier and quicker for all of you.
Thank you, that would be appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'd like to move that we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those, any discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion is carried, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good evening, Richard.
Can I get a, for the minutes of January 29th, please?
I'll make a motion to approve minutes for January 29th.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now discussion?
I abstain.
Okay.
I wondered why you didn't second it.
All right, review and approve bills and
Can I
payments.
take a vote?
We all just said aye.
Did we? Yeah.
All except for Zeke saying he's abstaining.
Right.
It was a little bit on top of each other, but.
Warrant 17, 17P, and reappraisal fund 7.
I'll make a motion that we approve warrant 17, 17P, and reappraisal fund number 7.
Second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, public comment, no one's here. Road foreman's report. We've had a truck that has a front axle broken on it, axle shaft. It's been down since the beginning of the year, and it seems that Dodge doesn't make that part anymore. And they keep giving us dates when they'll have the part, but two dealerships we've talked to said they're not making the part. And so then we thought we hit a stroke of luck because one of the dealerships called us up and says, hey, we found an aftermarket part, why don't you call them about this? So Lee actually ordered it, and then he called them, and they gave us a February 28th date of receiving it. And then Lee says, so you guys are making this part yourself? And he goes, no, we get this from Dodge. And he goes, well, we've ordered, we're on a waiting list for Dodge for this part. And so they gave us that date. Chrysler gave us a date of March 5th last week. No, a week before last was March 5th. Last week they moved it to March 12th for the date we're going to receive this. These people got off the phone with Lee and then called him back up and says it won't be until April something. And the part's not there. And we've actually looked to get a whole new front end for this truck, just so we can have the truck available. And this is one of the Dodge 5500s, 1-tons there. And so we have no idea. If it was under a certain gross vehicle weight, the lemon law would have kicked in because the truck is a 2017, so it's new enough, but it's too big of a truck. So I called Bob Fisher just to see where we stood, and he was gone for a few days, so he just got back to me yesterday. He said he wasn't going to spend too much time on it. He would look into it, and he didn't want to charge the town too much time. He wants to see if there's any other things going on with this. So right now, the last thing we heard from Chrysler was March 12th, but I'm sure this week I'll get an email saying that it's going to be pushed out until April.
So we're down a truck.
We've been down a truck since the beginning of the year. So other than that, that's all I got on
So
that.
how are they doing? Dunkley to make something up?
Being one truck down now.
It's tough. I mean, but he's got the plow on the grader just in case another truck goes down. If another truck goes down, we'll be out with the grader, having to plow with that.
It's kind of slow going.
Real slow going. So, but I asked Bob about renting. If we thought if we rented something, if Dodge is, like he said, Dodge should be able to supply the part because it's a warranty part. And he was wanting to know how you can warranty a part if you don't have the part. And So that's one avenue he's gonna be looking into.
And it's a new enough truck, you probably aren't gonna find it in a junkyard or.
Well, that's what I was
Right,
thinking.
they do that, Summit and, the one up in Burlington where we bought it, have got it out nationwide to find this part. And we're not the only one looking for this part. The place up in Burlington, they got rid of the one new one they did have, and then they found one in a junkyard to replace the other one they needed. But they need more, and I believe these people, there's quite a few that need this part. And so he said to people at Chrysler, I said, well, we're looking to buy a new truck, what makes us want to buy a Dodge? And they said, well, our 2019s are different than our 2017. I said, well, it doesn't make me feel any better, because you can't make a part for a 17.
Yeah.
You know, why wouldn't you make...
Sounds like it fits right into the lemon law. Yeah.
Oh, like the guy, I did call the guy from the lemon law, and that's what he said. He says,
I mean, if there are so many people with that very year truck with the
Having
same
this
problem.
Yes, exactly.
Red flag.
And they haven't recalled.
Well, lemon law is pretty interesting, because if you're down without a vehicle for 30 days, that kicks it right in right there. I mean, if you don't have a vehicle for 30 days, you know, if you have the new enough vehicle, that will kick the lemon law right into effect. But of course, with our gross vehicle weight, and there was one other thing that kept us out of being qualified for it.
Because they had a plow on it.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't one of the reasons. So that's about that for the town, the road foreman's report. Correspondence for information. Anybody have anything under that they'd like to bring up?
Well, this is the historic.
There's the historical thing for Maple Valley.
So there's another year for that.
Right. Correspondence for discussion and or action. Don't have anything under there. New business. Roger Turner sent in a resignation from the Wyndham Regional Commission. He said he would stay on until he could find somebody or we could find somebody, but that's one of these things that we're going to really have to push to try to find somebody, because...
Right. I think he said this maybe 2 years ago.
Right. It's time we really have to step up and try to find somebody.
And this is where Lou Sorensen stepped down, but we appointed a new person.
Yes.
And he's new to town, so we've got one newbie who's kind of getting oriented, and now Roger is going to step down. So
correct.
Yeah.
Stan House. Well, I guess I do want to tell say to Roger, Roger's done a great job for us in that position, and he's done it for 10 years. So he's really done his part in that. So, and it's appreciated, I believe. Then we got Stan Howe's resignation from the Energy Committee, effective on town meeting. So that's an appointment that we'll have to make then. And here's another guy that's put in a lot of time and a lot of his time for this, and he's done a great job. That the Energy Committee, I think, does a real good job as a whole, and he's done a lot. Spearheaded a lot of projects.
He always does amazing research.
He's really done a good job.
Right, he's been with the Energy Committee since it began, I think.
He has.
Yeah.
Do we need a motion to accept any of those, or?
Sure. Well, is he up? No, I think he's up for. Does anybody have their town report on this?
No,
I don't.
What's his?
2019, this says.
So what's he doing? No.
Yeah, that's what he's done. Is that?
Oh yeah. So we had reappointed him to another 5 years. So we do have to accept that resignation.
Rogers, we don't have to, because that's just a reappointment.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. So somebody want to make a motion for Stan?
I'll move that we accept with regret Stan Howe's resignation from the Energy Committee.
I'll second it.
Discussion? Again, just thanks a lot, Stan, for all you've done. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Alright. Charlotte offered to serve as the interim delinquent tax collector, since Whitney had stepped down, so, you know, she wants everybody to know this is just intern. She's not, doesn't wanna do it full-time, so gotta look for somebody for that position. If somebody wants to make a motion to appoint her to,
I'd make a motion to appoint Charlotte as, to serve as the interim delinquent tax collector.
I'll second that.
discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So we've got the word out about it.
We're gonna have the word out about that. We're gonna have the word out about, we're gonna have Lori hopefully put all three of these on, and any other positions that are coming up for reappointments. Animal control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's only 2 on the planning commission. I think.
Yeah, we need 2 on the planning commission. So, town meeting lunch. Larry Lynch called me up a couple weeks ago, asked me what I had thought, and then he called me back yesterday. I told him I'd like to, you know, that we probably want to discuss this, because this is without the school portion there. We could be done before lunch.
Right, without,
And
yeah.
Could be quick.
Without some of our,
Why
more
not?
contentious issues,
right, yeah, we've taken care of some of those, I believe, hopefully.
hopefully.
But, you know,
We could
Town-
brown bag it, you know?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
A town meeting is a, you know, pretty social thing for people to have, you know, get together at lunchtime and stuff like that. So what Larry had suggested was they were willing to do like soup and sandwiches.
That's a good
And
idea.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
do some,
And if the legislators come and talk, that usually, you know, that they usually show up just
That
as we
adds-
get
that adds some
ahead of
time.
steam.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly, right when we think we're rolling, they'll
Yeah.
show
Yeah,
up and stop the
exactly.
process. And maybe they'll,
Yeah, I think.
But they're gonna have to pack it in the morning,
Oh, they are.
right?
Yeah.
Because they're not
They're
gonna have the
Right.
option of afternoons, so.
That's right.
so they might not be able to hit
So-
us.
Is this saying that, so town meeting is at the school, correct?
Yep,
As usual.
yeah.
Mhm.
It starts at 10.
Yeah.
But we're saying that it could be over by 11:15, 11:30, so before noon. So
Well,
to speak.
before noon or 1 o'clock. I mean, I really don't think we want to get going and only have a half hour left if it's noon and say, let's stop for lunch and come back for a half hour. I
Right,
mean,
we
don't
would
wanna
just
be-
finish.
We'd want to finish,
Right.
so.
But what, and so why does it say Grange?
No, they're the ones that put it on for
Because
us.
they provide the lunch.
Oh, not that it's gonna be at the.
No,
Oh,
right,
right, no, it's still at the school.
Yeah, the Grange puts on the lunch
Yeah.
for us.
Soup and sandwiches sounds great.
So
That's a perfect idea.
Mhm.
so they, you know, he said it'd be easier for leftovers and stuff like that to figure out where they're gonna go rather than having a full meal, so. All right, so I will call Larry and let him know that that's what we think is a good idea to do, and
Sounds great.
Yep.
unfinished business. Anybody have anything they want to bring up, discuss? Okay, motion to adjourn.
So moved. Got you there.
This is the February the 10th, is the Jamaica Select Board meeting for that date. And the order of business to start with is to call for any late additions to the agenda. Does anyone have one?
Just the update on the town hall.
Okay, hold on a second, let me get my updated pen up. I have, sadly, I have 3 things that have come up. As you know, I publish the the agenda on Thursday, and then we have a Friday and a Saturday for mail and other things, and so sometimes it gets full. We also have a guest. Lou is going to talk about a letter I got today.
He's not a guest.
He's kind of, you're really not a guest. We'll talk about that, and we're going to add him to that.
That's the Ross Monument.
Exactly.
I have some stuff from the Transportation Committee.
Okay. Which, is this the county transportation, right? This is the original?
Yeah.
So I ran into somebody over the weekend, he gave a name of a committee that you're on, that didn't sound like the one
I'm on 2 committees.
What's the other one?
Community Development.
Maybe.
As well, and I'm also on the Emergency Response Committee.
Oh, that might have been, I don't remember. Anyway, he said your name, you got that right, but I didn't recognize the committee. Okay. This is for the Wyndham Regional Transportation Committee, right?
Correct.
Okay. We've had 3 overweight permits have come in, and we have 2 liquor licenses we have to discuss. So they've been added to what looked like a pretty quiet night.
Yeah.
So the next order of business is the usual minutes. Any other additions, Julie? Any other additions? No? We're good. The minutes for January 27th. Have any corrections, deletions, additions, comments?
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Second.
Okay, further discussion? I have some. There's a number 2, where it says, Greg made a motion to accept the minutes as written. I believe there were minutes as amended.
Yes.
If we could change that to minutes as amended by Andy. And other than that, they're really classy work that we've come to expect from our illustrious scribe. So, could we amend the motion?
I amend the motion to approve the minutes as amended.
A second.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Second, good. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of accepting the minutes of the 27th as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, they are accepted. And thank you, Sarah. Next item of business is the usual timesheets for town office, Worcester Highway Transfer Station. We have them here. Sign the select board orders. They will be put to the end of the session, as is our usual. What I think I'm going to do is I want to review and update the town winter operations policy. I'll tell you a little bit about why we thought that we'd do that now, but since we have other people standing by who might get bored by that, perhaps we'll set that a little bit later. And let's start with Lou. Regarding the Roston, you got the same letter I got, right?
Right.
Okay.
Paul received a letter from Steve Roston, as did I, because I was doing some research into it from a listener's perspective. And what's on top is just his email to us, just so you can see it. And then the second page is the beginnings of a drafted letter that I was going to send. One of the things we want to decide was that should that response come from me or should that response come from Paul? We can decide that as a group. Just to refresh your mind, that little triangle or that little square of land up there that has the Rosson Monument on it was deeded as a quitclaim deed to B.B. Bradford D. Rosson. And then I found out today, I did a little bit more research on it, in 1918, it was then deeded from B. Bradford Rawson to the Rawson descendants. Now, what does that mean? I have no clue. Terry and I did a little research, and we found out that that little parcel was never put onto the grand list. However, it's on the grand list, as I think I might have told you before, on a parcel of land that Suzanne Rice now owns. And in the deed, in her deed, it says, is it hold on, her parcel is described as containing 13.5 square rods, excepting a smart parcel, which has sometime since been conveyed to B.B. Rawson. So it's kind of peculiar that a quitclaim deed was actually never considered to be a separate parcel, but was considered to be like an interior parcel for another piece of land. It's kind of peculiar, but it seems to be the way that we've been handling it on the grand list since 1915. But anyways, that's the history of the parcel. I then did some further research to look to see if the Rawson descendants had ever deeded it to the town or to any other entity, and I couldn't see any other deed that has transpired since then. So the best research I've been able to do is to determine that it's owned by the entity called the Rawson descendants. So, anyways.
Then are they liable for paying income?
Well, the taxes have been paid for by Susan Rice.
Okay.
At least during the last year. They've been paid for by the people who own that property. That little triangle.
So, back in July, and Lou mentioned this to me before the meeting, back in July, Mr. Rawson came in and talked to us about the potential of the town maintaining that piece of land.
Right.
And I looked through the notes, and I saw when he came in, I looked through the minutes, but I couldn't find any minutes. But I thought we followed up and said, yes, we were gonna maintain that. I thought we had done that, but I couldn't find nothing in minutes after that.
Okay.
But I remember that, and I thought Amidon's were doing it. I thought Dean Case was doing that.
I believe that's the case. That was my understanding as well.
Yeah, and I thought we had communicated to him. I don't either. But I looked through. I didn't. But something in my head said that it had come back. We couldn't determine or something. So we just decided to go ahead, and it wasn't going to be that much of an increase in the total contract for mowing for the town. So we decided to just do it and throw it in.
Well, this originally came up before that, when he was asking us to take over.
Yeah.
And that seemed reasonable since we all thought it was our property.
Yeah.
But now researching it, and we did mow it, at least once I mowed it.
I think we did, yeah.
And then we started looking at it, and now it turns out, not us.
Well, the reason it happened to come before was because there was a property transfer deeding that property from Wilbur Rice to Suzanne Rice. And that's when I picked up on that and began doing some more research beyond what you people do.
So we're a little bit more clear in that we're pretty clear it's not ours.
I think so.
But we're not totally clear who it belongs to. It seems to belong to Susan, Susan Rice, right? Who is allowing the descendants of Rawson to use it.
Except that it's a quitclaim deed.
No,
and usually a quitclaim deed means that you quit your responsibility and passed it on to
the other people. And
the other people.
We don't have that.
But it's never been recorded as a parcel on our grand list.
At any rate, so we've been talking about this. It seems you're gonna, well, we got a draft letter.
If you want, I can do some research from a lawyer's perspective and talk to a lawyer and see what the lawyer thinks.
Here's the thing I'm thinking. This is, at this point, a discussion between the Rawsons and the Rices, not the town of Jamaica. In that there's never been any evidence to show that it belonged to us.
Right.
You know, we were mowing it because it seemed like a good idea, we're nice people, and we've got over that. But it would seem to be worked out between those two parties. For us to become involved only muddies the water even more so. So my inclination would be to explain to him, the only thing we know for sure is that it's not ours. And it looks like it's something that between the descendants of Rawson and the owner of that triangle, which is Susan Rice, and that needs to be worked out between those two parties, not adding a third party just to complicate matters. Does that sound right to you guys?
That sounds pretty reasonable. to
Yeah,
me.
sounds good.
Yep.
We're clearly not trying to get out of mowing it, but the truth of the matter is there's also liability issues and lots of things that this could eventually turn into an issue. So I think that's the direction I go if we're along those lines.
So Beck, I mean, without, maybe I'm just not digesting all of this. So originally, it was Steve
Rawson who came in.
Right, I remember that. But in this recent email, do they want it from Susan?
If I had my understanding.
Or does that
they
not
would
matter?
like-
I mean, that's obviously their thing, but I mean.
They were looking to see if it was ever deeded over to the town.
Okay, so they're just trying to clean it all up. I was wondering what the purpose, why it came up.
So out of that, are they saying, we want it in our name, or we want you to have
They
it
never said
now?
one way or the other, they only wanted to clarify.
They just want to clarify.
They're asking, if you read the top lines, has there been any further discovery? So they're asking, did you guys find anything else out? So I guess we report back that, yeah, you guys own the land,
Yeah.
or Susan owns the land, so you guys fight it out or whatever.
So
And if
it
they
sounds
want to,
like you prefer the response to come from me as a lister, as opposed to Paul as the.
Either one, whichever you guys think.
It doesn't matter to me. I mean, I think it makes a lot, he addressed you, or he addressed both of you.
I think the lister, because if we don't own it, then why should we be involved?
correct, I agree.
Right,
There
yes.
is that stand back just a little bit in that you, as a lister, have much more input on what's going on with the property lines and that sort of stuff. And we would take your word for it.
Okay, would you like me to suggest that they may want to come to the town with a request to turn it over to the town? Or would you like me to just keep that out of the letter?
I think
I'd
that
say
should
keep
be
it out
neutral and not really do that.
I'd say
And
keep it
let
out right now,
them-
yeah.
Keep it out, okay.
If they want to do that, they can.
And let them
bring it, yeah.
initiate it.
Let them
Come to
come to
town,
us,
exactly.
which I'd be totally open to, but let them propose what they want to do.
I would go on that. I think the idea there is that now that we know that we aren't owners, that we should extricate ourselves
Yeah,
as best we can.
absolutely.
Okay, that's what I came here for, is to find out how you want me to handle it.
There you go. And then
Perfect.
we'll have
Do we
to talk
need
about
do we need a motion or any of that kind of stuff?
No, I don't think so. This is just information.
It's just part of a course of routine.
Yeah. Just normal. What's the second part of it? What? I didn't read it yet. There's 2 pages of
The
it.
second was just my beginnings of a response.
Okay, all right.
Just
So we'll talk about it
outline, right, but I wanted to know what to include beyond that regarding
I got
mowing or regarding,
Have you seen, when he said he sent in the book and page of the deed that they had, have you seen that?
yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'll work over. Yeah, I think it's just information, make sure everybody's on the same page, and we'll turn the reins over to you and the listeners.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thank you, sir. Anything else you'd like for us? You want to just hang around for the fun of it?
Nope.
Been there, done that.
Good night.
Thanks, Lou.
Thank you.
The next human we have sitting here, just, let's do your transportation thing next.
Okay, 2 quicks and 1 almost quick. First thing is that there's a downtown, 220 Downtown Transportation Fund grant. I'll read you the overview. Is available approximately $375,000 to help municipalities make a variety of transportation-related capital improvements within serving the downtown district and supporting economic development as allowed by 24 VSA, The maximum annual grant is $100,000. Projects may include, but are not limited to, streetscape improvements, bike and pedestrian improvements, safety enhancements, rail or bus facilities, utility relocation, wayfinding signage, street lighting, and ADA access improvements. Application deadline is March 9th. So I'll leave this with you.
Do you think we could, we talked about the radar. Would they think they'd go for that? It's a safety thing.
Yeah.
Like getting the radar sign was about $5,000 or I think it was
And there is
$6,000.
something about a downtown village designation, which I believe we have.
Okay. Let me look into that and see. I mean, I'll get this. The guys contacted me back regarding that a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, wait, we're talking about budgeting now, but I said it's probably not gonna happen.
It's money, but it's a 50% match, but you can do in kind to match.
Okay.
The other, just very quickly, there's the 2020 Vermont Walk Bike Summit, Creating Healthy Communities, and that's on May 9th in Bristol. The main topic is bridge number 32. We just got done with this year's prioritization of bridge projects. We are still number 2 on the list. And I also spoke to Laura Stone up at V-Trans. We are on the budget. We're now in design and engineering.
Wow.
And don't get too excited. 2024.
Okay.
Budget for 2024, I said, could that move up at all? She said, no, but it could move the other way.
Of course.
To about 2025. So there's a bridge in there somewhere. We have the bridge on Depot Street, which is, lo and behold, still on the list at number 2 in the candidate list. So the candidate list is a list of projects of which there are hundreds. But it's a list of projects that will move up into the project list when other projects are finished. So I know the first day I met Chris Campany, we were at Veda's house, and he walked out and looked at that bridge and said, that bridge is going to go one day. I really would like to see it replaced. So, having been hit by 4 houses. So we've managed to keep it prioritized at number 2, and hopefully it'll get on the list once we get the bridge to the park.
Have you been given the same advice I was? I know when they were telling us about that being number 2 on the candidate list, that they don't necessarily pull things off in sequential order.
Correct.
But when they get around to adding people to the other list, they go through other kinds of machinations.
It's number 2 for the region on the candidate list. We have ranked 10 items of this list, and this list is just the region. I can leave this with you if you want to see it. But the fact that it's still there, they're still aware of it. They're not going to do 2 bridges in the same year. So
maybe it's the same decade.
Maybe the same decade. It's pretty far down the road. But I'm enthusiastic about the fact that the Jamaica State Park Bridge is moving into some kind of life of its own.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I know when they came down to do the measurements a couple of weeks ago, they called us and let us know.
So yeah, I knew they were here.
They were, they're moving.
Okay.
Well, it's in the phase called scoping.
Yeah. Measuring and looking at it. Thank you.
Good.
Okay, next item. We have another human involved with just paperwork. So would you be a human involved with telling us about the town hall?
Okay, town hall. Actually, the ceiling has been completed.
Oh, wow.
And it is really very, very nice. They did even extra things that were painted. They did out in the hallway entrance of painting. And I would swear that the plaster was white. It is not white. It is a very, very light green, which has always been the color. But when the plaster fell, he showed me the plaster, and that's what it's painted again. So we're still following the requirements of the preservation people. And they just did an outstanding job, cleaned up beautifully. So I'm very happy
No,
about
what was
that.
the name of the company that did that? outstanding
That's
job?
the BMW, I think it is. Yeah.
Just want to get that on the.
And so even though we had our challenges now and then, it turned out wonderful.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you for honchoing that. That kept you busy.
Yeah, well, there's more.
Oh, good.
Good
or bad?
Well, as you know, we have been having problems with water freezing in the bathroom. And Stuart Barker has completed that. and has gone under and taped and wired and so forth. So that should be in very good shape. In the process, he did tell me that he found a whole apparatus, I guess, for hot water that has all of the plugs and all ready to go, but no plug to put it in. So he asked me if we thought that that might be a good idea, and I went ahead and said, yes, I think that's an excellent idea. So he will be fixing that. Everything is there.
What were we doing hot water before? Was it like a hot water heater?
Hot water
Like an
heater.
electric hot water
Yeah,
heater?
it's been, I gather, buried, not literally buried, but, you know, under that whole
There
area.
never was hot water.
We've never had hot water.
I thought we did have hot
I
water.
thought we did too, but I don't know.
At one
I don't
time.
know.
But
Interesting.
he says it's just kind of lying there in the dirt and would be a good
Are we certain
idea.
it's functional? That
Yeah.
would be my concern, that it would be old and that someone disconnected it at some point because it stopped working
I
maybe.
think he would tell us that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's pretty responsible.
Yeah, I think he would. So there's that, and I think since I'm going to be leaving the board, I think other than the window that still needs to be replaced, I think I've done a lot on that building because during my tenure, I got the new well put in and all of that. So I think the whole building is in pretty good shape.
The town hall will miss you.
Yes, thank you, Judy.
So I wanted to report that.
Excellent.
We're still working on it. And thanks.
It's done a lot. There's been a lot of twists and turns. Thank you, ma'am.
Liquor license.
We've got 2 liquor licenses, and then we've got some overweight permits. The liquor licenses are Muleman's and,
You signed
oh, come on, there's a name in here someplace, isn't there?
Rossendale Market.
Oh, there it is, Rossendale Marketplace. Sorry about that. We all have to sign all of these sheets on here. There's places for all of us to sign. Obviously, we only have, we're down to 4, and I don't think it's appropriate for, Craig, you can sign if you want to. We'll get
I'll
it for you.
abstain from the.
I don't think you should.
I've already signed it. I already signed it.
Yeah, well, we
Oh, yeah.
have
We've got a quorum.
you have quorum.
Shouldn't be a problem.
It's 3 of us.
Clearly, as far as I am concerned, the checks are here, the paperwork's here. We've not come across my desk a single negative comment about either of them, either the Rossendale Marketplace or the Muleman's Craft Drafts. And therefore, I know of no reason to say no.
Okay.
Do we need a motion on
I
that?
think we probably do, don't we?
Make a motion to pass the 2 liquor licenses, one for Rossendale Market, one for Melman's
And I'll
Craft
second.
Brews.
Okay, do I have any further discussion?
Someone needs to second it.
She did.
Oh, you did, I'm second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion
I'll
carries.
abstain.
And one abstention. I'm gonna put them with the invoices for when we start circulating these things later. We can get everybody to sign those. The next thing I have is I have 3 overweight permits. One is from the Lind Well Drilling, other one's from Valley Cranes and Renault Brothers, and the other one's from Barrett Trucking. All of the paperwork is correct. They have their checks, actually receipts for the checks are on here. The paperwork has been scanned and seen by our road commissioner, and so she knows that I was gonna bring it in tonight. And so, does anyone have any reason to, time out? Just notice something. Make sure this is correct. Oh, I see, I beg your pardon, we have 4. The Valley Cranes and the Renault Brothers, they came in together. I just saw your note for 2 permits. I thought the 2 permits meant these 2, but there's actually 2 in this one. So, yeah, so the Valley Crane and the Renault Brothers came in, the receipts for $20, so it covers them both, and the paperwork is for both. So they're looking good, everything's okay with it. And Lexa, I told Lexa, she knows about it from this morning. We will, the usual plan is to pass these to the town road commissioner and have her sign these and move them forward. Any objections to that? Do we need a motion to send these forward?
So moved.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have any further discussions? Hearing none. The Barrett Trucking Company, Valley Cranes, Renault Brothers, and the Lind Well Drilling Inc. overweight permits will be turned over to the...
You gonna vote?
Yeah, vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now we're gonna turn, I'll pass it, okay, I'll give these up to Alexa tomorrow, and we'll get those things moving forward as well. All right. Okay, so now here's the question that came up about the town winter operations policy. We started reviewing that because we've got a chronic issue on Pikesville Road that I was addressing, and we wanted to make sure we had everything as tight as we could be. We started looking it over, and there's a couple of little glitches in the operation policy that needed some updating. One of which, of course, was we now have two. On the page 2, we have 2. You guys got all these things, right? I mailed them out to you, I think.
Yeah.
Email?
Yeah.
All right, so we need to change. We got 2 350s instead of just one. And the simplicity of riding snow blower is really a John Deere, not a simplicity. And then there's some just just a grammar error in the page under procedure. The line says, "Our highway crew are given the responsibility to make decisions regarding." That would be correct in England, but in the United States, we would say our highway crew is giving responsibility. And then down in the last paragraph, following storm events, continued maintenance will include improvement of road services by clearing packed snow, pushing back snow on the road shoulders, removing excess snow piles with the village, and opening thawing cold. So it should be within the village. So on the new one, we just need to make that within.
And packed with an ED, right? Clearing packed.
Did I miss it? Or does it say
Just
packed?
above that, same paragraph.
Is this the
Oh.
same thing?
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Look, I read this, and this is very wordy.
Oh, this is the one that she just sent you. This is the corrected version, right?
I don't
Well,
know.
that's basically the same thing. We just made it talk 10 years. What do you mean by wordy?
There are just things that ought not to be in here that just continue.
Can you give me an example?
Now, let's see. During here's a better word see, there may be a reduction or no winter maintenance between the hours. The first one goes on, let's see, over here. Drivers should adhere in order to accommodate safety winter driving.
Can you help me get here to where you are?
Yeah, I don't know, because of the big type that I had.
No.
It's just,
She was, the first line she was looking at was the limited maintenance between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m.
yeah.
And is that really the case? I
Where's
mean,
that? Help me.
it's in under general, the first paragraph under general.
Oh, right. Yes.
So what is it, what's the concern there?
Is it just, we're not, I mean, I don't know. I was
It says
up at
there
4
may
today. There was
be
no one had plowed the
There may
roads at
be
4:30
reduced.
this morning when I left my house.
It depends an awful lot on the storm of the day. If these guys come in at 5 o'clock, by 10 o'clock at night, they're not gonna be out there. We're gonna have a reduced, we only got 4 guys.
Yeah.
And sometimes we only have 3 trucks. We had another breakdown over the weekend. So I think this is a fatigue factor these guys need. And a traffic around here after 10 p.m. is fairly light. Perhaps on the way in on snow and on the way out on Sunday, from Friday to Sundays maybe, but normally 10 o'clock to 4 is not a real high traffic zone around here. As someone who spends too much time at 3 o'clock in the morning directing traffic, it's not really that busy. So I didn't see that as a problem. What do you guys think?
I think it's reasonable.
I think it's reasonable.
And it says there may be reduced. I mean, that just gives an opening,
Obviously.
so to speak. I mean, if
Sure.
it's necessary, they'll be out there.
Obviously, if it's a 20-foot snowstorm, they're gonna be out.
Exactly, if it's
Yeah.
really dangerous, they're gonna be out there. I think so.
And the town, and the state's gonna be doing the main road
State's
anyway.
doing 30 anyhow, so they're up to being done before. It's just the back roads. Did you have another question, Judy?
Yeah, on prioritization. During a storm event, priority will be given as follows. And it would be better to say would be given to the following. Ba, 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 ba. And it's, a lot of it is the language that really needs to be looked at. But if you guys don't see it that way,
So I guess the question is, are these in order of priority, or are all of these for a priority? So that's,
I
mean,
read it the way that it's the order. We do
That's
class
what
2,
I
we do
thought.
class
Yeah.
3,
yeah,
and then
that's how I read it.
we don't maintain highways and private driveways or private roads. Priority will be given intersections and curves. See, so it's kind of, the first two I think is like prioritizing this sort of general after that.
here's a sentence. In general, snow will be plowed and sand will be applied during a storm to keep roads open to traffic and to provide an operable roadway surface. And it can be shortened to do, in general, snow will be plowed and sanded during a storm to keep roads open. Period.
What's the following storm?
I can't, my
It's
pages, I
in
think.
the procedures,
Yeah,
this third, second.
I agree, it is a little wordy, but
It is very wordy.
I mean,
It's still getting
what we
better.
could do, it's under, Paul, it's under, second paragraph under procedure.
Yeah,
Under
see,
procedures,
Second
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Snow will be plowed and sand will be applied. During the storm, see, I'd start out with commas, that's where I fix it. She and
Of
I
course.
discuss commas a lot, right?
I mean, you could say in general, snow will be plowed and sand will be
Yeah,
applied.
it
I don't know,
just-
I think it works.
It's very wordy.
It is wordy, but
For continuous storms, and that for extended storms, I have repeated.
for extended, that is better than continuous, you're right.
Yes.
Continuous is not the right word.
Right.
Extended storms is the right word.
And it's just the way to keep, the towns keep a stockpile of sand, of 4 cubic yards of sand I have. And here it's put in, it's just that it is extremely wordy. But if that doesn't bother the rest of the group, then that's,
Unless we want to rewrite the whole thing.
yeah.
I don't know
When
one
we
explain time to do
continuous,
that.
I don't think extended, I think storm after storm after storm. And we get storms that continue as opposed to one storm that's extended. That's how I read it. Let's
Okay.
face it, it's a real kind of a
Semantics, it would be semantics.
yes, we're certainly,
So in general, without referring back to the previous version of this, the overall change, other than these grammar things, have been the list of equipment? Have
Yes.
there been other changes to this? I don't recall.
there have not been, that I'm
Okay.
aware of. No, I was talking to Keith about this and it seems to be working okay for him.
Okay. I was thinking that there was something that came up that wasn't addressed in here,
Well,
but if
what
that's
came-
not the case, that's
No,
awesome.
how this came about is we've had, some of our plow people have been plowing, the private plow people have been plowing snow onto the sidewalks and into the road and leaving fairly significant berms in the roadway. Pikes Falls is the one that comes to mind, because that's the one I drive by all the time. And I was putting a letter together to the owner, and we decided to just make sure everything was tight before I wrote the letter. And while I was doing that, they cleared the road. It was there from the 18th of January until last week. But as soon as I got the letter written, got the research, berm was gone.
Perfect.
Yeah, well, let's see if it was just pure dumb luck, or if we're getting a message. It is against the law in the state of Vermont, for those of you who are keeping track of such things, to plow or blow snow onto a sidewalk or onto a traveled roadway. Understanding that's difficult, if you have to do it, at least don't leave snow in a traveled roadway. It's a traffic hazard, it's a safety hazard, and it can hurt people, and we're not interested in hurting people. So anyhow, so that letter didn't go out, so it's sitting on my desk, just waiting for another date. Which I hope I never have to say. But anyway, that's what this is. So let's decide if we want to make some changes on this, we should do it now, otherwise we'll implement it as it sits.
I'll make a motion to implement it as it sits. I think it's fine.
I'll second, with the revisions to the equipment list and the other
Yeah.
grammar items that were.
Thanks.
Okay, and I'll get these to you, Sarah, tomorrow, and then you can see what they're talking about.
Does that need to be posted on the website? Is it posted on the website?
I don't know the answer. Do we have it on our website?
I could put it on the website. If you send me a copy of the updated copy, I'll put it up there.
That's a good idea.
Just to have it on there, yeah, and whatever.
Put everything on the website.
People can download it and look at it in full text.
Yep.
You see all our bad grammar.
Excellent. Do I have a second?
He seconded, I firsted
Any
it.
further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I have one opposed and 3 ayes, or 2 ayes.
3.
Yeah, you get
You get the vote.
Yeah. I only vote when there's ties and there's not a tie. Okay, so we'll do that then.
Okay.
Excellent. The only other thing I have is time for public concerns. Our resident public is already concerned. Do you have anything else?
Is it good today?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a second. Any further discussion? You have something to say?
Going for the record.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned at 7:36.
Thank you, Representative Bigland. So my name is Leslie Ann Dupini-Giroux. I am a professor of climatology and geography in the geography department at the University of Vermont. I'm also the state climatologist, and a couple other things that you see listed on there, little hats that I wear. I'm lead author for the Northeast chapter of the National Climate Assessment, which I think is a piece of what you wanted me to come and talk to the committee about today. So.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so do you want me to just...
Yeah, the floor is yours, okay. And we'll rudely interrupt you with questions. So not to try and keep everybody... We're good at that.
Oh, okay.
But generally what we do is if someone has a question, we ask people to raise their hand, and I'll call on people. If you would prefer us to hold questions to the end, we're happy to do that too.
No, because I think I have quite a lot because I do the fire hose type of thing. So as we're going through, if there's something that you need to have clarified or a follow-up question on, please feel free to ask it at that point. So what I thought I would do is start off maybe sort of big picture, climate change and that sort of stuff, and then get into the National Climate Assessment, which is what I spent 2 years working on, and then if there's time, if there's interest, if there are questions, if there are any pieces that are specific to the state that we can actually sort of look at.
Great.
Okay, so some of these types of information you probably have seen already, so if there's anything that you're starting to fall asleep on, I will take that as a clue to keep moving and to move a little bit faster, right? And if you do fall asleep, please... Don't take it personally. No, I was about to say, if you do fall asleep, please don't snore too loud. That's all I ask. All right, so this is a picture from NASA that kind of sets the stage for warming patterns across the entire globe from 1880 to the present. And I like to show it at the beginning because what it does is it shows you where the warming is occurring, where it's occurring fastest, and how it sort of goes back and forth over time. So the blue patterns are patterns that are colder than the average time frame that they're using as a base for this. And then the yellows and the oranges are warmer than that period. So the base period that they're using is 1950 to 1980. So I'm just setting that up for you so that when you start to see it play, you have a little bit of a sense as to what you're looking at.
What's the range of temperature?
So the range, you see that there's a little scale up here. So the darkest blue is like 2 degrees colder than the average period, and the most reddish orange is 2 degrees warmer than the average period.
So it's a 4-degree temperature.
Right. At least.
Celsius.
Right.
Can you play it again?
I will. Thank you. And did you want to follow up on that Celsius to Fahrenheit, which means it's...
so 2 degrees Celsius is 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yes,
Yeah,
so it's actually at least 8 degrees difference that you're looking at here.
And I'm sorry, what's the baseline?
The baseline is 1950 to 1980.
See, my philosophy is life begins at 70 degrees. Which is not why I live in Vermont, but...
I was going to say.
Did you catch the year when things went like that? It was about 1980. And so we use that as a sort of hinge point for when we look at the really pronounced effect of human influences, because we see the really big change in that particular time frame.
And is there a concentration of carbon dioxide associated with that?
So these are all of the various inputs, whether it's carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide.
Okay.
It's the melting of the sea ice at the polar regions. It's melting of the permafrost, releasing methane. It's land conversion. It's agriculture. It's all of those things combined in there, and not just one single piece. So
this is just temperature.
So this is just showing you the temperature.
Yes.
So difference between that 5-year and the average.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the other piece that I like to kind of start with is to put everything into perspective. When me as an atmospheric scientist looks at the entire Earth system, we're looking at everything from what the atmosphere is doing, how that influences your water patterns, how it influences the vegetation, the soils, everything together, because if you miss one, then you're going to be missing something. So, going back to the act that is being proposed, you see things like soil carbon sequestration in your soils, and so everything has to be sort of how it's linked and interconnected, otherwise there's going to be a piece that's missing in here. So we're looking at it from a whole systems perspective, and so movement of energy, movement of water, movement of everything sort of continually cycling through around the Earth itself. We can also think of climate change as a system, because the term climate change is actually a couple hundred years old. It sort of appears in the geologic record back in the late 1800s, looking at climate change. Change is, they used to call it back then, and so I always ask my class, how old do you think the term climate change is? And I get everything from 20 years, and then some people say 20 plus 1, kind of like prices, right? And then some people will say, like, 1,000,000. And so when you're seeing that sort of range and understanding in what it is we're looking at when we think about how climates change. And so, again, because it's more than temperature, it's more than precipitation, it's more than clouds, it's more than all those pieces, the diagram that you're seeing on your right sort of brings together the various ways of trying to quantify and wrap our minds around what's happening as the climate changes. So warming is one thing, so global warming is one piece, but we're also seeing things like changes in phenology and changes in who's getting rain and who's getting floods, who's getting droughts, and all of those are sort of all interconnected, right? Because if somebody gets more rain, that means somebody's getting less. So we're looking at how this all is sort of like woven together, okay? So this is one of my favorite diagrams because it helps to visualize which aspects of our changing climate we're talking about, and some of it has to do with, like the processes like your greenhouse gases or changes in agriculture, and those are what you're seeing on the left-hand side there in the oranges. Okay, and then in the middle part of the diagram, you're seeing what happens next, the sort of impacts. So things like changes in when birds come, or changes in sea level rise, or that sort of stuff. And then the right-hand side of your diagram is the strategies to either mitigate against climate change or adapt to climate change. So you've got the green stuff on the right-hand side there. So this is a way of looking at it from a process perspective. What's happening from an impacts perspective, what are we seeing, what are we observing, and then from a strategies perspective, what are we going to try to do either to mitigate against or to adapt to. And so I don't know if this helps or not, but it helps me to sort of frame which aspect am I either doing research on, or what aspect are my students interested in, or what aspect is of particular interest, like a community group that I might be talking to. So this is from Puget Sound. If you're gonna look it up, because I know that's what people tend to do while I'm talking. They're not doing other stuff. They're just Googling all the stuff that I'm actually talking about. So this is from Puget Sound Science, and once I give Danielle a copy of the slides, you'll be able to have all the links to go back and digest and pick apart and get all the additional questions that you may be interested in looking at. So just out of curiosity, which bucket of these is sort of like what resonates with you the most? Like where's the committee sitting? And so I'm going to ask the left-hand side, the middle, or the right-hand side? Now, you guys are not on camera. I am, so it's okay for you to raise your hand.
Do you mean the green? You mean
Is this the piece that is of most interest?
The response piece?
Yes.
Or impact?
Or the impacts piece. I'm doing this kind of like blind because I can't see. Yeah. Or what the causes and drivers are.
For me, it's the response.
Okay. So responses.
Yes.
In terms of the legislature, all of the legislature, I think that's our responsibility. In terms of this committee, I see it more on the mitigation. We're learning a lot about adaptation, and there may be some intersection, but in terms of the legislation we work on, I think it's more mitigation.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that.
And then as human occupant of the planet, a little bit further that way.
Okay, all right. So we've got the personal and the professional is one way of looking at it, right? And how those two sort of come together. Okay, so the last thing in terms of sort of intro types of information is how do we kind of actually think about, put numbers to understand, explain climate change. And so we can look at it whether it is, in a geologic record, there's these big jumps in the record. That's the second one that you see on there. I'm afraid to move my mouse because, I don't want it to just skip ahead. So can you see this if I do that?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so sometimes there's these big jumps or sudden jumps in the record that you usually see in the geologic record. The one that we are probably most familiar with is a trend line of some sort, whether it's an increasing trend or a decreasing trend. But the one that I like to kind of stress, and by the time I guess I give enough of these presentations, everybody will know about this last one, which is, do you see how there's squiggles around an average condition and how those squiggles are getting bigger over time? Okay, those for me are important because the red lines that I've drawn on there are sort of like the bounds that we function really well as humans, as a human society. And it's when you get outside of those bounds, that's when we get into challenges. So it could be increased heat waves and cold waves, increased droughts and floods, increased forest fires, increased brush fires in Australia. Okay, those are those going outside of that bound within which we thrive and function and have evolved. That usually sets us over the edge, and it's when we go over the edge like that, and we have other triggers like political or conflict issues. That's when it then becomes a spiral.
Doctor, what is the start and finish of that timeline?
So this could be any, this is just like hypothetical.
Okay.
So it could be 1920, it could be 1800. So there's no actual fix. This is a theoretical diagram, but we're seeing more and more of this end of the, so all of those, the heat waves in Europe. And you know what happens next, because it's outside their bounds, so they don't have air conditioning, they don't have cooling centers and all that sort of stuff. That's the type of stuff that I'm having us sort of think about. And what would this look like for us here in the state? What is it that takes us outside our bounds? So that was a sort of introduction, okay? What I'm going to transition to now is to talk a little bit about the National Climate Assessment and my role in that, and the sort of rationale behind it and what happens next. So this is the 4th National Climate Assessment. I was involved in the 2nd one as a reviewer, the 3rd one as a contributor, and then this 4th one I was the lead author for the Northeast Climate Assessment itself. And so a couple things by way of introducing this, we're going to call it NCA for short, instead of National Climate Assessment all the time, right? So a couple things about it. The first one is that it is congressionally mandated, and it comes out of the Global Change Research Act of 1990, which established the U.S. Global Change Research Program, which is the Fed agency that actually coordinates all of this. So this is the 4th one, which means that we're a little bit behind schedule if there's supposed to be one every 4 years since 1990. And for the very first time, when this one came out, we actually met the mandate. First time ever. So there was a lot of excitement around that, because before it had been like 5, 6, 7, 8 years in between each one. Now, second thing about this is that, again, in the congressional mandate itself, it says the way that it is written has to be policy relevant but not policy prescriptive. So we struggled a lot with how do you write this to meet that mandate. So you can't say you must do this and you should do that. You can say this is what the studies have shown, and then this is what the case studies are, but there's nothing in there that says here's a timeline that you have to do blah 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 and so on. So when you read it, what you'll notice is that sort of comes through in there. Okay, so the one that I'm talking about is what's called Volume 2, which is where all of the impacts are put together. So there's one volume, Volume 1, that's just the physical science, and then all of the impacts are in this 2nd volume in here. Okay, so when I give you the website, it'll be for looking at this 2nd volume, and you can look at the impacts of climate change in the various regions. So there are a couple pieces that were important for us when we were writing this assessment, and one of them is something called the state climate summaries, and each state has a 4-page nice little glossy handout that talks about what does climate change look like in each state. So here is a little snippet of the one for Vermont, and it talks about changes in precipitation, goes into a little bit about Lake Champlain and so on. So if you Google State Climate Summary Vermont, you're going to get that little 4-pager. And this was important because it allows us to drill down to the local level in a way that you wouldn't be able to do if it was just like this big national report. All right, so that's one thing that was important for us. The other thing that was important was that the couple new regions that were introduced. So like the U.S. Caribbean was introduced. The Great Plains was broken up into two, so that we could actually look at what the impacts were a little bit better. A couple other things that were important for us and might be important to the committee as well. We now have what are called economic valuation studies, and those give dollars and cents to climate change, impacts of climate change, the costs of climate change. We did not have that before, and so this is another one of those really exciting developments that we didn't have access to in the previous climate assessment. So economic valuation studies, I believe I have a slide after this that'll show you what some of those things look like. And I'm just going to do this and do that. Yeah, so here's a little snippet of those economic impact studies, economic valuation studies. What they're looking at is what are some of the impacts in terms of changes in hours worked, so labor, on the upper left in here. Do you see that? All right. As a result of changes in temperatures and so forth over time moving forward. And then the second one in here would be what happens to things like air quality. Because as the temperature rises and you get more concentrations of certain types of gases like ozone, ozone contributes to smog. What happens in terms of air quality, our quality of life, and so forth. So now we're actually putting numbers on this. What happens if you lose days of work? What happens to folks who come into a region on a seasonal basis to work and are exposed to higher temperatures? What are those numbers that we're looking at?
So in terms of the ozone concentrations, the blue would be better air quality and the red would be worse.
Correct.
So it looks, and this is a change over from when to when?
So this is, let's see here.
Or is this current?
So it says the map on the bottom, I'm reading from the last sentence up here. The map on the bottom is a change in ground level ozone concentrations compared to 1995 to 2005.
So they would be current.
Right. Or close to current, yes. Yeah.
It is interesting that looks like generally the ozone concentrations go down and in places where it gets warmer. What's that?
Oh, you mean in terms of the labor?
Well, Texas and Louisiana seem to be.
Oh, I see. That's hours worked, I suppose, outside, or not necessarily.
So upper one says national the difference between estimate of the economic benefit to the U.S. from global mitigation action. So slightly different from what you would think it is.
Yeah.
So again, this kind of stuff. When you get a copy of it, you sit there and you chew on it a little bit, or like I did before I came here, I'm using these graphics to get you to go read the report. It's a little trick. All right, so that was one piece. The other thing that was new is between 2014 and 2018, what we heard a lot about was we need to have information that's local. We need to have information that we can do something with at a scale that is important to us. National stuff doesn't really help us on either a region, a state, or a city level, so we need more local stuff. And so the response to that was they expanded the amount of physical space, number of pages that each region was allowed to actually talk about climate change, and shrank the national overview chapters. So each region now had 20 pages to explore climate change impacts, and the national chapters were like 6 pages. So what is unique to each region? So to answer that for the Northeast, we brainstormed and said, okay, what makes us different in the Northeast? And we had things like, that rural-urban piece that's critical to us, okay, and how that juxtaposes. We also have the inland versus coastal, and the resources along the coast that are different from the resources that we have inland. We also have the fact that we are one of the most densely populated parts of the U.S. and one of the oldest populated parts of the U.S. in terms of length of settlement. And so that sets up challenges for things like urban areas that have subways that are 200 years old.
Right.
and what are some of the risks to climate change, especially the coastal urban areas like New York and DC, okay, in a way that we wouldn't have in Burlington. So what are some of these changes that we're looking at? And so that's what you're seeing on that left in there. And the fact that we have some cultural heritage sites that are sort of critically important to us as a nation, to us as a region, and how does climate change affect a lot of those. So some of these are the things that we sort of kept in mind when we were writing up our chapter. So this report is a risk-based report, and it's asking things like, who is at risk? What are the vulnerable populations? What parts of our landscape, what buildings, what socioeconomic sectors are at risk, and what are the tipping points? And what would those mean if we passed a tipping point? So those are the questions that we asked when we were writing up the chapter itself. And we didn't do this in a vacuum. We actually had what are called regional engagement workshops and got input coming from all different sectors and communities, private, public, and other sectors, indigenous communities across all of the Northeast, helping us to answer those questions. And so those are the inputs that we use to actually write stuff up. So the case studies, all of the great stuff that we're doing like Reggie, okay? All of those sort of came together to help us to write up the report itself. So somebody at the national office went through and summarized all of this. I have no idea if you can read any of this. Nope. Okay. All right. There's another one of those failing PowerPoint 101 because you can't read a thing. So what they did is they summarized for each region on here, what are the impacts and what are the actions that are being taken. So everybody's trying to read what it says for the Northeast. So you got things like water, energy, transportation, infrastructure, being affected by snowstorms, droughts, heat waves, flooding. It should all sound familiar, right? What are some of the actions? Cities and states throughout the region are assessing their vulnerability to climate change and making interventions and investments to increase infrastructure resilience. All right, so really, really pertinent to a lot of the conversations that are going on, within the committee. So, again, when you have a chance, you can go back and look and see what the other states are doing. So, I actually gave a presentation similar to this last year, and I thought what I would do is go and read all of the regions and what they had written to see if there were any commonalities or if there were uniqueness. And so this is what you're seeing here. Pretty much every single region talked about adaptation and ecosystem services and infrastructure, transportation, human health conditions, the effects of climate change on indigenous peoples. All of these things were things that were repeated over and over, regardless of if you lived in North Dakota or North Virginia, okay? And so how does all of this kind of play out for us? The only thing that was unique was the marine and sea level stuff, which of course only the coastal and island places would have mentioned in theirs. So let's get to the Northeast chapter. So in putting all of this together, what we did is thought about it and came up with 5 main messages. So instead of trying to read through every single word on there, let me summarize it for you. In the first key message, we're talking about the rural parts of our region and how changes in the seasons, so changes in spring conditions, changes in winter, changes in your summer, changes in the amount of rainfall that we get at different times of the year are affecting our economic livelihood, our practices, how we live, and how we thrive in the rural parts of our community. So snowpack and spring floods and all of those things are important for us in the rural parts of the Northeast. And when we think about why did we focus on the rural part of the region first, here's a map that shows you, it's a population density map essentially. And knowing that a lot of our large cities and urban areas, things like DC, Boston, New York, Philly, a lot of them tend to be coastal. So that sets up one framework for us, but most of the Northeast is actually pretty rural. And so looking at what's happening in the rural piece brings in a lot of land mass, a lot of land bases. As my colleague Mike Klein, he was here in some shape or form in the State House earlier today. I saw him a couple hours ago. He talks about this land base issue and how does that kind of play out in a place where you do have land versus a place like an urban area where you don't have land to do a lot of mitigative or adaptive type of strategies. So that's one piece. When you change your seasons, that's going to change things like the growing season. So what you're seeing on the left-hand side there is the last time that it freezes in the spring, and on the right-hand side, what you're seeing is the first time that it freezes in the fall. And so the time in between is your length of your growing season. And so we're looking at how that is changing and how it will be projected to change, whether we're talking about business as usual scenarios or if we try to be a little bit more stringent in terms of reductions of emissions, okay? And that's the three different parts of the panels that you're looking at. So yellows mean that there's a little bit of a change, so anywhere like 6 to 10, 14 days longer growing season, and then the reds and the oranges could be as much as 30 days longer in your growing season. And everybody might say, well, isn't that a good thing? But there's a big button there. Just because you have a longer growing season doesn't mean you're going to have more production from an agriculture perspective, because what if you don't get the rain? You got the temperature, but you don't have the rain. What if the pests are now thriving so much they kill off your plants? What if diseases move in because it's a better environment? So just because you have a longer growing season doesn't necessarily mean your agricultural productivity is going to go through the roof. So I'm just sort of trying to do this whole systems approach and make sure that all of the pieces are being considered as we kind of step through. Any questions so far? You've been extraordinarily quiet. I'm not quite sure. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Careful what you want to leave.
Okay, so it's coming, right? You're just sort of like, oh, okay. Maybe I should have just kept on talking. Okay, I will keep on talking.
We're seeing a different perspective in some respects than we've seen before.
Hopefully that's a good thing.
So we're learning.
Okay, good. So you're piling up the questions, right? Probably up here because, somebody's typing. The last time somebody typed for me an hour ago, they're like, I have a few questions. How many is that, 12? So,
I'm only up to 3.
Yeah, but I'm only on slide 5. All right, so the other piece about this changes in the rural seasons is it affects when we get spring snowmelt. And so what you're looking at here is the red arrows that are facing down. So the red triangles that are facing down mean that the spring snowmelt is occurring at least 10 days earlier in the year. Okay, so if your spring it has changed so that you're getting melting occurring earlier, what does that mean for spring floods? All right, so that's what this diagram is trying to get us to think about. Okay. So that's the first key message. It's rural, it's seasons, it's change. The second key message looks at coastal resources, coastal peoples, coastal livelihoods. Why? Because a lot of us either visit the coast, live on the coast, or have some kind of interconnection with the coast itself. And we have important sectors of the economy like lobster, and other Cretaceous shellfish that are impacted by warming sea level temperatures. Why is that important? The northeastern shelf is warming faster than anywhere else in the U.S. So knowing that our northeastern ocean is warming faster than everybody else has us sort of pay a little bit more attention to our coastal regions. Okay, so that interplay sort of comes in there. So do you want to go back?
Well, I just want to add a question about that. Is that because of an influence that the Gulf Stream has on the way it flows up the coast?
Yeah, that might be part of it, but there's also the actual warming of the ocean itself. Like when a lot of the energy in the atmosphere moves into being stored in the ocean, a lot of that seems to be stored in the northeastern region.
Warmer south of here then those streams bringing that heat up.
But there's also
east as well.
yeah, but there's also heat because we're not particularly cold, well, compared to the poles, right? So there's still energy here at our latitudes too, and so some of that is also being stored in the oceans.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a movement piece, but it's also the in-place piece that we're looking at here. So thinking about this from a coastal perspective, you've got all that warming, but you also have the fact that sea levels are rising, so it's sort of like a double whammy. And for our colleagues who live in places like New York City or Boston or any coastal place that has the potential for being inundated, either during a heavy precipitation event that, if it might coincide with a tide, is like a really bad situation, and then you layer on top of that sea level rise, then they're looking at conditions that they haven't had to face before from an infrastructure perspective. So that's that piece in there. Okay, so the third key message connects the fact that we're rural, but we're also urban, and we depend on each other. So the third key message talks about the interconnections between rural and urban, but also what's taking place in the urban, in New York City, in DC, in Philly, that is important itself. And we have, again, like I said, a lot of really important cultural heritage sites in a lot of our urban regions, but we also have aging infrastructure. And so we have some particular challenges in our urban regions in a place like New York that we may not have in a place like LA. Okay? So you're busy trying to read this. I can see the body language is like that. Everybody's like trying to read.
Poor eyesight.
Oh, I prefer everybody's engaged. Try to read, and you're probably not going to read it all. So again, this is my subtle hint to have you go read it. Yeah, okay. All right. So in those urban areas, one of the challenges is what's called king tide flooding. So when flooding occurs at particular tidal conditions, and that just amplifies the amount of water that rushes into these various places. That's one piece in there. And so Hurricane Sandy in 2012 was a great way to say, hey, what are some of the things that occurred in Sandy, and how can we adapt, how can we mitigate against this? And so what you're seeing here is the problem in Sandy is the grades and the street level were at the same level. So when all that rainfall and all that storm surge came from Sandy, it went straight into the New York subways and flooded the subways and shut them down. So one of the things that New York City did is a very simple adaptation measure to, when they replaced the grates, they didn't replace them at street level, they replaced them with these raised grates that also are multifunction. So there's seats for you to sit while you wait for the bus, and also they've got, like little racks to park your bike on. So it's serving at least 3 purposes in here. Just a simple replacement of a grate. So this is where, bringing in some engineering, some design, some internship for credit, all of this type of stuff. Get those juices going here on ways of moving forward. So the fourth key message was different because it came out of a lot of public comments, public feedback that says, where are the people? What are the vulnerabilities from a human perspective? And so in this particular key message, we looked at influences for human health. So whether it's waterborne diseases, tick-borne diseases, Lyme disease, whether it is air pollution events, okay, anything that affects us here, who are the populations that are vulnerable? Who are the populations that only come to the Northeast for certain times of the year and have a different vulnerability than residents? What are some of those things that we need to sort of keep in mind? And so that's what you're seeing across in this particular message. And one way to kind of track that is to see hospital room visits. So whether they were hospitalized and or whether did they come in with a particular ailment or complaint. That's one way to try and track the effect of increased pollution, or increased Lyme disease or other tick disease that you might be looking at. And so the last key message had us take a step back and say, so we've done all of these landscape, we've done all these people pieces, what else can we talk about as a region? And one of the things that we know is that the Northeast has been a leader in a lot of adaptation types of strategies and case studies and methodologies. And so this last key message actually was more of a show and tell, because it sort of brought together a lot of those exemplars, if you will, of ways of doing or thinking about adaptation. So this is the last key message in here. So I would be most remiss if I did not just sort of give a shout out to all the people who worked on this particular chapter at the various agencies and institutions, and also folks who helped with either graphics and so on and so forth, including students at UVM and so forth. So if you are looking for the chapter, because I've touted it enough and you're just dying to delve into it, here's the URL for it. That's the direct one to it. If you go to the lower one here, it says globalchange.gov. What you will find is every single bit of the report in all 1,000+ pages. Every diagram, every chapter, every figure, every PowerPoint, every PDF, including a copy of this. Okay? So this is the executive summary, which, here's Daniel. Oh, there you are. Hi. I'll leave you 2 copies of this, and I'll also leave you the link. So this sort of summarizes everything that I've just talked about. Okay. All right. Alrighty. So before I move into the next part, any questions? Or are you all still?
Go ahead. So I'm still mulling over that first video you showed, which showed an accelerating rate of change. And one of the things we've been hearing from in this committee is that in terms of weather and climate, the danger is in volatility. It's not necessarily warming overall, but the volatility that brings. And one of the things we've seen in Vermont, an increase in 8 inches in annual rainfall in extreme events. And I'm just wondering, is that rate of change still expected to continue to increase the volatility?
So I think a couple ways of answering that. First of all, the Northeast New England, Vermont is one of those really, really highly variable regions, and so that's always been part of our MO, and it makes it a little bit more challenging to sort of predict numbers in the same way that other regions are, where the patterns are a little bit more stable, for want of a better word. So there's that piece. The other thing is where we are, the latitude of where we are. We're at a place where there's a lot of changes going on in the jet stream, and so that's also part of the reason for the volatility. And if I were answering your question 5 years ago, I wouldn't have the same knowledge as I have today, because there have been changes in the jet stream in the last few years that we did not have before. And so somebody asked me a question today about uncertainty, and uncertainty means knowing what you still need to find out. It doesn't mean that you don't know what you're talking about. And so part of that, what you call volatility, uncertainty, is the fact that some of these patterns are changing, and some pieces of the understanding are also changing too. And so it's a question of always looking at the observations, looking at the data, and looking to see, what looked like a particular type of pattern, what looked like a particular type of rainfall event a few years ago is no longer that. And so there's this constant need to keep on the ball with the evolution of climate patterns over time. And one thing that we do know is that because the atmosphere is warmer, there are more water molecules in the atmosphere, so there's more rain falling or precipitation falling out of the atmosphere. One thing that is new for us in the last few months or so is that there's a bigger amount falling than we thought would fall simply by doing the math alone.
Simply by
doing the mathematics alone. So if you did the mathematics alone, you would say that you'd get 7% more. Mm-hmm. But what we're observing is that some places are seeing like 14% more. And so that, and this is like just off the press, right? So that means that there's something else that is changing in the system, or there's some other piece that we still have to understand to help.
How much water,
right.
warm air carries.
Exactly. And so there's always that keeping on top of things, because it's not static and the answers are not static. So that just adds an additional level of complexity, but that's what the system's doing. So my response to that is to prepare for everything, to try and keep all these pieces in mind, because if you think only this is going to change and a couple things over here change, you're going to get caught with your socks down. So if you try and look at how everything might be factored in and apportion the resources that way, then there's going to be less of a chance of missing something completely. You know what I mean? So if you only did temperature, you'd miss rainfall. If you only did rainfall, then you might miss soils, right? So that's what I mean by trying to make sure that you're trying to account for as much as possible.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you mentioned the change in Gulf, the jet stream, and what kind of changes are we observing now that weren't there before?
So what's happening is, if you can imagine, I might just get kinesthetic here. I've been sitting too long.
You have.
Oh yeah, I have. So if you can imagine, the poles are up here, and we are down here, mid-latitudes, like Vermont, and my computer is the equator. What's happening is there is more of a difference between the poles and the equator. And the atmosphere responds to that by having the jet stream become more loop-de-loop, more wavy. So the amplitude is changing, right? So it's no longer just being like straight across like that, or maybe doing a little bit of a dip. What we're seeing is this sort of like all the way down to Texas type stuff, right? So if you have a jet stream that's doing all of that sort of stuff, every time it loops down like that, all the cold air is going to come down with it. So when you see all those freezes in places like Texas, it's because the jet stream has looped so far south that all that cold air from the pole had a chance to come down with it. And then similarly, if the cold air is coming down like that, on the other side of it, all that warm air is coming. So you know when we have those really, really warm days in the middle of winter and you're like, right? It's because we were probably under this and all that warm air is coming up to us. And then a couple days later, we're back under this and it's bone cold. So now the challenge is figuring out how often it does that, how long is it going to stay like that, and what does that mean for us when we go from warm to cold. And we didn't have that 20, 30, 40 years ago.
That's the volatility.
Yes. Right. So that's, yes. There are several ways of talking about it, but that's sort of.
That's what our ski areas are saying. Is they're seeing
that they're seeing yes, and I can see that because they're probably seeing it from a precipitation perspective. But even if they get the precipitation, if you get a sudden warming, you can have a snowpack that's the height of the State House. But if it warms so much and so quickly that it all melts or ablates, there goes your powder, right?
I have a question on the adaptation piece. So that slide that you showed, I believe it was of New York City, where they raised things up about 8 inches. Why didn't they raise it up 12 inches? I mean, is it based on economy as well as studies from different groups, or how? Why didn't they?
So I don't know the specific as to why they raised it to the level that they did, but I'm going to put a plug in for any one of our agencies or groups that actually does do those type of design studies. Those design studies have to be redone more often than they have in the past. So in the past, it used to be redone every 20, 30, 40 years. Bless you. Now they have to be redone more often than that because the statistics are changing. And so when they did that changing of the grade, they probably used the statistics that they had available like 2013, 2014, right after Sandy. And so you've heard the term stationarity, non-stationarity.
No.
Nobody's come and talked about that?
No.
Oh, okay.
What is it?
Huh?
What is it?
What is it? So it means...
Gotta read the report.
That's actually not in that report. But no. So stationarity means that the statistics used to be stable and they used to have certain types of patterns, and now those patterns and stability are not there anymore. And so you'll hear hydrology is non-stationarity. And so what that means is all the statistics that we used to design with are no longer applicable. So I have a slide in here that talks about some work that VTrans helped to fund because they need to know what the latest stats are for sizing their culverts, for doing all of the types of stuff. And those are the types of things that I would love to see more of because it's like this, right? And so you can't be using this stuff from 1942. Or 1968. You have to be using this stuff that says, okay, what do these new storms look like, and how is that going to change? Whether you put a culvert in this size or a culvert in the size of the room, because once that culvert goes in, you want it to be there for.
We just saw a video of a regional planning commission which replaced a big box culvert in an area that had flooded repeatedly, and in the last rain, it didn't flood. Mm-hmm. But the culvert was full. There was no additional capacity.
But where did the water go?
Out of town. So.
That's my first question. If the culvert's full, that means the water's not going somewhere. So, yeah. Okay.
Down to the farm field outside town.
The one that was designated for it. Okay.
So,
all right.
So that 8-inch height probably is the height of a step. Right?
That's the design reason why it was to keep surface water from going down there, and 8 inches is the size of a curb, so it's a natural.
Okay. Any other questions? So the next set of pieces, I think, talk about adaptation because I think that's an interest of some folks in here. And so this has way too many words on it, but it's in the introduction part of the entire report. And so this is from a national perspective, thinking about the ways in which we can sort of mitigate against the risks to climate change, whether it's from a population perspective, whether it's from an economic perspective, infrastructure, or whatever. And so these are some of the bullet points that they're touting. So I'm going to have you read that when you get the slides, okay? So put a note to self. The big wordy one that starts with reducing the risk, go back and delve into. But I do want to point out 2 chapters in the report itself, apart from chapter 18, which is the Northeast. One chapter talks about reducing the risk via mitigation. And the other chapter talks about reducing the risk via adaptation. And they're right next to each other. So chapters 28 and 29 in the report. And so from a mitigation perspective, this is chapter 29. Okay, so chapter 29 is all about mitigation. It's only 6 pages long because it's a national chapter, but it looks at the ways in which mitigation strategies have been in place and what they look like, some examples of them. So I like this map because it shows us, you see there's a lot of activity taking place in the Northeast, a lot of strategies that have been developed. Those are all those orange dots that you see on here. Okay.
Sorry, can you give us a working distinction between mitigation and adaptation?
So adaptation means that you are building a resilient capacity, that you are making changes in response to what is being observed. So adaptation would be something like, let me see if I can find a good example. If you know that you're going to be getting warmer temperatures and higher precipitation, and a particular crop does well under that combination, you might switch from some of the crops that you're doing to that. That's adaptation. Mitigation is more of a trying to reduce the reasons for the change. So, for example, it would be trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That's a classic mitigation type strategy. Or another one might be changing the land use so it goes back to being more carbon neutral as opposed to carbon exporting or carbon emitting. So doing an actual change to stop the release of gases, or to stop the type of land use that produces deleterious effects.
So mitigation is to reduce the cause, adaptation is to decrease the effect.
Right. Yes, that's a good way of doing it. Yeah. Yeah. And so part of the reason why they are usually sort of touted together is because there's a certain amount of what's called inertia in the system. So even if we mitigated and didn't release any more greenhouse gases today, the concentrations that we have in the atmosphere already are going to continue that warming, and so there's still that inertia that's going to occur, and so that means the adaptation piece comes in due to the fact that stuff is still going to warm because it's already in the atmosphere, in the system. Does that make sense? Okay.
Did you mention which chapter goes with adaptation?
Adaptation is 28. Yeah. So 28 and 29 in here. And so we see a lot of activity in I guess it's the two coastal regions, so the Northeast in here, and then California, Oregon, and Washington across in here are two places where we've seen a lot of mitigation types of case studies. And I went back last night and I pulled this out because this map here, this chart, actually breaks it down by state in looking at the different types of strategies. And so here's Vermont. Okay, so we've got about at least 15 different types of strategies that we're doing as a state, which is pretty good, right? Okay, we're on par with some of the largest states, you know, California, Maryland, Massachusetts, but we're holding our own pretty well. And then the color codes on there show you the types of strategies, so whether it's energy efficiency or whether it's renewable resources or transportation and so forth. Okay, so when you look at this particular chapter, so the mitigation chapter, chapter 29, and you have a chance to go back and look at that, you can take a look at where a lot of our success stories are. You can see a lot of them in transportation. The purple bar, okay?
So these reflect successes?
These are the case studies, actual activities that are in place on a per state basis.
And what's interesting to me is what doesn't quite, what this doesn't quite fall in line with is we're being told that where Vermont has made the least advances or had the least amount of success is in the transportation sector. That it's from a mitigation standpoint.
But what's the metric though? What is the metric of success?
Greenhouse gas emissions. And our ability to kind of reduce that as the amount of greenhouse gas load from our state that we're emitting. And again, I'm not sure if that's an overlay with this. Mm-hmm. This is the number of strategies that we have that are, you know, whether it's efficiency, which I'm presuming is using less, probably electric energy.
Or it could be efficiency Vermont and all the other programs that we have in place. Yeah.
I'll be interested.
Yeah, and then if you have follow-up questions to this, what I can do is reach out to the chapter authors and ask them what data they used as an input.
Yeah.
So if transportation shows up in a positive light on here, what was the difference in the metric that they used for this vis-a-vis the other states relative to the feedback that you get that says transportation is not?
Yeah. Oh, and doesn't this just show the number of activities rather than the effectiveness?
Exactly, and that's why I asked about the metrics. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, so have a look at that one for me, because I think it's.
Is there a list of the activities?
I don't know. I can delve a little bit more and see. Because remember, this is a 6-page chapter, so they didn't have the space to get into the level of detail, but that doesn't mean they didn't have a bunch of other appendices that I can ask about, if need be. All right. Okay, so adaptation is the other big piece in the report itself. So this is chapter 28. And I really like this diagram here because a lot of the activities that we now claim and own and are proud of were only getting started in 2014. So if you look at this inner circle here, 2014, see it sort of stops right about here, because it's all of those things that we were just starting, all of those great programs, all of those great activities, and now that we've had an additional 4 years, now we can talk about them as success stories. So 2018 actually comes across here because they're online, they're being implemented, and we can talk about what metrics can we use for their success. Okay, so moving from the planning, moving from the, oh, let's do this, or let's do that, to, oh, we are doing it, how well are we doing, which is this in here. And so when the next one comes out, the 5th National Climate Assessment, I'm hoping that this will be up in here, right? So we're able to actually quantify how well we're doing and what do we need to tweak and so on. All right. Okay. So chapter 28, the adaptation chapter. What I did is I just pulled out a couple of their key messages. Remember, we have our own key messages. Each chapter has its own that it speaks to, because I was reading through the bill and picked up on some of the things that are of interest in the bill. So the term risk, the term going back through and looking at risk and quantifying risk in an iterative manner. So not just once, but how well are we doing and how can that be improved and so on. That's also a key message in the adaptation chapter. So that need to kind of go back and look at it, whether it's from a state level, an organization level, an individual level, is one of those pieces that's important when we do adaptation. So that's their key message number 3. Their key message number 4 talks about the fact that when you do adaptation and you do it in a proactive way, it actually becomes a benefit because it exceeds the cost of inaction or the cost of other types of strategies. So it looks at bringing in, and some of the words that we haven't talked about, social justice, equity, who are the populations, who are the peoples that we're serving. It brings all of these pieces into here. It also brings in a piece that we haven't touched, so national security. Okay, so how do we make sure that we do it in such a way that we do it from a cost-benefit perspective?
Can I actually, can you go back to that? That's part of what I want to understand. The assessment says that this is the case, or this is something that we're looking at?
Say that again.
So I think an important concept that we're trying to get our arms around are that the adaptation initiatives that we may be pursuing that cost money are, at the end of the day, going to have a positive return on investment. That's what this says.
Right.
And,
so
and does this say this as this is something we think is in fact the case? We haven't proven that out yet, or is this something where this is saying we see evidence that this is in fact the case?
So to answer that, we go back to what the whole process is.
Yeah.
And the whole process is looking backward at what has been done over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
And so to be able to make this kind of assertive statement means that it's been seen.
Okay.
Yeah. And so writing it in such a way that it's been seen, we acknowledge it, and touting it as let's continue doing this because it's a cost benefit.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And so the last one is, and I think this is the challenge to the committee here, in thinking about what other types of things can we think about to reduce risk. And I know that's probably one of the challenges if you're struggling with, as you write the bill or tweak the bill or however you're approaching it, what are some of those cutting edge things that we need to kind of keep in mind or could keep in mind to help us do this in the most cost effective way possible and reduce the most number of risks possible, right? So they don't have to be mutually exclusive, but what's that fine line between?
They figure that one out?
No, that's why I'm sitting over here. and you're sitting over there.
I'm just saying, anything you can find, and we'll do it without costing us anything.
Actually,
really helpful.
So I was at the Gun Institute before this, giving a presentation, right? And one of my colleagues says, I have folders and folders all of alternative types of strategies that nobody's talking about. So I said to her, let's talk about those. So I'd be more than happy to
share those.
Well, share her name so she can
share her name.
Yeah. And then all of these different things that she's aware of from an engineering perspective, from a design perspective that I may not because I'm on the atmospheric science side. That would be of interest to I know folks in the room perhaps. So let me know, and I'd be more than happy to share names.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're sort of heading into the home stretch here, and the sort of so what, who cares, which is what I always do in my class, show them all this Planck's law and all this stuff, and then like freaking out, and it's like, why are we doing this? Here's the bottom line. So we're looking at this because we have different choices to make, either from a built perspective or working directly in the environment, and so we're looking at those. We're looking at all of the things that are changing. Remember I said to you the statistics are changing? So, the 1 in 100 year event is what used to be a 1 in 60 year event, right? And so how are those numbers changing and why do we need to look at it? And so a couple of options on here I'm going to just look at for a sec. So this might surprise you, all right? The National Center for Environmental Information puts out what are called the $1 billion disaster events every year. Have you seen that?
Yes, I saw that yesterday.
You saw this yesterday?
Yes.
Tell me from whom?
The insurance folks.
Yes.
Oh, they must have gotten it right. Because I showed it to Amica and some of the other insurance.
They didn't give you credit.
From you. Okay, so this is the first time it was like, we saw this one. That's a good thing. All right, so you know what's going on this slide, right?
Yeah.
Well, I should be able to give you a quiz now if you saw it already. I don't need to talk about it.
No, I don't think theirs had the gray line with the buffer around it or the light line.
It did. It was harder to see.
So they failed 12.1. Okay. All right. So why I like to show this, apart from the fact that these $1 billion events are increasing, it's which ones, and that's the shaded bars that you're looking at. You know how we spend a lot of our focus sometimes on things like tropical cyclones and floods and stuff like that? Well, those are not the ones that actually cost the most. The ones that cost the most are your severe storms. Because if you think about them, it's the amount of water that comes, and it could be over a relatively large area, affecting a relatively large number of people, that is different from a more maybe an isolated tornado or a more isolated flood event. And so, again, I show this to do the let's keep everything in mind, and not only put our resources in the flooding bucket, or the drought bucket, or the whatever bucket. Let's make sure that we're looking at all the buckets. And so, no apologies for this because I am a geographer, and so I have to get at least another map in here. What are some of these things that are critically important to us? So we've got severe storms, we've got floods, every once in a while we have hurricanes and tropical systems, snow, definitely. Fire is not something that usually affects us because we don't tend to dry out as much as some of the other regions, and so fires are less of a concern here. It's not that they're not a concern, but they're less of a concern. Similarly with tornadoes, why? Because our topography is like this, and tornadoes need flat land. So if I were in southern Quebec, I would be talking tornadoes because they got a lot of flat land just across the border. So ice storms and freezes. So again, there's a geographic perspective in terms of the types of things that we need to think about and make sure that we are looking at and preparing for. So when you say extreme weather, it's not only rainfall, it's some of these other things too. Okay? All right, so this notion of extremes and a notion of what does it mean for us, whether we're talking about more hot days, more record hot days, whether we're talking about heavy precipitation, more of it over a longer period of time, those are some of the things that we are looking at with looking at this notion of extreme events. Okay? And this is my touting. So this is NOAA Atlas 14. And I'll let your eyes get a little bit of a look to this. The black lines are the state outlines. Everybody good?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. The shading in here has to do with how much rainfall is falling in one day for the 1 in 100 year event. So the 100-year event and how much rain would fall in one day, 24 hours. All right. So the color scheme goes from 4 inches, which is pretty much anyway, all the way up to, you see places that have 10 plus inches, 11 plus inches, all in one day. Okay? So the grading goes from browns into yellows, into greens and blues. So in other words, there's heavier and heavier stuff south of us. You see that? Okay? All right. Now, why am I showing you this? I'm showing you this because this came out 4 years ago, and it was designed to replace the stuff that we had been using since 1960s. So all of the stuff that was being designed was using values that were from the 1960s, which was older in and of itself. And here's the kicker. The stuff from the 1960s, because we didn't have the technology at the time, all they were able to do was to draw these yellow lines on a map. Do you see how wide spaced these are? So you're guessing in between those. So think about it. You're trying to design something for Springfield or Manchester or Bennington, and you're eyeballing between this line and that line, okay? And now, because we're doing this in more of a geospatial environment, now because we're using the statistics from the last 30, 40, 50 years, now we can get down to the small, almost micro level and do better designs than we were able to do with using just those 3 yellow lines on there. So to the extent possible, keeping up with how we are able to bring the evolving precipitation, evolving flooding into the data that our state agencies use will help us to make better decisions. And so just to bring all this to a close, because I've talked for long enough, my favorite word in all of this is systems. So whether we're talking about weather systems, whether we're talking about climate as a system, whether we're talking about climate change and how that changes as a system, we can't do this without looking at our topography and our geography and where we are because of our landscape. And if I had to choose one way of doing this, I would do a multi-hazard approach, because that way I don't miss anything. And then finally, thinking about my client's comment about land bases and all the things that we can do from a land perspective, looking back at changes in zoning conditions, changes in building resiliency at the community level, those are some of the pieces that I'd love to see. So, here's my information. If you need anything, here's the National Climate Assessment website one more time, and please feel free to shoot me a line, ask me for information, data, follow-up questions, names, anything else that you can think of. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And we can't get your presentation. You'll have that, Danielle?
I'll send you the PDF, and if there are any slides that I'm still working on, like for my own research, I'll just pull those out.
Okay.
But for the others, I'll just,
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Or community will have it a couple days to the whole thing.
Great. Great. Thank you very much for your time.
Not a problem. So, you've asked all of your questions.
Oh, no, I haven't.
I don't want to cut
If you got time.
Oh, sure. Shoot. Did you want to go back and forth since you had 5? One you have 10.
That's a good idea.
I would just like to ask, has there been any consideration or studies or thoughts on other extreme events that would actually cool the climate, whether it's volcanoes, any of that sort of thing that could reverse the condition that we're going down now?
I know that scientists at NASA, the ones who are geologists who have training in Earth systems, do look at those, and they do use the events that we've seen in the last 20, 30, 40, X number of years to actually incorporate that into the models that they run, so that if you try and replicate the amount of cooling that we've seen when something like Pinatubo, for example, blows, what does that mean, and what does it do in terms of the global temperature patterns? And so what you see is a cooling for a few years after, and then because, again, the inertia in the system, we continue to warm. Yeah. And I guess there are other scientists who look at the effect that maybe something on the order like an asteroid striking the Earth, what impact that would have, because that's also been observed in the past. And again, what can we learn and how can we project that forward to see what it might look like?
Thank you.
All right. So the first one is, do you have a rough idea of how much energy has to be added to the Earth system to raise that 1 degree Celsius?
No, I do not, but I do know that the IPCC was looking at the raising it by 2 degrees, and what would it take to not raise it by 2 degrees, and we've already passed that.
Okay. I'm thinking about the joules of energy that are now.
It's probably in the IPCC report that talked about 2 degrees Celsius. If you Google IPCC 2019 2 degrees Celsius, I'm sure that's probably in the first chapter.
Okay.
So going back to that first video that you showed with the changes in warming patterns, I know that there is data. Right now we're at about 415 parts per million of CO2 in the atmosphere, CO2 equivalent greenhouse gases, and I know that they've been tracking that whether it's by ice cores or whether it's by actual measurements over time. And it would be really interesting to see the graph that we said that it really started changing radically in about 1980s, and what the parts per million were up to that point, and then how the changes went with the accelerated increase in the CO2 concentrations.
Would somebody send me a quick email about that? Just a quick, yeah. And I'll pull it up. Oh, yeah, because it's probably on there. Yeah, again, now we're on to that question.
That's a Keeling curve, right?
Keeling, K-E-E-L-I-N-G, yeah.
You know, when I see that, I mean, it's over 300,000 years, and you got that really sharp spike right at the end, and it's kind of hard to break it down to, 10 years increments.
Yeah, so if that side doesn't have it, does it break it apart, and does it do like an interactive by decade?
It goes back to different time periods, 800,000 years, decade.
And does it allow you to sort of stretch decades and look at them? It's okay.
I'll send it to you right now.
Right, and you're gonna copy Mike on it too. All right, yeah. If you send it to me, I'll make sure he gets it.
Okay. All right. Next. With the added heat energy in the system, we get a lot more storms. Do storms actually dissipate energy to outside the system, or does it just move the energy around within the system? Like if we've got a major hurricane, does that actually end up calming the system for a moment, or does it still retain all that energy?
Okay, so if you're talking about something like a tropical cyclone, which is a heat engine, what happens is it needs to be over warm water because that's where the energy for the whole system is moving. And so one of the graphs that I usually show when I'm talking about something like Irene or Sandy is the before and after, and you see like a drop in the ocean temperatures of at least 5, 10, 15 degrees as it passes over, because all of that energy has been gone from latent energy into the system itself, and then taken and dissipated somewhere else. And so you're left with a cold surface of the ocean because it's lost all of that energy. So to answer your system, it's a transfer of energy from one place to the next as that system moves over.
From the ocean to the atmosphere?
Correct.
And then into
And then in the atmosphere, it then is going to be released somewhere else.
Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
So evaporation causes cooling.
Exactly. Correct.
Where can people, like if somebody's building a house or planning a town or whatever, where can they get some like local information, small scale, about what the new 100 or 500 year events might be for rain, for wind, for drought, etc., so that they can, you know, build their house 8 inches higher or whatever to be that much safer?
So the No Atlas 14 is one place, and then there's another website called precip.net. And that also gets you down to sort of like a zip code level. Precip.net comes out of Cornell.
Okay. And last one. What's special about southern New York and central New Hampshire that their expected rainfall was like twice the rest of the region?
You're talking about the NOAA. This one. So remember, these are not projections, but actual observations. And so what they did is, to create this, they literally went through and got every single record at every time scale that they could get. So 5 minutes, hourly, daily, monthly, and put it all together to create this. And so for it to have that bullseye, you talk about these bullseyes in here, that means that that was observed at some point in time in the past record. And so this is not a projection for the future. This is what's been observed in the last like 30, 40 years that they've redone the statistics for.
Right. Well, like for New Hampshire, I know that's roughly where Mount Washington is.
Oh, so you're not talking about the 8 inches out here. You're talking about this one up here?
Both of them, because there's such a disparity between those two spots and the rest of New York and New England.
Right, so you hit the bullseye with Mount Washington for sure. But for that, 8+ inches, 12+ inches, if there's not an orographic feature similar to Mount Washington, then it's a system that was observed that might have stalled in place and produced that much rainfall.
That's the Catskills. So I don't know if it's coastal weather moving in. That's the first mountains they hit, even though they're not big.
Exactly like J Peak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great. He gave us a rating for the weekend.
Oh, well, you know. You're lucky I didn't say there's a quiz on Monday.
There is. Or Tuesday.
There we go. Is Monday a holiday?
It always is in the legislature.
Oh, okay. Well, then your quiz is first thing on Tuesday. There we go. Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you for
I hope this has been moderately helpful.
Very, very interesting.
And you know where to find me if anything comes up as soon as I leave, like literally before I get to the car.
Actually, I have one administrative question. I didn't know we had a state climatologist.
I was going to say that.
2 weeks ago. What is your role as playing a state function? Is the state climatologist kind of in the Agency of Natural Resources world, or what's the function?
Okay, so the state climatologist, I've been a state climatologist for 23 years.
Oh,
Really?
No kidding. And
I
yes.
We apologize for that.
Thank you for being so gracious. No. Oh dear. It's part of my faculty position in the geography department at UVM. I would love to have more of a state connection. Just leaving that where that is. I do not have an office in Montpelier. Most people say, do you have an office in Montpelier? I go, no.
It's okay, neither do we.
Oh. No, but I really would, all kidding aside, love to have more. I mean, I work really closely with colleagues in B-Trans, A&R, Department of Health, and I did have a postdoc that did work directly with the health and A&R folks to help change some of the values that we have as thresholds for warnings. I would love to see more of that continue, because I know we had so many unanswered questions, and having, you know, a person sort of dedicated to just working on state questions would be awesome, because it would help move a lot of things that we would love to see move forward. So,
good.
Yeah. Great. So that's the short answer.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Yes, and most gracious of you. Yes. Alrighty. No,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
West River Board, we'll call it to order at 5:33 or so. Thank you all for coming. Apparently we just dropped this off the last agenda. Single purpose meeting. All we got to do is make a motion to approve the warning. Everybody has a copy of it attached. Skim through it, make sure we have all the right dates in there, you know, no 2019s.
Second page.
No polling date, no polling hours wrong,
your
or
own
places
town.
wrong. Check your towns.
We checked with all the town clerks on those because specifically Wyndham toggles between, and Jamaica wanted to be at 9 a.m. I think historically, are they 10 a.m.? Yeah.
Yep.
So they
I
want
mean,
to be 9.
I went through it once, but I'm like, just do it again one last time. Because I'd hate to have an emergency meeting to correct the warning that was improperly warned.
Jamaica wanted to open at 9.
It says 10.
It says 10 for Jamaica.
Oh, that's Wyndham.
That's Wyndham.
No,
It says
look at it
10 for
from-
Jamaica in the preamble, it says 9 for Jamaica in the back.
Okay, so then.
In the back.
Page 2.
Oh, I did.
I was gonna say the hours on the back.
Yeah, the very
Yep.
top, replying.
First page. Yep.
Okay, we'll check in here and see.
Says 9 a.m. Brookline, 10 a.m. Jamaica. It's
Yeah, it's
supposed to be
right in
9.
the other spot.
It's right in the back, but not in the front.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so this should be
9
9.
in Newfane, 9 in Townsend, and 10 in Wyndham.
Perfect, though, but the sign-in sheet,
This one
so I
is
can
the one
change
that's-
that. and
Yeah, you
sign.
can slip sheet the front cover.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I'll make a motion that will accept the warning with the adjustment of the time for Jamaica.
I second that.
All right. Any discussion on the warning? Anything on the warning? All right, ready to vote? Been moved and seconded to approve, accept, approve, adopt? What's the right little word there,
You're going to
Bill?
approve the warning.
Approve the warning?
And you can make one motion where you approve the warning and allow the chair to sign.
That was your motion, right?
And on to my motion, allow the chair to sign for the board.
You were seconding that?
Sure.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Beautiful. Thank you all. Anything else we need to do, folks?
Yeah.
Switch seats.
Yeah.
You three are staying, right?
I'll make a
For the
motion to adjourn if we don't have anything else.
WCSU.
All right. Motion to adjourn. Do we need a second? We need a second.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank
Coffee
you.
is the more important one today.
All right, WCSU.
What is today?
Yeah.
get started by first going around and having us all very quickly introduce ourselves, because we don't have a lot of time, but I really think it's important for us to, each of us to know who's in the room with us. This morning. Welcome, Jill. And you can you can have a seat while we're doing quick introductions, but I'd like to welcome those who are from the Albany School of Pharmacy, which is downstairs. You'll see many white coats downstairs. Today is Pharmacy Day. It just happened that we were able to be looking at some of our agenda that touches on these issues. But let's go around, and if you're here representing an organization or engaged somehow to follow these issues, if you please identify that, and let's just do it quickly, name and go around. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning.
Sorry.
Hi, I'm Callie Fortin. I'm a fourth-year pharmacy student, and I'm on rotation with the Otis & Kennedy Law Firm.
Thank you, welcome.
Margaret Lagus, I'm a contract lobbyist with Logistics, representing America's health insurance plans.
Jim Few with Perma Piper, also lobbyist, representing CVS Health.
Wayne Fisher with Orca Media.
Dylan Zwicky with Lehman Public Affairs, representing Milan.
I'm Jasmine Lynn. I'm with Vermont Department of Health in Burlington. I'm a first student, a last year student on rotation.
Welcome.
James Farmer. I run Woodstock Pharmacy and also the executive director of the Vermont Pharmacists Association.
Lisa Berlat-Herto, clinical pharmacist with Visa.
Susan Grytkowski, MVP Healthcare.
Hi, I'm Priyanka Patel. I'm a fourth-year pharmacy student on rotation with Lisa at DIVA.
Shannon Kennedy, I'm a lobbyist and representing Cigna and Express.
Jessa Barnard, the executive director of the Vermont Medical Society, representing physicians. Devin Green from the Vermont Association of Hospitals and Health Systems.
Laura Pelosi at MMR Government Relations, here for Pharma.
Sarah Teachout with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Vermont.
Nancy Hogue, pharmacy director for Vermont Medicaid.
Brian Murphy, the director of pharmacy and vendor management of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Vermont.
Heather Schuldeis, William Schuldeis and Associates, here today on behalf of the Vermont Association of Chain Drugstores.
Jim Dandino, also with Perma Piper, Kramer, also on behalf of CVS.
Becky Mordowski with DRM for Pfizer.
Good morning, I'm Theo Kennedy with Otis & Kennedy. I represent the Vermont Pharmacists Association and the Vermont Retail Druggists.
Christina McLaughlin, Green Mountain Care Board.
Meredith Roberts, Executive Director of the American Nursing Association of Vermont.
I'm Eric Siebert with Morris Government Affairs, representing the Association for Accessible Medicines.
Welcome. I'm going to skip over our committee members introducing ourselves, although we are publicly listed everywhere, so.
It's up to date now.
Big pardon?
It's up to date now.
Yeah, it's been updated. Yeah, that's updated as well. But because of time, we're happy to have us introduce ourselves at a later time. So yesterday we started to get updates on work that this committee and the legislature has done around issues having to do with prescription drugs in particular. And we heard both an update about the initiative around possible importation of prescription drugs from Canada. We heard from NASHV, which is an organization which is working with multiple states doing that. And we heard from Blue Cross Blue Shield about some of the pressures that they're experiencing as one of the major insurer for Vermonters, and heard several bills that have been introduced in this biennium that touch on prescription drug issues as well. This morning I would like to welcome Jill Abrams from the Attorney General's office, who has been working to to implement an initiative on price transparency that this body actually did several iterations of. I'm hoping that maybe we have a brief time, but if you could briefly remind us and those who are gathered here what the legislation laid out and asked and directed asked the Attorney General's office to implement for us, and then maybe update us on where we are in the process. I know you've been working on it again this past year, so given the time, and we do need to be on the floor, unfortunately, so we'll go right up to the 9:30 hour. I'm guessing there may be other questions, and we'll have to return to this a little later time.
Okay,
Well,
so, thank you. For the record, Jill Abrams, Assistant Attorney General. I brought copies of the report that I submitted. You may all already have them, but I've got copies.
well, there's
available.
electronic ones that are posted, but if you would distribute those for those who'd like a hard copy, I'm still in that world.
Okay.
And there may
Me
be
too.
others who are gathered around who would like a hard copy.
Could I ask you to just pass
I
them?
see it online.
They're enough for the committee and then
Okay, well,
some additional.
Can I check and see, Dennis, while we're talking, can you check to see where we can access it online and post it on our website? If you need some assistance with that, we'll maybe help you.
And it's also accessible on the Attorney General's website. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so just sort of I'll do a brief overview, and then I thought if it's okay with you, Chairman Lippert, I would sort of talk about some takeaways and some challenges.
Yes,
okay.
absolutely.
So big picture, the law, the original law, I believe was enacted in 2016, so we've had a little bit of experience. There have been some changes, and I would like to talk about the changes a little bit in the takeaway challenge part. But essentially, what the law does is it directs DVA, the Department of Vermont Health Access, and any insurer that insures over 5,000 lives in the state of Vermont, which currently are Blue Cross Blue Shield Vermont and MVP, to do some research into their own data and each come up with a different list. So DVA is to come up with a list of 10 drugs to include at least one generic that has, the price of which has increased either over 15% in 1 year period or over 50% in 5 year period. And DVA is to submit that information both based on the wholesale acquisition cost or WAC or its net price, meaning net of rebates and other price concessions. So DVA submits 2 separate lists. The insurers also submit a similar kind of list, but based only on their net prices. And the statute gives some explanation about what sort of inquiry they should make, and the inquiry is based on drugs that have a substantial impact on cost in Vermont and which Vermonters would want to know more about. So without going into the details, because I'm sure I can't describe how they actually do the data pulls, but appended to my report as Exhibits A and B are the DVA WAC and net lists. Exhibit C is a really helpful memo that was done by DVA that explained the process that DVA used to create the 2 lists. And then Exhibits C and D are the Blue Cross Blue Shield and MVP respectively lists of drugs that they selected. So I think the takeaway, at least from my perspective in creating the report, is that the prices for generics, for brands, and for specialty drugs are going up. So, unfortunately, not a big secret. There is no overlap between the drugs on the DVA list and the insurer list. There's one overlap on the 2 insurer lists, but none with DVA, either WAC or net. The one drug that's common to MVP and Blue Cross Blue Shield is a drug called Pulmozyme, and it's a cystic fibrosis specialty drug. Blue Cross reported an increase of 57.9% in that drug price over 5 years. MVP reported 67% over 1 year. Each of the 2 insurers listed a generic per their statutory responsibility on their drug list. And just to pause for a second, and this is sort of a takeaway and a challenge, the law tried to, I think, be as forward-thinking as possible, and so allowed the entity making the list to either choose 1 year or 5 year as its yardstick. So that's both helpful and a challenge because the two insurance companies each chose a different time period. So MVP is reporting for 1 year, Blue Cross Blue Shield for 5 years, well within the statutory right, but just different. And DIVA has a combination. In some instances, they reported both 1 and 5 years for the same drug, sometimes 5, sometimes 1. So there's a little bit of a challenge in trying to compare all of the information. So with respect to the generics that Blue Cross Blue Shield and MVP listed, Blue Cross Blue Shield reported a 98% increase over 5 years for that particular generic, MVP of 44.6% over 1 year. So again, sizable increases. Blue Cross Blue Shield's list was all specialty drugs except for the one statutorily required generic drug. And it reported a range increase over 5 years of 57.9% to 103%. MVP listed 2 specialty drugs, again used a 1 year period. Its range of increase was 21.4 to 67% on the 1 year basis. So that's sort of big picture, prices are increasing. Some challenges that we faced is that, as I understand it, and the insurers are far better at explaining this than I am, but as I understand it, based on conversations we've had over the last year and then a conversation I had with the 2 insurers yesterday, there are a lot of different ways, as I understand it, you could pull the data. And again, I think that the statute tried to give some leeway. I think in giving leeway, it may have created some potential difficulties as well. But again, I'm not the right person to speak to that. But it took several tries before the insurers, and they worked really hard and really long over a lot of months, but it took a while before they were both satisfied with their lists and were satisfied that they were pulling the data in essentially the same way. And Brian Murphy is here, and maybe he can speak better to it than I. But when we talked yesterday, my understanding of what the insurers were saying is that they think they may be able to come up with something that would give us even better data. And so, obviously, that's the committee's decision to make, but
that is part of what we're wanting, both to hear the results of the report and also to hear any recommendations for how to strengthen what we put in place or streamline it if it's appropriate.
Yes. So I don't know what that mechanism is. I don't know that they do either, but it was clear from the conversation that there may be some ways that they could provide us with information that would be helpful to the committee, and maybe the committee would give them some direction about what the committee would like to see. Another challenge that was faced is that DIVA's actual net cost for its drugs under federal statute can't be disclosed, even to the AG's office under our confidential, our confidentiality provision as it is in the statute. So again, trying to select a list of drugs and try and compare apples to apples was made more complicated as a result of that. And I don't, and I know Nancy Hogue is here and she is the expert on this stuff, not I, but she explained to me that in addition to that fact, the drugs and the population served by the insurers and DIVA may be somewhat different, and that may be another reason that there's not the sort of overlap that we might have expected to see. But again, better left to Nancy than to me. So as a result, the AG's office was really challenged with trying to find a list of 15 drugs under the statute in the way that the committee had envisioned. And so I think we're actually looking for some guidance too and hoping for probably not today, but some more thinking about the statute. We feel like the report, as it's gone out, has certainly generated questions and inquiries from colleagues across the country. Vermont was the first one to put a law like this into place. Other states have followed. From the statutes that I've reviewed, they're all different. And so I think, as I understand, what Mashpee is trying to do is to sort of come up with some sort of a model legislation for people to use, incorporate whatever a particular state wants, but try and have reporting where you can sort of compare on an apples-to-apples basis. And some of the statutes that have been enacted in other states have been met with legal challenges. I think we did a really good job in Vermont at identifying potential legal challenges and avoiding them, built in the public, non-public versions of the report and that sort of thing. So those are the kinds of challenges that have been faced elsewhere. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
So there really, as I'm remembering, there were two parts of it, which was establishing a list to look at the increases. I mean, the context of this, of course, is that there's been, significant increases, which, again, we had lots of anecdotes, but we said that we wanted to see what the data shows. And so that's what you've been describing. And then we also were asking manufacturers to provide information that explained or justified the increases, because our testimony in past years has, well, shall we say, it's not been clear what really attribute the drug increases. And that, so is there anything that you have, I mean, in years past you said much of that information could not be shared because of proprietary issues. Is there anything that, is there anything new on that front?
No, I don't think so. And just to be clear, this year's report doesn't include a list of manufacturers and their information because of the challenges we faced with this iteration of the law. In a conversation, I was contacted by folks on the Senate side in the fall, asking about sort of what was happening. And I explained some of the challenges, and their suggestion for this year was to raise the challenges, to submit the report in a broader way, to sort of identify those challenges in a hope that for the next iteration of the report, we could address some of those and incorporate them so that we could do the kind of presentation that might be a little more granular.
So this committee is very interested in these issues still. And there is a challenge with being the first to put something forward. We've tried to revise it somewhat. And I would like appreciate our legislative counsel, Jim Carvey, being here. My personal hope is that we can work with Mashpee, who we heard from yesterday, but we can hear from again, specific to this, to understand how we might strengthen what we're doing in Vermont in coordination with other states who have followed, and some of them have passed, as I understand, enhanced laws that go beyond what we've done in Vermont. But we'll not put Jen on the spot at this point to ask her to explain those differences for us right now. But that is certainly one of my hopes as the chair, to both get feedback from you, to hear from the insurers who, and DEVA, who we have scheduled later this morning, and then to visit the question of, is what we intended here producing information that's of value? I don't, as a chair, want us to go through an exercise that simply puts us through an exercise but doesn't provide value, because I know it's valuable time on your part and everyone's part. On the other hand, my experience over time with this and other issues is that sometimes the initial work, it takes some time to sort out what it is that we need to most appropriately try to achieve and how to achieve it. So I guess I'm not signaling at this point that we're going to leave the field of trying to gather further information around this. But let me open it up to questions from committee members at this point and see if there's other questions came up. Mark.
Just a question, a clarification. You were, I didn't quite get the full sentence of what you were saying about the confidentiality and publicly sharing. Is that the proprietary information? You said that you can't.
Or DIVA. You also mentioned DIVA.
DIVA.
Okay, so there were two. I'm sorry, I was talking like the FedEx man, I think, trying to get it all in. Yeah, so confidentiality comes up in a couple of different ways, a few different ways. So I think the first thing I was talking about was under federal law, a Medicaid agency isn't permitted to disclose on a per product basis their net cost. So DIVA can't tell us that it pays X dollars per pill for a given drug. They can tell us the WAC cost, the wholesale acquisition cost.
Okay.
Yeah, which is sort of like I think of it as a parallel to the MSRP for a car. You know, sort of what you see on the sticker, but after some conversation, usually you don't pay that price. And with drugs, particularly if you're a large purchaser, you get rebates and other kinds of price concessions which will bring your price down. So our Medicaid agency receives rebates and concessions as a result of being a Medicaid agency, and may also be able to negotiate some supplemental rebates. So if the wholesale price is $40, DIVA might be paying $20, but they're not allowed to disclose that under federal law, the $20.
They can disclose the WAC, but not the real.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I think the other confidential mention I made was the way the statute is written, there is certain public information that we can provide. So the price lists, the drug lists that are created by DIVA and the insurers are posted both on our website and on the Green Mountain Care Board website. With respect to the insurers, there is a non-public version because that version does show the net prices paid by the insurers. And again, that's a way of not disclosing what they're negotiating with the manufacturers. The manufacturers consider that sort of information to be trade secret, and so that information isn't disclosed. I think those are the two main mentions.
Thank you.
Sure. Sure.
I was just confirming with legislative counsel, because what I'm remembering is that, in fact, DIVA, I believe, and Nancy's here, but we'll hear from you more later, but I think DIVA has in the past been able to share with us what their aggregate savings are, I believe, in terms of the negotiated savings, but not the granular individual drug savings that are negotiated. And they're substantial. So it's important for us to have a sense of that. Other committee member questions? Let me, is there any final comment that you'd like to make? Okay. Well, let me emphasize again that the issues of prescription drug pricing increases, and from testimony that we've taken in the past, both around issues, it's around, there have been some egregious, from our point of view, egregious increases, both in the generic field, as well as in the brand names, as well as now in specialty drugs, which are increasingly, based on the data we're seeing, where the incredible increases in prices and the incredible prices, coupled sometimes with incredible outcomes as well. So, acknowledging that, but nevertheless, increases which really have made, are driving a large portion or a significant portion of our healthcare costs, not just in Vermont, obviously, but clearly for Vermonters. So I guess I'll just say for myself as the chair of this committee, and I think it's shared by many of our committee members, we intend to continue to press forward with trying to find every avenue that we can at a state level to be aggressive about trying to reduce unjustified, or maybe unjustified is too judgmental word, to make prescription drugs as affordable to Vermonters as possible, and to understand and intervene where we can to influence that. There are limits to what we can do as a state, but we also heard, as we heard from Nashville, that much of the activity is happening at the state level. The initiatives are happening at states, not just Vermont, but other states as well. And so I think we, along with our colleagues in the Senate, who different initiatives have come from the House and the Senate, intend to continue to press forward with this very important issue. And it's not a partisan issue. Fair to say this is an issue in this committee that has had strong support from every political part of the spectrum. In fact, when we passed out a number of our bills, they came out with very strong support across the entirety of the political views, often fully represented in our committee. So this is not an issue of partisan politics. This is an issue of working on behalf of Vermonters around prescription drugs. And while I'm doing an editorial, I'll just say that those of you who are working in the field of pharmacy, we're also struggling to understand how you are in the midst of this chain of price increases and availability, and trying to understand all the complexity of this system. And how much of it is, and where there are black boxes that we can't get inside of in order to understand, or how to help both understand, explain, and then possibly intervene. Very frustrating times, but again, I think there's a strong consensus that we will do our best to try to continue to move forward. So I appreciate your joining us this morning, and we will take some of the concerns that you've laid out here, and along with other testimony, and perhaps bringing a revised set of recommendations to make it more possible.
One thing I did want to say is that in doing this work and in connection with other pharma work that I do, the Vermont legislature is often commented on or complimented for being the first one out of the box. So I just wanted you to know that, because I work with people all over the country, and what we do is the subject of a lot of discussion everywhere.
I appreciate that, and we'll keep pressing forward. Thank you. So we'll go to the floor at this point. We are scheduled to hear from both Brian Murphy from Crossbridge Fields and Nancy Hogue after the floor. Okay, let me start with apologies, but it is the nature of this building that one never knows what's happening on the floor and for how long. And I and a number of other chairs were completely wrong in our sense of what the debate would be and the amount of time it would take, but it is also an essential part of our work. So I have spoken with Brian Murphy from Blue Cross Blue Shield and Nancy Poe from DEVA, who were to be our first witnesses. They have agreed to come back at another time. It is generally our practice when there are folks, witnesses who have come a distance and who are not regularly available in the building to hear from them, give priority. So I'm going to ask us, and because there are so few seats, Brian, who was going to stay and listen, said, I'll have to come back. So they've left. But I'd like to start, and I'd like to hear from Lauren Bodie, from Sandra Rosa, and from Jeff Hochberg. And we have really just between now and noon. So if you could be thinking about how to apportion your time so that we could hear from each of you. We'll probably have minimal time for questions from the committee, but we do want to hear your testimony and welcome you. So let's start by having Lauren join us at the witness chair. And as is our practice in the legislature, is recorded testimony, so we ask for witnesses to identify themselves by name and affiliation, and we look forward to hearing from them.
Hi, thank you so much. So as you said, my name is Dr. Lauren Bodie. I am assistant professor at Albany College of Pharmacy here in Colchester. I have a couple other roles that I think are germane today. I am also a pharmacist clinician with the University of Vermont Department of Family Medicine, practicing at one of their clinics in Milton, Vermont. And I'm also here with the Vermont Pharmacists Association. And I can tell you, first off, I want to say how much I appreciate the time to be able to address you, in particular it being Pharmacist Day here in Montpelier. But this is, what we're talking about today is very important to me on a couple different levels. So I am coming into this with a, what I think is a somewhat unique or rare perspective of someone who is a pharmacist who has practiced in community pharmacy, but I currently work in a primary care clinic. Both pharmacy and primary care are things that I hold in of the highest importance. And what I really like about this initiative, of that of granting some limited prescriptive authority to pharmacists, is that I think it can be good for both. Good for pharmacy in Vermont, good for primary care in Vermont, but most importantly, good for Vermonters. So to start off, this is an initiative that other jurisdictions, states, and both our neighbors to the north in Canada have been pursuing for many years, that of granting some appropriately limited prescribing authority to pharmacists. And what they are seeing is some positive results. I think this is understandable because we've seen in many venues that when pharmacists are getting more closely involved with the healthcare team, more centrally located in the continuum of a patient's care, you see three major things happen. One is that the quality of care improves. So whether this is by assessing patients meeting their blood pressure targets, more A1Cs coming into goal, a marker of diabetes control, or just overall adherence to medications, the pharmacists support these initiatives. The other is that care tends to cost less. This is almost a corollary of that first point because healthier people cost the system less. And then the third is that patients are more satisfied with their care. And so for these reasons, I would anticipate that in Vermont we would see these same sort of results that we have seen in these other states and territories of Canada in those times that they have expanded pharmacists' ability to provide care that's within the scope of their education and training. So there are a few aspects that I think would be particularly helpful for Vermont to kind of create some examples for how this could play out in the state as it has in other places. So one of them is for pharmacists to be able to prescribe medications for tobacco cessation. So nearly 1 in 5 Vermonters currently smokes today. This is a huge public health burden with its attendant costs of heart disease, lung disease, and cancer that comes with. We also know that patients who have healthcare provider support, a pharmacist included, we have the studies that show that pharmacists are highly effective in helping patients stop smoking or using tobacco. can be really important for helping patients be successful in their efforts. But what we also know is that there are currently barriers to access to these prescription medications because there are barriers to access to care in our state. And what was particularly interesting is that just last week in a major report that came out from the Surgeon General specifically called out pharmacists' ability to prescribe tobacco cessation medications as a potential avenue for closing this public health gap that we see. So that's one area that I think could be particularly helpful to the state. Another would be giving pharmacists the ability to prescribe hormonal contraception. So nearly half of pregnancies are unplanned. So again, another public health issue, because when you have unplanned pregnancies, that's a lack of access to care and potentially compromising both health and economic outcomes for mother and baby in the early years. What we know is that hormonal contraception is a preferred method of contraception by many women, but we also know from a national survey that nearly 30% of women who wish to go on hormonal contraception encounter problems getting it. And the most common being lack of access to a clinic or primary care provider or other prescribing provider who can provide that either initial or refill prescription for the hormonal contraception. This is something that has been rolled out in many places to a significant degree. For example, in Oregon, 10% of hormonal contraception is prescribed by a pharmacist at this point. The other thing that I think is notable about this is that the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, who is very active on this issue, they too have promoted the expanded role of pharmacists to be able to provide hormonal contraception. But even they say, maybe even that's not far enough, it should be over the counter potentially. So while that would be a bit of a paradigm shift for us, something that can be a very actionable middle ground would be giving pharmacists the ability to assess the patient and then prescribe that hormonal contraception when appropriate. And the last thing are sort of a bundle of issues about access to timely care and streamlining what can be a really convoluted healthcare process for many patients. And these are things like giving pharmacists the ability to prescribe pen needles when an injectable medication is prescribed. You can't use the injectable medication without the pen needle. And if another provider forgets to send in that prescription, that very often results in a delay of care for that patient that may prove an potentially insurmountable barrier depending on what else is going on with that patient. The same could be said for testing for diabetes, or testing supplies for diabetes, nebulization supplies, a spacer for inhalers. Things where there has already been a therapeutic decision on the part of another provider to use this therapy in this patient, but may have forgotten in the overburdened primary care system to prescribe some of these ancillary items that are necessary to get the full benefit of those medications. In our current system, the pharmacist has to call back to the provider's office, say, hey, we need this. This is burden in the pharmacy, more importantly, burden in the healthcare provider's office that, to my mind, could very reasonably be done by the pharmacist at the point of dispensing to ensure that the patient has timely access to care, that we're not cluttering up the physician's voicemail and in-basket with something that is fully within our capability of addressing for ourselves. We just need the ability, the legal ability to actually do so. So this is kind of a general overview of the ways that we believe that this initiative could benefit the health of Vermonters. I would love at this point to turn it over to my colleague Sandy Rosa to talk about the ways in which the contemporary pharmacy education is preparing pharmacists of today to fill this role and meet this challenge.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
This is a hard act to follow.
Hello, my name is Sandra Rosa. I'm a licensed pharmacist in the state of Vermont. I am the president of the Vermont Pharmacists Association. I am also the director of pharmacy practice experience at the College of Pharmacy in Colchester. I want to discuss with you how we are preparing our students to meet these challenges, to be able to practice at the top of their practice, scope of their practice. That's me. Oh no, I have this. That's good. Since 2006, the Doctor of Pharmacy degree has been the terminal degree for the profession, and the education has risen to the doctoral level, incorporating the clinical training seen in the education of other health professionals. The basic core courses teach the systems of the body and what can go wrong, in such as immunology, pathology, biochemistry, and that. From there, the students progress to classes on how medications are formulated, their mechanism of action, side effects, interaction to each other, and how genetic variations can influence drug action. And this is something called pharmacogenomics. Then, putting this all together, there's an awful lot going on. They are given courses on the various body systems and how drugs affect each one in respiratory and cardiology and every body system that there is available. In addition, students are trained in over-the-counter medications, in how their indications are and when to refer patients to other providers. We're not out there to sell the ibuprofen when we feel that the pain is more than that can be handled. Throughout the entire curriculum, students are educated in problem solving using case studies to illustrate the proper medication management in varied conditions. Using a template called the pharmacist patient care process for patient assessment and treatment allows the students to gather information, assess areas for gaps in treatment, develop a medication plan, implement the plan in collaboration with the other healthcare providers, and provide follow-up by measuring adherence and outcomes. Interpreting scientific literature and updated guidelines is also taught so that the students know where to find evidence-based therapy for treatment of patients. Skills such as compounding, sterile and non-sterile technique, reading patient charts, and assessment skills such as taking blood pressures, doing diabetes testing, and clear wavering are taught throughout the entire curriculum. There are soft skills involved, such as patient counseling and education, and they're taught using simulated patients, usually from the University of Vermont, and thank you for that. Courses in ethics, HIPAA, law, healthcare systems, and administration provide the student the understanding of the pharmacy working world and the importance of the high ethical standards that both the profession and the public hold us to. Professionalism is taught from the very beginning at orientation and continues throughout the entire curriculum. In addition to the scientific and clinical courses, all students are nationally immunized and certified by the American Pharmacists Association, and are CPR and basic life support certified. We also provide other certifications in medication therapy management and tobacco cessation. Finally, all the coursework comes together in their final year where they complete 7 6-week rotations in hospitals, clinics, community pharmacies, and other pharmacy-related situations such as Blue Cross Blue Shield of Vermont, Department of Health, and things like that, long-term care, mail-order pharmacy, to develop further their clinical reasoning under the direction of experienced practitioners. Admission to pharmacy school is not only resting on good grades, but with an interview process to assess their empathy and problem-solving skills. Throughout the years in school, students extend themselves into the community in various outreach endeavors in senior centers, schools, the Ronald McDonald House, Hope Lodge, the Lung Walk, Relay for Life, and things like that. I am fully confident that students graduating from the Doctor of Pharmacy program are fully qualified to address the unmet medical needs of the Vermont citizenry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I say briefly that I find some of what's been presented here compelling, and we don't have time to have committee discussion right now. I'm not aware that all of what's been described in terms of prescribing authority for pharmacists is in front of us in a proposal in a bill form, but we have the ability to create legislation as a committee bill or incorporate this into other proposals which may be in front of us. So I would invite, and I'm sorry our legislative council isn't able to be in the room to have heard this testimony, but I would invite you to continue to be in touch as we hear, as we look at the possibility of moving some of your proposal or all of your proposals forward.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Now, let me check in with Mr. Huckberg, and I welcome you to briefly share, or I also welcome the possibility, or include the possibility of having you return at a later time. I know that this is not the presentation that you probably anticipated.
There is absolutely no way we could even begin to discuss pharmacy pricing in 10 minutes.
Right, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. I'd love to come back and we can
maybe at
coordinate
the same
that.
time Nancy Hogue and Brian Murphy are available.
Sure.
And I realize you've traveled a distance, but
Yep.
I think that might be the better. I mean, having heard the testimony we just heard, and then realizing that we can't really begin to touch on what you want to share.
Yeah, and I'll just, and I do have some copies if anyone needs of the slides, but they are online too, and I think they speak for themselves.
You just say, wait, identify yourself for the record, and maybe just say a few words, and then we'll have you back again.
So my name is Jeff Hochberg. I'm the acting president of the Vermont Retail Druggist. And what I'm here today to talk about prescription pricing is first I want to applaud this committee for really taking this up. This is a very complex, very dynamic. It changes from minute to minute as to what's going on. And it takes a long time to really grasp all the inner workings of pharmacy pricing. And I know you read H785 from Representative Sarah Copeland-Hanses yesterday, I believe.
Yes, we did.
And it's a great opportunity. I mentioned I'm also on the National Committee for the National Community Pharmacy Association of their state legislative council. Rate setting is something that is being talked at a national level, and it is one key component. And what I really wanted to share is that with importation, I know there's a 340B bill out there,
Actually, a 340, I'm not aware of a 340B bill.
I thought I saw it. Maybe it's on the Senate side.
Maybe it's on the Senate side.
Maybe on the Senate side.
Well, we should make sure we see that. Because,
wholesale importation from Canada, expanding the scope of our licensed professionals so that they can better determine and improve access. These are all key components to this. And even Blue Cross Blue Shield's notion of investing in a manufacturer, a not-for-profit manufacturer. Who would have heard such a thing? It's great. These are all great initiatives, and they all need support. But I think what we need to do is we need to consider our perspective. And if you go
our being clarify our, would you say?
Our, I mean the state, any regulatory body, legislature. This is one model that I have about the flow of drug pricing and how it's interrelated with some of the major players, but it's so much more complex than this. And I know Brian's slide has one with, it's just a spider web. And that's the problem. No matter what initiative we go down, I'm not sure that we could ever fully evaluate it or be able to fully predict what might happen. And I think there's an opportunity with a combination of what's in front of you on H785 with a rate review establishment body, coupled with some kind of perspective. And I'm here to tell you that there is one player in the entire chain that sees absolutely everything, and that is the wholesaler. I can literally log in on this computer right here and on a dashboard see everything that's going on in my pharmacy, from my acquisition costs, my third-party reimbursements, projected DIR fees for Medicare, which I won't even get into. I have access to 340B pricing. I have various wholesaler pricing. I see everything there is, and that wholesaler captures it all. They can capture every bit of data that I have. Every claim that I transmit, they capture. They know how much I'm being reimbursed, and they certainly know how much it costs me. What if the state had eyes like that? We could then position ourselves to fully evaluate and dive into every one of the great ideas that has been put in front of this committee and others. It allows for the importation process to happen because you need a wholesaler anyways. It gives eyes into 340B as to whether or not the supplemental rebates, which are entirely proprietary, are of greater benefit than the 340B price. All of those things intermingle into that, and if you, with rate setting and with potential switching to something, a great model like our Medicaid system has as a fee-for-service model, we could streamline the pathway and eliminate the pharmacist's burden of pay for product. They could be paid for a service they provide, and it could allow them the opportunity to expand into greater spets and prescriptive authority or other things that are allowed under their licensure. We could fully access our healthcare professionals and improve access, because that's the number one thing. Prices are going up, access is going down, and we don't necessarily know how to evaluate the prices that are in there. Our perspective is getting more and more clouded, and that's what we need. We need perspective. And I'd love to dive in more, but I really don't want to take any more time. So
you have successfully piqued our interest.
Yeah, for sure.
Lucy?
Can you just, going back to the very beginning, clarify who you're representing and what kind of perspective within this?
So I'm the president of the Vermont Retail Druggists. So we're a body of pharmacy ownership.
Okay.
This, I'm sorry, the second part of your question earlier?
That was pretty much my question.
Yeah.
Just what piece of the web of?
Yeah, so I personally, I also operate as a director and owner of several pharmacies in Southern Vermont, and I also serve on the National Community Pharmacy Association State Legislative Council.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, and we will work to bring you, as well as the other witnesses who Nancy Hogue and Brian Murphy, back at another time. I'm not sure it'll be next week because we've already had to anticipate that and do some scheduling, but we'll work together and with Demis Martin, our committee assistant, to find a time to hear from you again before long.
I'd be happy to come back anytime. Like I said, it's complex.
Okay, it is. Let me also just say again, thank you to those who are here from the Albany College of Pharmacy. We're fortunate in Vermont to have you in Vermont as a new educational resource and a resource to the state generally. And so I'm pleased that you're here today, and welcome you to continue to develop a relationship at the policy level with the Vermont Legislature and the House Healthcare Committee.
And also with us are my colleagues from University of Vermont Medical Center.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. I'm sorry you were introduced on the floor, but I guess I just emphasize that we're going to be hearing from residents from the OBGYN program who are residents with Dr. Tillon. It's very, it becomes very powerful to actually weave training and experience, practical experience, and training settings with us as policymakers. We can cite numerous examples where, and this may be one today, where there's a proposal put forward based on some very practical experience, and it leads to policy change at the state level. So I welcome each of you to continue to not just do your professional training, but to think about how to interface with us as policymakers along the way. It's actually very important to us and ultimately to Vermonters. So thank you. Let's stop. I think we've made the best of a hard situation. I think we'll move forward.